Testing. Are we live? Testing. Wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes for open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel if you miss anything. And we hope you have a wonderful day, and we hope you got the long-term. First link for the free long-term alerts. And just long-term in general, baby. We actually got to make some plays on that, and in the next few days, we're going to get another deposit. But that is for the long-term. Today is quite interesting, ladies and gentlemen. You got your jobless claims. That was very good. That is actually indicating some good things with the Fed, inflation, all of that. But you got the core PCE. So I think I'm going to give you guys a lesson. We're going to probably talk about inflation today because those numbers actually came in a little bit hotter than expected. A lot of people don't understand those numbers, so we're going to go and look back at those. But it's overall interesting. You see what's happening with bonds, so there's going to be that effect. There was some stuff overseas. China's doing very good again, but that affects the currencies. All that, we are coming off of a very, very low day, so whatever happens from here, we will see. Low day in terms of volume, so I think it's going to be a good one. But good morning. There was not. I want to make a long-term pickup. That's what I was saying. The only long-term pickup was in the big account. We got Coinbase at the beginning of the month, I think, or halfway through, like 2 weeks ago. But I have not used the small account deposit just yet. But sure enough, I mean, the month is almost over, baby. The month is almost over. Wow. Oh, good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? How are you, Chattadonia? Chattadonia, how you feeling? Are you feeling good? Are you feeling blessed? It's almost June, baby. 4 to 25. You know what? Take it there. Take it. Take 4 to 25. I missed you all, but we back, baby. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Second half, baby. Where are my second half players at? Second half. Second half. Game time. Game time. I'm feeling good. I feel like, I woke up in drive today. I woke up. I was like, I feel good. I feel like it's going to be a good day. There's a lot of good things. A lot of good things. So, you know what I'm saying? It's just going to be beautiful. I want to see. I got my Bible app open. You know what I'm saying? I got to get this. You got to keep that on deck. I was just reminded. I said that. I was like, it is a good day. And I was like, I thought that in the morning. And then I read something else. And I was like, ooh. You know what I'm saying? It's game time. Good morning, Chad. Good morning. Flip the switch. Tell them. Wow. So, ladies and gentlemen, second link, nightly Watchlist and main channel. Shout out to everybody who has posted on here. We love you and we appreciate you. God bless the cult, baby. Oh, we're going to start with the great cult. The simple act of paying attention can take you a long way. Keanu Reeves, baby. Keanu Reeves. With the quote, baby. With the quote. Your attitude will shape the world around you. Coconut water answers, baby. Ooh. I think the real quote, I think the real quote would be Earl Nightingale, but we could give a coconut water answers quote. I'm down with it. I'm down. It seems like every week we get inflation data. You're actually getting it about every 2 or 3 weeks, technically. But today is actually important. Again, I would probably bet that 85% of you, that's a made-up percentage, but I'm pretty much a majority, don't understand the inflation data. So I have a little lesson for you actually today. We'll talk about the PCE. Or excuse me, is it CP? No, PCE. I always call it CPE, PCE, but it's important. Tell you what, struggling to understand how bond prices work. Here you go. As a general rule, keep in mind that interest rates and bond prices move counter to each other. That is, when interest rates are going up, the price of older bonds will be going down. When interest rates are going down, the price of older bonds will be going up. When most people hear for this for the first time, they have difficult understanding. Basically, when newly issued bonds are paying a higher rate of interest than ones current in the marketplace, the older bonds are not as attractive. After After all, if a new bond came out with 6 coupon, your 4 or 5% would not be as valuable. This always assumes equal quality or rating. Or on the other hand, if you're holding a bond with an 8% coupon and newly issued bonds only offered 6, your bond is more valuable. Hope that does help. So essentially, when you see a high yield means rates are going down. Low yield means rates are going up. That bonds are going up or down, not rates. It does get confusing, though. I'm sorry. We'll talk about it more. Had a remote client end up being a Chad. It's a small world after all. Shout out the person who just had their condo painted. Won't call them out. They're clapped, and we can't have the clap spreading. Oh, let's go, baby. Let's go. A fellow Chad. Y'all did business with a fellow Chad. Is that weird? When you're like looking at the next guy, you're like, wait. Are you in it? You probably said something. You were like, yeah, I just like to relax. Every day I do a dragon breath. And then he probably looked at you. He said, dragon breath? Yeah, you know the dragon breath? Wait, you know the dragon breath? Wait, let me see your chest. Why you want to see my chest? I meant the posture. Chest to the sun. Oh, my God, you in the coat. I can see that happening. Amen, baby. Shout out to Cole. To conserve energy, the hunter does not chase prey. Rather, he studies the land and sets traps accordingly. Whenever you see a successful person, you only see the public glories, never the private sacrifices to reach them. Vibhav Shah, attitude, thoughts, energy. Keep all three in mind at all time. Run it. Watchlist, AMC, Roblox, Riot, Square, Snapchat, Apple, and Spotify. I got a question about the banking industry. I have acknowledged the banks make money by interest, so how come when the Fed rate is almost zero, all the big banks have such strong growth? Because every time Fed starts QE, banks in the sole liquidity. They can't raise money by selling corporate bonds. God bless you. They have a lot of different activity. So banks even make money on interest on excess reserves. So they could be getting 0.25%, almost 1% by borrowing money from the Fed and then just holding it. So that's even what you're seeing with kind of the repo issue and all that. But they have various ways to make money. They have investments, and then even some like Wells Fargo, they hold mortgages. There's origination fees, all that. So you can still make a lot of money in a low rate environment, even as a bank. And quite frankly, the current situation right now, banks are very, very regulated. So if the banks were able to lower their reserve requirement, they could issue a lot of money. And that's what some people are forecasting, that you're going to start seeing these banks, once the Fed kind of has to taper back, you'll let the banks do the work that the Fed is pretty much doing now, as far as buying mortgages, all of that. Good question, though. May God continue to bless you all, Chad. Remember, today's the tomorrow you worried about yesterday. Ooh, sometimes there are things that are out of your control. We want it to change, but no matter how many scenarios we go through, it won't change. We have to throw that anchor forward, baby, no matter how far, because that can help you with your chat. So we have to try to remember that God is just waiting for us to reach out to him, and we have him help us guide us in the right direction. They don't feel you, baby. I feel you. If you ask God for patience, do not be surprised after you hit every red light when you are already running late. Isabella Bevel. Woo! Eli Smith did it again, baby. For JP Morgan, TLT, HD, AMC, the stock market is designed to transfer money from the active to the patient. Amen. Amen. Armor on, helmet shining. Remember, you are important. Tell them. Been teaching myself macro over the past 2 months, and people thought I was crazy. Knowledge is a blessing, baby. Amen. Amen. It's a weird passion. It's a weird passion to have, but the more you know about the world, just it's good to know we know about how we got here. Some Chads ain't been to church in a minute, but it's funny how clap makes a Chad get religious. Hey, man, it happens to us all. Train your mind to see the new good in every situation. Let's go, baby. I love the call in the Chad. Eyes on ASO as a sympathy trade to draft DKS. DKS killed earnings. Looking at July 16th, 45 calls. Shout out to Chad. I love you all. Show the mod some love, y'all. Question, would a put calendar spread be a good idea for TLT since it allowed me to potentially make money off the put? I'm selling in the month, and I could get closer. I think it would be during a back month time frame. I know it would have the potential to lose value of that back month contract, but I'm essentially acquiring the put for cheaper cost up front. I would just get time in this case. So if you see my strategy, even with TLT, I'm really just concerned about the timing and making sure you could get the what. Essentially, when you put yourself on a time frame, this is the problem with options and with what we're talking about. We know what, but we don't know when, and that is the real key here. So I would probably not do a calendar spread. It's totally up to you, but I think just getting time would be a little bit better, but that would take a little less work on my part. You see what I'm saying? So if you have the ability to manage it and you know how to do that, and you could put in that effort, I mean, it may be the best fit for you, but I think you want to make sure you get time above all. So even if you do a spread, get time. It was so slow. I thought it was my internet, but then I looked at time and sales. Always plant the seed of hard work, integrity, and honor today. Every day you water them, believe in them, and nourish them. And one day they'll spout a flower of which you will be proud of all these ups and down moments. You are building the way for the big moment to come, baby. May God grace be with all of you who are in Christ. All glory to him, both now and forever, baby. Uncle Murph, amen, amen. Amen, amen. Oh, bro, I played a little bit of Roblox. I set up Roblox. I learned how to do it. I learned how to do some Roblox. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be good. It's going to be good. You don't like it? Some Roblo. Some Roblo. Jacob, that Roblox play was hard. Wasn't in it, but just watching the play out was a come up, baby. It was. I think we did really good. I think if we could get another opportunity, we'll take some. Somehow I managed. I wound up with the nickname Bitcoin Jesus, so people expect me to know everything, everything, everywhere. Ha ha ha. Josh, new name Bitcoin Jesus. God bless the call. Richard, I got me. You could be Bitcoin Jesus, man. That's awesome. We love you, man. I love any Jesus, man. I got a lot of friends even named Jesus. I love them all, bro. They are usually dope. It's great. Why don't we just pump and dump inflation or sell synthetic CDOs made up of inflation and pull a 2008? You think you could control inflation? I was born in inflation. My voice can't do it. You can't. I mean, that's the thing. What you're saying would cause it. It's a very, 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 very key thing. That's why I got a good lesson on PCE today. I think, again, and those numbers came in hot, and you'll see. You will see, my friend. You will see. If your true car went down 20% to up 20% and you didn't even realize, then yeah, this is the place to be, baby. Amen. More focused than ever. I'm keeping that momentum and that attitude up, baby. Let's go. As always, thank you for the daily inspiration. Learned so much. I do feel like a big family, and your conda on life through spirituality and economic philosophy helped me grow in the more 60 days I've grown in my past 5-10 years. Oh, let's go, baby. I'm not blame life distractions or lack of growth. I do not believe to me stumbling onto your channel was coincidence. Sending sincere blessings to both you and Chad. You know what else is not a coincidence? I tell y'all every day, get a long term. Okay? 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 That's it. That's all I'm saying. That's it. Get the long term, baby. I love it, baby. God bless you. Watchlist, AT&T, PayPal, and Apple. Wonder if PayPal. I think PayPal will actually be good. I forgot about that. That news came out with the crypto stuff, but it was kind of watered down yesterday. I was born in inflation. Anyone else? Excuse me. Anyone else love the longer watch list? Did I hear Josh is bringing back premieres next week? This guy. Dreams do come true, ladies and gentlemen. Watch list, Peloton, Neo, and potentially UVXY calls if market starts to slip. Very cheap now. Thank you for the constant updates. I love you, baby. God bless. Watching growth in SPACs. They did great yesterday. They could move downward and continued bad inflation. Excited for Friday. Let's see what's about to happen next, okay? Again, man, they want a $6 trillion budget. This is true because you're good, Chad. Yesterday I had to do work with me. Wish you could ever see the look on his face when he exploded when he figured out the raps were your uncles. After the close, I played in Wuhan. His new name is Chad. No better call, baby. Let's get it. Love the well of knowledge from this place. God bless the Chad. It's the saddest feeling when you sell a stock and it keeps going up. I made hella profit, but I only have one contract. Well, you saw that Roblox play. You're always going to miss out on a little bit. If you aim too high for perfection, with some of the entries and exits, you'll get clapped. So good trade regardless. Hydrated, healthy, ready to go, baby. I'll keep an eye on Apple for the reversal. Almost positive Apple is clapped to the max. My weekly, my Chad, stay in a bearish channel, still in a bearish channel. Funny, Fubu baby crashed 618.25 call. Hope everyone had a green day. What are some actual things China and other countries do to devalue their currency? How do they actually get it on purpose? So a lot of countries hold reserves, and what they will do is use those reserves to buy and sell other currencies. So they will go on the open market and they will either flood it or buy up supply to change the value of their currency. We could talk about this. That, remind me this when we start talking about some economic she. All right, let's see. Only getting AMC Muds, Latano, that PHILO attitude, baby. DXY, we love you. What's considered a big move, 1 to 2? Yes, heard this is a place to be. Azul, big unk, can you run angry, but I'm blessed. Mama said hit different. What does right off the bat mean? Can that happen 4 times in 15 minutes? It can. Yabasha, Isaiah. What does he mean? Continuation. Following the earnings. Let's go. If you're having trouble with percentages, swap the numbers. I didn't get this one. I'm done with math. SOS. Chupapi Muñeño. Out with the phone. We got you, baby. Forward to the moon. Roblox. Riot. Random play. BB. AMC 50s. Your name is Josh. I love you. I love you, baby. We did it. We made it in the bitches. Are you guys ready? Do you know what time it is? Isn't it amazing, man? God bless you all. I hope you take the time to appreciate that you woke up today. And then the other opportunity, what we like to do here every morning before we try to enrich ourselves or chase a dollar, we like to, be thankful that we live in such a great country. But think about all the people who've sacrificed, baby. So before we like to make a trade, before we try to do anything, we got to give our love and support to all the veterans and active servicemen, everybody who has served this country. On behalf of the cult and everybody here, thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope a lot of you realize the sacrifice given, and quite frankly, I think myself included, is very, very hard to put ourselves in those shoes and understand the sacrifice. So I hope you guys appreciate what you got. Be appreciative and expect it. And hopefully you can show respect to the people who've sacrificed a lot for you to be blessed, baby. So God bless you guys. And thank you again, all active servicemen and past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public service out there, baby. We love you guys. So thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn! Oh, wow. Do you feel it? Do you feel it? We did it again. We made it. Another day with the Jets being sent. It's a glorious day. I hope you're ready, baby. You're going to have a good day. You know that? Tell yourself that. I'm going to have a good day. I'm going to get some good trades. I'm going to make, they're going to be smart trades. Ooh. Say that to yourself. Watch. Just watch. Just think that thought in your head. Tell me it don't make you feel a little better. Huh? You don't feel me? Okay. Okay, they don't feel me, man. Hey, it's okay. You don't got to feel me, man. Don't worry about it. Okay? I'm going to be watching NVIDIA, Snowflake, Ford, Overstock, True, Apple, and PayPal. I think some other stuff is going to come up here. We got a little bit of a back and forth. Again, I think the bonds are probably going to keep going lower because of some of the inflation data, or TLT will go lower, rates go higher. SPY's doing pretty decent. We really want to see the rotation level and call out any laggers and leaders, baby. That's it. That's all we need. So you got about 5 seconds. There it is. Market's open. Ding, 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 ding. Round one. Fight. My thing is lagging. My other charts, that's weird. I had other charts quote me faster. There it is. So drop your thumbs up on the video. Post the plays, baby. Laggers and leaders. Source that info. Morning DKS. Ford is going up. Ford 2% again. I like the overstock. I haven't looked at Roblox. Again, the Roblox lawsuit was stupid. They sued them for products disappearing. I thought it would have been a lawsuit related to it's just people saying they bought stuff and they couldn't find it. It's not as if they were sued for deceptive practices or how a lot of people get mad at the whole pay for play thing. So it was I think the lawsuit was negligible. Overstock coming back up. I want to take a look at those. NVIDIA down again. NVIDIA had earnings. So that could be an earnings continuation. TLT's dropping down. NVAX flying. Roblox volume down. Novax is up 3% there. Beyond up 6%. Shit. Beyond has been killing it. Yeah, you actually have momentum here. Yo, Beyond is that's a big move on Beyond. Again, it's made those moves and sometimes it's came down, but if that stays up, that could be good. Look for options. Good morning. UMC 870. Wells Fargo up 2. Yeah, Beyond is crazy, actually. If that comes down, we'll see. I need to check the options. The overstocks are kind of expensive. Actually, overstock is really expensive, low-key. Extra in Wells Fargo up 2. Beyond deal with KFC. I thought it's called Beyond Meat, not Beyond Chicken. I guess chicken is meat. I'm just saying it just don't seem like it adds up on first impression. You know what I'm saying? But who knows? Maybe I will not be so quick to judge a artificial meat by its cover. No, you got fat premium. The Beyonds are going to be interesting. You might be able to make a play on it. Oh, jeez. Are you serious? Bro, some of those, no, be careful on the, I mean, I would maybe do a debit spread. I mean, Beyond is maybe even just the shares. Holy shit. Bro, some of those options were going for, bro, those were trading at 18 cents. Viacom taking off. Yeah, our Viacom play is up 50%. I'm surprised. TLT is still dropping. Again, the CP, is it CPE? The PCE came in today, and that was hotter than expected. Roblox buttering, puts printing. Roblo is at 88. 88. My Beyond Weekly went from 0.5 to 8. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. I'm looking at contracts, and they went 18 cents to $2. It's not even showing. I'm like, dude, that's crazy. So Viacom came down. Beyond, I mean, if I really want to play it, I might just get the shares. Hotter than expected means inflation. So they were expecting, again, just like I said on the watch list, if you had the report come in with high estimates, that was going to be good. That was going to be bad. So on the PCE, you actually got more inflation. UWMC, go. Oh, yeah. There you go, baby. TrueCar went down. Damn, TrueCar. I was getting hyped. Overstock. Oh, Overstock came down there. I like the Beyond. We might have to wait on that. SPY even coming down. NASDAQ is actually the lagger here today. So hopefully you guys see that. Ford, the Dow Jones is leading. I think Ford is having a good influence there. Where's AMC? Yeah. They did what's it called? They did split the UVXY. So if lumber coming down, what does that mean for housing? It's like a lot of this stuff, even inflation, what you're seeing with the bond moves, the dollars, all of that. You see what's happening. It's literally you'll have big moves. It may move a little bit, but it's not going to really signify everything that's happening. So just be careful watching everything on the micro all the time. Because like you can see the dollar move, you can see bonds, but once categorize a move kind of by the quarter, not necessarily day by day to recognize the impact. Yeah, Ford's killing it. AMC came down. I think meme stocks chilled out a little bit. I like AMC. I wouldn't really pay too much for it. I bought it in at like $4 or $5. We know a lot of people bought it even cheaper. The contracts and loans, maybe, but you're also going to get your budget. And the budget today, actually with the infrastructure, they're doing a lot of stuff for real estate and housing. And even if I don't know if you guys saw that today, but they're even saying $6 trillion. How crazy is that? $6 trillion. Another 6. Horn, I'm here. Good morning. Good morning, not Josh. That's coconut water to you, ma'am. Okay. 6 trillion for what? I don't know. 6 trillion budget. We'll see. I think they're going to come back with a 1 trillion. But no, the budget, they might be able to do whatever they want. Again, part of that 6 trillion is going to go towards real estate. Again, part of the real estate plan, they're allocating, I think, $50 billion for your forbearances. So some of you guys might get mad because I know you wanted that everyone to fail. But they're going to do $50 billion towards anybody back on mortgages. They're probably going to support the banks. And then they're doing, I think, $300 billion to affordable housing. They have about $15,000 and $25,000 credits for first-time home buyers. And even if you don't qualify for those, I believe you could take advantage of them on your taxes. So it's going to be they're putting a lot, again, it's going to encompass a lot, but there's a lot of real estate factors and everything else. This beat is my recital. You should read your Bible. Wait, what? I don't think that's how it goes. Good luck, everybody. The community philosophy. Let's go, Joe. Damn, my house go up. Why? Where is NVIDIA? NVIDIA came. That one could be a good continuation, but you actually need it to actually come up. Roblox pop overstock. What about Beyond? I feel like I haven't seen Beyond hold in such a long time. That's the only thing that scares me about it. Excuse me, that inflation. It could be a little bit of inflation, but, you got to really think about it. What have they been, the last, I've even showed it on TLT, the last couple days, everybody is starting to get over inflation. You spent almost 2 months of the market realizing massive inflation, CPI, all of that. And then what happened? Everybody adjusted pretty quickly. So eventually what starts to go on is that, the fact that people aren't really responding to inflation, anything that causes more inflation, it's not giving the same response. So although I believe we have a lot more inflation than reported, and I think, again, I have a nice little lesson today for you on PCE. We're just going to go over what PCE is, and it's pretty good. You'll learn a lot. So I think it's getting to the point where as long as people aren't freaking about inflation, it gives them time to utilize more inflationary policy. So, my take on it, inflation, I'm not really too big of a fan of right now. But, if you are able to position yourself, you could take advantage of it. Man, Roblox just went ape shit. What the hell was that, bro? What the hell was that? Everything kind of turning up there. Again, pay attention to the laggers and leaders. There are some of the names that are doing good. Why are these so expensive? Roblox, Beyond. TLT is about to keep coming down. UMC turning around to the downside. Oh, you stupid. Beep, beep, beep. Those 100 are at 37. Good play. Yeah. Oh, really? Still at 37? We might be able to double dip, but go a little closer. That was a good place. I liked it. Is it penny stock after COVID? Tell. Solid play. We'll look at. Is it up a lot? That's the only thing. Any commodity play, a real good commodity play, it should look like an inverse of TLT. So it's like it's a catch-22 because if it doesn't look like that, I don't want it. But then if it does look like that, there's going to be a premium. That's my only issue with any of them right now. BA up 3. Watch airlines. Yeah, Roblox had a nice little turnaround there. NVIDIA earnings. Walgreens bounced back up. Walgreens could be a good dip buy. UPS. Didn't FedEx do good the other day? Yeah, FedEx, UPS up 1%. Dow Jones more stable stocks are leading today. Tech is down 0.12, Dow Jones 0.8, SPY 0.38, XLE and gold. Where's Apple? Apple coming up. I like Apple leading. Yeah, bro. Boeing, dude. Boeing is breaking. It's breaking through the level again. Anytime through here, it's been this is like a 3-year resistance. I like Coinbase stock. We're in it, but I think it just had one of the worst starts ever. It's gonna take some time. I think either to more earnings or more crypto hype, but that one's gonna take some time to finally go through. ZipRecruiter IPO. Yeah, Ford is great. Has Elon Musk lost his mind? Newsday Club. Is that a link? You give me rubles? My guy, my friend, my ruble friend. How are you? Huh? My name is Igor or Nico. Nice to meet you. Everybody know Elon lost mind. In Russia, Elon mind is perfect. Here, this guy is a nut job. But the car very cool. I very like it. People say he genius maybe. So, not too bad. My name's Nico. Nico Bellic. Igor Barchenko. Bro, Roblox is literally like RuneScape. I love it, bro. I saw Roblox yesterday. I was like, all right, I wanted to see if I could download it real quick, and I got caught playing it for like 10 minutes. Based on the commodity issue that the cars will be clap made in 2021, 2023. Imagine how rough chips will be. Oh, wow. You're thinking long-term reliability? You think cars made during the chip shortage will have less reliability? That could be interesting one. Can you explain trailing stop loss for swing trades? I don't really use stop losses. Quite contrary, it's because I don't, and I say that just because I don't need to. What's it called? I usually don't trade with highly levered positions where I would need a exit, and I'd rather just allocate smaller and hold. But pretty much any of those like trailing stop losses, stop limit, all that, you could set a price, or if it goes past a certain point, it'll execute an order for you or put an order in. Got my oil changed at the dealership yesterday. They only had 4 new vehicles. Oh, Igor, my buddy. How are you? Again, give this guy a horn. Wow. I tell you, maybe we get along. Has Elon yeah, Elon's lost his mind. Are you promoting something in here, bro? Are you trying to promote something, G? I'm sorry. I can't let you do that one. You know, that's good. Please don't post. Yeah, don't click the link. That's sketch. No, Elon, what is this? This guy coming in here like TMZ. He like, oh my God, has Elon lost his mind? Click here now for more. No! Dealerships hate this one trick. Don't click here. No! Trust me, comrade. Don't you worry. The website is safe. How can I hurt you through computer? Huh? Come on. You guys are so dramatic. These guys, huh? You just got 2,200 off of him. You think I give a shit off of this? You think, what do you mean? Okay, or let him promote scam website on here? What is wrong with you, huh? There you go. See, now you get timeout too. You just time out. That's just so you feel it, you know? Like, we have to protect community. Okay? Don't click here. Don't click here. BAE. TLT dropping. Y'all don't, do you see it? Oh, y'all don't see it, do you? Do you see it? Can you feel the rates are rising? I like it. Maybe click the like, not the link. Amen. Amen. XLE, UPS and them still doing good. Where's Beyond? I like Beyond and Overstock. Beyond still holding up. The like ratio's whack. I mean, you guys don't realize it. You know, last time the like ratio was whack, it was Ford, and that play did very, very good. Why were you second guessing yourself on the watch list? I said if it went above 141, and because I mean, that's how when I think I know something, I like to test it to the chat. I mean, I'm not afraid of a counter opinion. I even said it like honestly, prove me wrong on TLT. I don't know if you remember the first TLT. That's what I said. I literally laid out a whole argument and I said, prove me wrong, that rates have to go up. I said the opposite though. At that moment in 2019. I said that rates have to go down. There's no other way they couldn't. So that's what I'm saying here. If you could argue this play, and you could, and again, people have brought up reverse repos. People have brought up a lot of stuff, but to me, it seems like, it's pretty concrete that rates are going to have to go up here. However, the timing. But like I said, you could get it would if you broke out of this range, it would make you hesitate a little bit, or at least I would. I mean, I know what I'm looking for. But I hope you guys realize the bonds are down today. And how many of you think bonds are down for no reason today? You had good jobs report. You had all of this stuff. I hope you see it. Is from the data. Which data? Oracle popping, $80. Beyond still going. I personally think it's the PCE. The jobs report was good. The GDP estimates were good, but I think everyone's ignoring the PCE. I don't think anybody understands the PCE. That's why we're going to go over it today. We're going to go over CPI versus PCE. But here's the number one thing you got to look for. The PCE is what the Fed looks at, believe it or not. So that's why today's funny, because the CPI usually gets more attention, but the Fed, they take into account the PCE. So that's why it's funny. You're getting almost a 1% bond move, but nobody is, they're not reacting the same way as the CPI. Both of them are manipulated to a degree, but CPI is actually used. Again, we'll go over this in the lesson. They use CPI to adjust Social Security payments. So you got to think about it. If CPI goes up and it goes up a lot, they adjust how much they pay out to Social Security. So the Fed uses the PCE, believe it or not. AMC is coming back up. You might get a raise next year. Depends who's negotiating your wages, whether you guys agree with your company or if you have a union advocating for you. That's the whole point. It's Joshonomics. Right. No, okay. No, I thought it sounded way better in my head. Bro, Ford is crazy. Bro, this is 15% in Ford in 2 days. And this is breaking, bro, this is like a 10-year level. Even look at I brought this up on the watch list. This is crazy. Bro, you got Ford coming back. It's a very, very key level here. Even 14 itself, 13. And on best volume in 10, 20 years? No, I don't want a union. I like making less than I'm worth. Well, that's the thing. Different industries benefit off of unions more or less. That's why like I'm not anti-union. I think some industries really need it and if but some don't. But the point is how can you negotiate your labor essentially? Are you able to know what your labor is and can you actually advocate for you can negotiate all of this. That's what employers do. Every single you got to realize inflation is so important because employers when they're making especially with unions when they make a 3-year 5-year contract for they're basing it off of how much they expect payments value to rise inflation. So how you negotiate that could either be better or worse. Unions don't help themselves or it all depends. It's every industry. Some industries it hurts the employees, some industries it really really helps them. Coin, Apple, Beyond is still going, bro. Beyond 13, those options are crazy. Whenever Beyond comes down, I'm gonna want to get in on it, but I don't know if you're gonna miss moves in between, but I'm not gonna FOMO. But I like again, you can see it. This is just a momentum play. Over AMC's positive now. AMC's getting some steam. I would have played Beyond if it was cheap. Like I couldn't even find a cheap play, or like you could, but like I don't know. I guess I was pretty scared by the premium. I bought shares for the comment, but aren't they in debt? And they have the government for tax breaks. Yeah, and even then though, I mean, I think it's going to help them. I think one thing with Ford that a lot of people are underestimating is how much they're going to get from the government because of the EV tax credits. Don't forget what Elon did. Elon lived off of taxpayer money. Oh, what? Sorry, Elon. Let me well, no, yeah, Ford is moving like a growth company right now. Again, they don't have the dividend, but at the same time, Ford it's a real value play. So there's a lot of risk. They went from holding value, dividend, all that. So when it starts moving like this, it is very it's good and bad. But that's part of the risk. That's why I'm thankful for it. We got in. We bought it at a high, but we got it at a good price. So we get some of that cushion, but it's a real value play. There's a lot of risk. You're buying something that was out of favor, and that's why I said if they're able to get what's it called? If they're able to get if they announce that they're returning their dividend, this shit's gonna go crazy. Beyond still going 15%, Boeing up 4%, Roblo overstock slowing down. Tesla moving up. Yeah, Tesla just switched gears right there. Is there news on Tesla? DoorDash shooting up too. Yo, what's going on? Tesla? DoorDash? UWMC. A lot of things just got weird volume in there. Jesus. Did it only film me on one? All right, I made a play. Overstock moving. Yeah, did y'all like the video? Y'all feeling in a friendly mood? I'm feeling in a friendly mood, you know. I woke up and drive today. You know, you have a good attitude today. How you feeling, man? How you feeling? I miss you. I miss you, man. Hope you're doing good. Is that the play I got? Everybody, grain. FedEx. Top right chart. This is DoorDash. This is Beyond. This is Ford. This is ATT. This is the high-low ticker. And I love you. Do not trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I did a riskier momentum play. I've been looking at this. It kind of came up here again. At least the premiums haven't been too crazy. But I decided to go with a DoorDash. Do not trade this. Again, risky momentum play. DoorDash 185 call for June 18th. I grabbed two of them at 85 cents. So again, these contracts are, I like it with the momentum, but you can see how they've kind of gone up here. But the premiums have been a lot lower over the last couple weeks. Any of the other momentum plays I liked, they all were expensive. Now my voice depends how I sit. Depending on how I sit or if I yell. Yeah, AMC above 20. Is this an all-time high on them? See, I gotta sit up a little better. You know, some good posture. Oh wow. AMC is higher than yesterday. That's amazing. AMC. Wait, I am Sue, AM Sue. Oh my gosh. The DoorDash play, it's a June, it's a call. I mean, it's playing momentum again. You could get an idea. I really hope you guys, I don't know, I kind of want to try it for a week. I kind of want to just not tell you guys the strike price, but I'll tell you guys the month and everything so you can figure it out. I told you guys to play on that one right there, but you see my general idea. I mean, so if you can't figure it out, or like, you see what I'm saying, I'm playing a momentum play. I'm going for the upside. I kept it about $150. It's out of the money. You see what I'm saying? So that you don't need the exact strike price. This is your opportunity to really learn, because you're getting my timing, you're getting my direction, you're all of this shit. So you're able to, you got 90% of it. All you got to do is experiment and see what happens with the contracts. So in this case, I just grabbed June DoorDash calls, and I spent $150 or $170. Robla. Oh, Robla, you're so pretty. Feel great, baby. AMC is different than AMCX network. I believe so, right? Anybody isn't one of them like the TV side of it? $100K. You think $100K AMC? Man. Honestly, I believe some crazy shit in my life. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So I feel you. Anything could happen. X manages TV subscription. They really got people on the 100. Hey, man, all it takes is one. All it takes is one. You know? Didn't NVIDIA didn't really move on earnings, did it? Still only moving within 1%. Pending home sales down 4.4. Expiration 0.5. I have seen people lighten up a little bit. So I have been able to, like, some properties, some people are negotiating or they're not being as assholey. You're seeing the, you know, y'all really got mad in the last week or two. People were like, it's too expensive, and now you're kind of seeing some people they're easing off of crazy, but it's still crazy. Ford is slow. Well, Ford is up over 15% in the last 2 days. It was 10% yesterday, so I'm cool with anything on it. Oh yeah, I forgot that Ford Leap on the random account. Do you think that meme stocks like GME will eventually fall to reasonable valuation? I think everything will with due time. I mean, that could take 1 month, that could take 10 years. But that's how I see it. Everything, you know, eventually everything will have to test its value. If that makes sense. Everybody, you know, eventually, you know, you're going to, you know, like eventually Conor McGregor is going to have to fight somebody, or Floyd Mayweather. You see what I'm saying? It could be anything. I'm saying it could be tomorrow, it could be 10 years. But, you know, there's a lot of hype around something. People believe in a figure. People believe in something. Eventually, your battle is going to arrive where it really puts it to the test. GME. Popping. Let's go, man. Get AMC in the mix. Robo, Dash. The Dash is looking good so far. The premiums are cheaper compared to the last couple days. I know I see Robo. Robo again. NVIDIA earnings did not move too much. Walgreens, don't call it a comeback. I think that's a good value play. That's what I was saying. If it stayed down for the next coming days, I probably would have picked it up. I want Walgreens at a cheap price. Like I thought it was going to do what Altria did. Damn, son. Where'd you find this one? AMC 20. Did they add options? Did they give my boy the 60s? Come on. Oh, come on. Give me some 60s. Come on. Can I get some 60 calls? Bro, how is there so many options bought on this? See, look at that's what they did. Oh, you guys don't see what they did? Look at those motherfuckers. Look at them. Do you see what they did? They added all of these contracts. So between 30 and 35, they're going to make more money selling these. Ah, damn it. Damn it. The 40s becoming, look at that's at 180. I mean, that's becoming pretty decent, but still, I feel like we could get more. Overstock had the pot. Overstock up 3%. That was a silent mover right there. Mm-mm-mm. Bro, 5,000 of the 39 weeklies have been traded today. It's crazy. I've not seen crypto yet today. Mm-mm-mm. NTNX. Overstock did it. Overstock's testing the 88, 89. Damn it. It was moving so slow in the morning. McConnell on CNBC Live. Yeah, the Overstock, it's like cheap and expensive at the same time. But then they already have a weird, the options are moving with a weird premium. 3D. 3D systems popping there at the top. Mm-mm-mm. McConnell says Democrats plan to spend $7 trillion. Dude, that's a big amount of money. Again, that's on top of everything. That's so many trillions, like trillions. That's crazy. DoorDash a little bit. Is that in Bitcoin? Yeah, why not? I'm down in Bitcoin. How about that? You know, I can fully support a really crazy budget if you did it in Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Why not? Just do it in Bitcoin. So that way everybody, the government budget executed through the currency that everyone could get rich on. No? I think Ethereum, yeah, Carl Icahn. Did you not hear Carl Icahn? Carl Icahn came in yesterday and said Ethereum is what he likes the most. And Carl Icahn said he's probably going to be putting $1.5 billion into crypto. That's who you want. That's what we need. Like we thought we got lucky. We got cursed with Elon. Oh, but man, if Ethereum and Bitcoin can draft Carl Icahn, oh, Icahn. I don't give a what. That's my guy, bro. That's a real him. Oh man, all he's gonna do, he's gonna give you good press. He's a smart investor. He sees value. He ain't gonna tweet jack shit. You ain't never gonna see him. That's it. He's one of the world's billionaires, investment billionaires. He has had a very, very big investment career. Carl Icahn. He's the guy. He made what? Well, I think he started with like antivirus software back in the day. Like he was during the tech bubble and all that, but he was good. Good friends with Bill Ackman, but then he got big into oil. He's done a lot of different things. A lot. He has a good history. He knows he's a very wise man, I would say. Like he's just a very wise man. He's what we wanted in Elon. But that's it. Like if Elon and him had a kid, oh my god. I mean, I don't know. That's just I'm getting too ahead of myself. Mm, 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 mm. You hear Buffett saying inflation is soaring, and Munger say, "Oh yeah, that was a couple weeks ago." Even today's PCE, PCE ran hot today. That's weird. So usually throughout, I mean, we're gonna talk about this. I have a little, I got a lesson from the Fed. I have documents from the Fed. Well, it's on the Fed website that explains this. Like, that's what I'm saying. If you should really look into PCE. We'll talk about it here, probably after PHILO. But PCE running hot that's not what happens. Usually CPI runs hotter, and there's usually a big difference, but that gap is actually closing, which is, again, the last time that gap widened was 1970. What time about PC? I'm about to run to the gym. Get to the gym. Don't worry about it. We're probably after PHILO. You got time. The gym is worth it, though. The gym is worth it. AMC is ripping. I know you see me with my. Hey, someone did a Akon stock rap. I read it. I know you see that game. Stop creeping in my shadow. Okay, I'm sorry. It's a good day. It's a good day. Can you send a scream alert for the lesson? I can. I got you, baby. I got you. And watch me clap that all on the floor. Premiums on the floor. I don't think I'll buy more. It's clap. Stop, man. Stop. Don't let me. Inflation data already came out. The CPE or PCE was already higher than expected. It wasn't too high, but it was still higher than expected. But like I said, the problem is you had time. Like, think about everything Buffett said, Munger said, the Fed, how everybody reacted, the CPI. All of the estimates had time to adjust, and they still missed. That's not good. Coca-Cola's crazy growth. It's done good. Oh, wow. Even from the beginning of the year, it's been a nice pickup. Shout out to dividends, baby. What's my opinion on pancake swap with any over 100%? I don't really like those. I'm not really into those DeFi projects yet. I still think it's pretty. I think there's a lot of opportunity in that space, but there's just a lot of risk right now. So I don't really like invest in them. Yeah, actually, there's one I do. I like. What's it called? YFI. I like that one, but I'm still very. I'm hesitant towards any of those things. I'm very just conservative with it. Again, yeah. Any APY over anything. Some people have said it here that what's it called? They said that they have people who've invested in those high APYs and it's worked, but I'm not a fan of that. Kevin O'Leary going to DeFi. Yeah, that's weird. It's a very risky space so far. I don't know if like most people, you have to understand it. That's it. Like I understand it, and what I don't understand keeps me a little bit worried on it. But like I said, I just think it's pretty early for me. But I think this space has a lot of opportunity. Can you keep your place small, or does DeFi need to be a big commitment? No, you could keep it small. I'm pretty sure you don't. So you could, I guess that would make sense. Put a little bit in it and just kind of, if you had anything to throw away, or if you, that's how I'd view. I wouldn't put an amount that I'm like, yeah, It's going to hold like a dividend stock and give me a return. That's the problem. Just because something pays like a dividend or gives you an APY, it's not a dividend stock. You have to. That's where I think a lot of the confusion is coming now. Is that a lot of us are assuming that crypto is going to hold. It has the same stability as stocks when it doesn't. I did. The lawsuit against Roblox is soft. That's like a bull. I feel like the stock just went up and somebody doesn't want it to go up too high because that lawsuit was dog shit. You had an opportunity to go and bro, they should have sued them for charging kids, saying that they were, that they had manipulative price practices. All it was that there's a few people complained that they bought stuff and then the items disappeared. Like, even if that did happen, that could easily be remedied. But even then, it's not as if it was like the same. Like in Europe, like microtransactions got banned a couple years ago, or there was a lot of scrutiny towards it. You see what I'm saying? So it was nothing along that line. It was just more somebody saying, we got clapped on, we bought stuff and we didn't get it. They're saying it's taking advantage of people, but I don't think it was widespread, and I don't think it was predatory, nor did it have any of those gambling factors associated with it, like some of the other, microtransaction video games, which have had, material legal issues that hurt them. Ford, SPY's coming up here. NASDAQ is green here. Thought you were kidding about the Roblox Gucci bag. Nah, man, it's real. I posted on my TikTok. They TikToked it and talked it and ticked it into a news article. But I saw it on a tweet. I just posted the tweet. Surprised nothing collapsed after stocks, memes, and crypto all cooperated. Yeah, I mean, we're going to see what happens. We already got the inflation numbers. PCE came in hot. So it came in above expectations. We're going to go over it. The numbers came in. It was hot. It all came in hot. So like what was the number? It came in pending. Where was I? Just had it. Oh, there it is. It came in. Core PCE was 2.5. It was expected 2.3. Last one was 1.3, and then normal PCE came in at 3.7, and then it was at 3.5 initially. DoorDash coming up. Watch if Ford moves. Let's say ETH staking turns out to work perfectly. Then you could basically be collecting a sketchy dividend. Starts from something over 10, 20 years. It could be. And that's, it all comes down to risk reward, right? Because that's, if it works perfectly, I mean, what can go wrong will go wrong. So if you apply Murphy's Law, the question will be, is it worth losing what you have now? That's all. If you're willing to take that risk, you do it. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, baby. Horn. Let's go, baby. God bless you. God bless you. Boy, Joseph Delgado on stream for the first time. Another Chad is born. Joseph on. All right, let me go to the bathroom. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. And you guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. Got our plays in. Market doing pretty good. Growth is actually the lagger here today, so we will see. But we're glad you're here. Use this time to greet each other. Say hello. Say hello to the person below you. Tell me, what's your favorite growth pick for June? What's your favorite stock for June? I need a stock for June, baby. We need a stock for June. So I'll be right back. Please hold. You just now get Bradley Frizzle in the P. That's crazy. That's crazy. Dash store. Oh, look at him. Look at him. All right, be right back. Hold on. Snow volume. Hey, DoorDash. Beautiful. Yeah, NVIDIA, I feel like NVIDIA just didn't get any hype for the stock split. UVXY split. Now we might actually get some moves. CUWMC. AMC's killing it right now. Very surprised. Dude, this is higher than it's ever been, right? Oh, wow. Look at that. And the market is still holding up. Oh. Yeah, the overstock, it was just, that's this, like, the reason why I like it is the reason why it's hard to hit on the options, because it's had this steady run up here. So now it's breaking out very, very steady, but the problem is the contracts look like that. So any contract you're going to buy, it's slowly gone up and held, so you're not able to get the same, it's just not depreciating the same. You got a lot of, it's priced pretty appropriately. Spotify. I forgot Spotify. Spotify hurt me. Snap running to green. How is Snap doing on a day like this? It's just holding that 60 level. Very stable, more or less. I think you're gonna get. You already got pending home sales. You got GDP estimates. Jobless claims already came out. PCE. I don't know if you're gonna. You might have a couple Fed speeches. That's it. Australia lockdowns? I did not know that. If beyond that's, let me check the contracts again. I like the beyond. I just like when beyond moves, it moves. If it stops, it'll stop. Very, very bad. Like it's really, really momentum. Like until it gets good news and you actually see it like carried over. But those contracts are up 1,000%. Like literally contracts going for $1, and then bro, I'm seeing crazy last trades on them. It's actually nuts. But they're all up 1,000%. Check with Nigel on the Aussie lockdown. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what he says. Roblo, Ford. What other stuff? I'm surprised NVIDIA didn't move. That would have been nice. But that one might be a delayed one. Actually, it's kind of coming up here. I missed your super chat for June. I'm sorry, I can't see it. This doesn't show me. Was I in the bathroom? BB popping. AMC 23, no, 2280. I have 500 on TD ready to start. Which stocks are good buys? Stocks you use. And even then, I mean, I might even make a video on it because somebody sent me their portfolio and they were asking about, you know, how they're like, I feel like I could be making more money, and they had a small account, but they spread it out a lot. So like the best thing you could probably do is concentrate it on the smaller accounts so that, you know, you really don't want a lot of plays initially. You know, diversification will make things slower, where if you could stack it in one level, you could take more advantage of it. Damn, these are 250 now for the 40s. Woo! So I can make what? 750 to sell it at 1,000% gain. Is AMC this year's GME? Maybe, but GME was also this year too. That's the only kicker. Pinterest boards the video train. Is there news on Pinterest? Where is it? Amazon moving, Facebook moving now. Bro, AMC at 23.20. See, I want to sell that covered call, but I want 60 Because I don't know. I feel like 40 is still 1,000% on my shares. But I don't know. I feel like 60 is the price I want. How does AMC this week 25 call work with selling July 40? What do you mean? Selling a 25 call with the 40? It's not FOMO. Essentially, FOMO would I just want more money on the back end. I don't want to sell the stock. I want to sell a covered call. You think it might hit 40? That's why? Well, yeah, that's why. I mean, I think it could hit 40, and my cost basis is so low. I would rather, I'd want 60s. I mean, what's the valuation right now? 40, double it from here, 20 billion to literally get to the same valuation of GameStop. Whereas GameStop, I think AMC has more value than GameStop any day. And again, maybe I'm biased because I own AMC, but that's probably the reason why I bought AMC versus that's higher than GameStop. Yeah, to me, that makes more sense. $60 end of day. You're high, but maybe. No. Yeah, AMC is a larger float, though, but it's market cap. I mean, 450 million shares versus 70 million shares. People saying I don't know about 40, but I'm saying I don't know about 100K. But it's like I don't think it would hit 40 where I wouldn't buy a 40 contract. But then at the same time, I wouldn't sell the 40 contract just because I don't know. I'm considering the 40 contract. Yeah, I don't know though. The 40 is that'd be for July or June 18th, excuse me. That's 20 days. I don't know. 20 days to 40. I don't need to buy any contract. I have the shares. Like I'm up. We have good shares. Like that's it. I'm just trying to make my shares pay me so that even if it goes down from here, I still get the profit off the move. That's the whole point. That's what you got to realize about selling a covered call in this situation. It makes sure I get to it makes it so I get to capture some of the move, but I don't need to what's it called? I don't need to do anything. Like again, I could do a weekly. Honestly, is there a weekly? What are the weekly 40s going for? $30. I get $100 by tomorrow, but if this shit hits 40. Would you only be making the play as a big account? I don't think you guys are getting what I'm doing. I think a lot of I own shares of AMC since August. So we have these shares. We own 300 shares naked, uncovered. So all I would be doing was turning into a covered call play. I'm not trying to make a spread. I'm not trying to do it small account. I'm not doing anything except for selling what I already own. But I wouldn't be selling the actual stock as a covered call, just like we did with Roblox. The shares are already working for me, and that's where I get to, I could sell premium, get a little bit of a ghetto dividend, and that's it. I hope TLT goes to the low of the century. That's impossible. You could use my shares. Oh, shit. How many do you have? Wait, lending tips. How many shares do you have? I forgot. Yeah, I'm locking in a gain regardless of where. That's exactly what it is. Exactly. It's making sure I just get paid for I'm getting paid to own it. Dude, LT has like 1,000, I think. Why won't he won't answer this? He won't answer the question. I think he has 1,000 shares. Yeah. I think, and he bought him at $2. It's like selling Jordan for a premium when I know it could restock. So then, like, if you got 20 grand in there now, if you sold that 40, you would make what? You could get 3 grand. You could get your whole initial investment back selling the 40, and then guaranteed sell at 40,000. Ford new high. Let's see. We'll keep watching this. I mean, you guys will see this covered call play. We'll watch how it plays out. I have an idea. If anything, I think I could just sell some and then save it. I haven't been to an AMC since 2003. When was the last time you went to a GameStop? Let's see what happens. Let's see what he says. AMC pays a dividend? Wait, you're lying. No. Don't lie to me. 1999. Jeez, you're old. They do? No, there's no way they paid divvy. Then why would I sell this? I would never sell this. Yeah, they cut it. Stop lying to me, man. Why y'all know I like dividends. Y'all know I hold the hell out of a dividend. I'll be like, what's up, divvy? Divvy, divvy, divvy. Can't you see? Sometimes your yield hypnotize me. I just want the higher yields. Yeah, I don't think there's a divvy, bro. I think they had a divvy, but I don't think it exists. It says dividend yield 1.4. Say there is. If there is, I would want to hold it easily. That just, even though it would be a lower yielding. I mean, it says 1.4 was the last one. But that would change. That would be a game changer, for sure. At least just for me that way, because if I was already holding it this long, absorbing all the risk, if I could now get back 1% to 5%, I mean it would be a nice addition. Dude, it's only 7:40. Dude, it's still really early. It's only 1 hour. Airbnb called the uptrend. Ooh, that looks nice too. Good shit. Dash holding up. Bro, this is at 22. AMC squeeze hasn't even started. I don't know. Y'all aggressive as hell. Oh, Robinhood gives you new P&L. That's interesting. TLT new low. Just happy I found you guys. Thank you. Oh, shit. I got filled. All right. I made a play. I made a play. I sold the cover calls. I did 2 of them. My break even is $42. So, I just sold 2 covered calls on the AMC. So we just talked about this. You guys were seeing it. We talked about the 40. You can see here I have 2 contracts. I sold the $40 calls for June. I got $240 a pop. Is it $230? Oh no, that's a price. So I got $240 a pop. So it's not. So pretty much, I have 300 shares. I agreed to sell 200 of those shares for $40, and I got paid $240 each, about almost $500, $480. So now I could keep 100 shares, and I still get to hold my shares essentially come June 18th. If the stock is above 40, I will be forced to sell my shares that I bought for $4, $5 at $40. So that way, no matter what happens now, I get to walk away with at least 500 more additional dollars, which is probably about what? 30% of what I spent, because we spent $1,500 for this position. Yeah, we could always roll it too. So that way, I kept a little bit on the table. So now I have 100 shares extra. We still get to collect profit, and then even then I could roll over if I really get greedy. So yeah, if it goes up, I could sell another covered call, or I could just roll it over. Yeah, if you don't know what you're doing, if you've never done that, then and you don't understand it, it could get a little complicated. So not a recommendation. If it doesn't go past 40, I just collect the premium, and I get to keep my shares. So like imagine if by the end of June 18th, if AMC is at, let's say, $35, those contracts will expire worthless. So that contract will expire worthless, and then I get $500 pretty much. I need the water. I have to get a case of water. Ugh. If I don't, no. If I don't, I have to sell my shares. I don't have to buy them. So if it goes past 40, I would sell my shares at 40. That's what I agreed to. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I own the shares. So a lot of people are missing this point that we bought the shares at $4.95. So I have 300 shares, and so this is a covered call again. So if you think about it, when you buy that call, you're saying I will pay you $250 if you sell me 100 shares of AMC at $40 by June 18th. So I saw that offer and I said, okay, I have 300 shares. I sold 2 contracts. I am agreeing to sell somebody 200 shares at $40 a share. So the idea here now is that if it goes above 40, I will give them the shares at 40. But now they paid me $500. So it's a win-win no matter what. So if it stays above 40, I could sell them my shares. I would make 1,000% on the shares, and I keep the premium. If it ends up dropping and stays below 40 by June 18th, then I will be able to keep everything in general. I'll be able to keep all the shares and the premium. No, you're good, Eagle Eye. I know a lot of people are trying to understand this, but a lot of people are like, should I do a spread? Should you do this? It's a covered call. So there is a lot of talk over the shares, but at the end of the day, it's understanding the strategy here. This is not about, the play's cool, AMC, good work, God bless, but it doesn't matter how many shares it is, but it's understanding this strategy where if you buy something in the market, I've held this for almost a year. So now I'm in a position where I could make money off of it and I could still get upside and I could get paid for everything. So this is exactly what we did with Roblox the other day. We sold the covered call on Roblox, and you can see here, I've been making money on Roblox ever since. So, and now it's pretty much guaranteeing me a purchase price, collecting premium. I'm able to make money on shit that I own without having to give up all my gains on it. So I could still literally ride the AMC train another 100% until it starts to cost me anything. But now if it goes down, I get to make money off of all the premium that I got. So I only spent, for my 300 shares, I only spent $1,500. So I just got back $500 now. So I just made 30% on the initial investment because of this move. If it comes down, well, there you go. I get to keep the money. I get to keep my shares. So, and then if it stays up and does anything in between, I could even make more money on this. That's why we could do it. I sold old covered calls on Snap. So we already had covered calls on the long term. So then the rest of them, I did exactly how I did here. I did a portion of my shares towards covered calls. After that, I just wait. So I have 300 shares. I sold 2. Just like Snapchat, we have 600 shares. I sold 400 shares on covered calls. It's like selling a lease. Ford. So we could do that. I could even do the same thing with Ford too. So I think we bought Ford the other day at what, 12.30? I got those 500 shares on Ford. I could go in but the Ford premiums usually suck. Damn, a lot of people are buying the Ford contracts. The random account Ford Leap is killing it. We still got that. You ever sold a covered call, regret it? Yeah, 100%. Whoa, SPY. Yo, big red on the SPY. Hold on, something just popped. Yo, big red on SPY. Yo, that's crazy. Is there any news on that? I have not seen anything. Biden seriously considering Republicans' counterproposal on... Really? I think that would be good news. SPY dropping. That's a big red right there. There's no news right now. It looks like Biden seriously considering Republicans' counterproposal. But I don't know if that would... you would think spending less money would be pretty good. Okay. I made a play. I'm gonna do some short-term flips on this just in case, kind of like we did last time. That's a big move. I guess it does look small, but I think in a 1 minute scale, I mean, it's the biggest 1 minute we've seen in a while. It could be because of liquidity. It's something else. I mean, that's I don't think that one came out of nowhere, but it does look on the scale of it. It's not that crazy. Because look, that's only 400,000 in volume. Everybody says assume capital gains will get started in late April. Oh, yeah, there you go. That might be it, but let's see how that plays out. Yeah, I think a little overreaction, but I would keep watch on that. And then I made a June 18th SPY. I did a June 18th put. I did 2 of them to do for a quick flip. I'm not going to tell you the strike price, just the logic behind it. Spent about $400. So my idea is kind of like the last time you saw me do it. I think it was. I think it was an overreaction. It did look. That looked really, really big. You do pull it out. It does look kind of small here. But you even see it on the 10-minute. That candle, it does kind of stick out. But unless there's no follow through, it won't be there. But I'm going to get a, what's it called? Biden says capital gains starts in. That's crazy. How are they going to? Damn. That's crazy. So why buy a put then? I already bought a put. I mean, what do you want me? I mean, that's it. So I'll hold it up. I'll hold it there. Why no strike? I want to see. I want to try this for this week. I want to see how it plays out. They have to pass the 6 trill. No, I mean, I think the intention. So in general, I think the intention behind it will, whatever they get in there, I think it's going to have that effect. Where it's like if they start, that means every single crypto move, every single stock from April will get taxed in that. But again, it's only going to affect a very small portion of people, supposedly. But we'll see. And then even then, for the logic, why wouldn't I even sell it back out? Just because it's one of those things where I feel like I'd lose more in slippage. It's only been 3-4 minutes to decide. So worst case, I'll probably lose 30%, 40%. But then if not, it could work in our favor. The candle looks, like I said, a little bit more of a, I've even put it on the stream alert, it looks like more of an overreaction. But it's stuff related to that capital gains news. Are they saying late April? Are they saying late April 2022? That's the thing. But hey, man, if we get some volume and movement, it could be pretty good. Did SPY open at 420.69? That's great. Am I up on the AM? The AMC is probably going to hold value. Oh, wow. No, I made a lot on that, technically. Got over 10%. We sold it at 230, 240, and it dropped down to $2. It's a pretty decent amount, but only two made $80. Lower cost of government spending. I don't know. I mean, even then, even with this, it's just interesting set of news. I'm more concerned with the timeline of it because I think a lot of people were anticipating anything tax related, whether it's who it's going to affect or how. I think timing of it is. I think that's just new information. I don't think anybody was expecting it to be retroactive, if that makes sense. I think even myself, I was thinking everything would be 2022 or after they pass it and all that. But if they say it's going to be 2021 and April, like that was a month ago, 2 months ago now. Biden capital gain hike plan to curb ability to avoid it. Yeah, the move is it was a big move on the short term and then even on the 1 minute. But I mean, it looks like a news reaction. You've seen this type of movement before. You get a big drop, it's holding. It's either going to bounce right back up, or if it does continue, then we'll probably get more developments on it. Yeah, NVIDIA earned yesterday. AMC's coming back up. It's coming back up a little bit. Market brought that too, definitely. Definitely. Go, daddy. When you sell a naked put, you have to put up the capital and you're agreeing to buy it at a certain price. ETC is now tradable on Webull. Treasury Secretary Yellen testifies before Congress. Didn't she miss the other meeting? She didn't show up at the other meeting and she got in trouble. Yellen violated her legal duty. Yeah, that was wild. Square got a big pop. Yo, Square. Yo, good call out. Good call out, Jake. Yo, Square has a pop. Check news. Square team up to help sellers get discovered online in Google. I think that's it. Square and Google partnering up. Is that old news? You're ahead of it. It should be there. I mean, I said it may be old. It may not be confirmed, but right now you're getting a pop, and then I'm seeing something there, and some of you guys are also seeing it. More Biden news. Biden said to assume capital gains rate increase started in late April. Timing a capital gains increase proposal would limit investors' ability to avoid it. Congress would still need to approve capital gains tax change. That's crazy. I think that news is that's actually like, again, a lot of people have digested that it's not going to affect too many people, but that that's it. It's on TD News 1 minute ago. Yeah. So you got a little pop there, but the capital gains thing, that's weird. Yeah, it's kind of shady. You have it. Not too many policies are enacted like that. I don't know. It would be more bearish if anything. But again, who's it going to affect? That's the real question. It's not. It's only going to affect the 400K plus year earners, right, or a million, or whatever. But that's a new timeline that the market did not have. There you go. We're coming down again. Yeah, it's coming in because that news just hit. No, because usually, like, even then, remember what I told you guys? What did I said? Wait till the policy even comes through, because once you know what the tax policy is, you could do something about it. You could actually see how it's. Again, usually any changes are not enacted retroactively. You can't say we're going to announce a new law, you guys agree to the new law, but then we're going to put it in place from last year, right? That's like saying, it's like you're going to say you're going to make something. It's like if they made something illegal, but then if you did it a year ago, you could get charged. But in this case, it's a tax. They can't. Well, I've never seen it done retroactively, but they do. I don't know if they can or can't. I don't know. You know, like I think that's a different. You know, can or can't is an interesting question, because I think they can, but it's just not really. It's very frowned upon. I would say it's just not done often. Mm-mm-mm. Yes, they can, but can have legal challenges. Yeah. So now that premiums are coming back up, so that little fake out, that, like I'm saying, this is why I wouldn't, even if I didn't like it initially, it could have been an overreaction. Like I said, I was kind of willing to bear the pain, and now it's coming right back up. So we're gonna see how this plays out. Market should be just low volume, low liquidity right now. Or I wouldn't even say low liquidity, it's just low volume. I think liquidity is there. You can see that with bonds. That's a interesting. That one's gonna be interesting. Mm-mm-mm. I think it's I mean, why hasn't I feel like Amazon is gonna be just the next. I feel like I was thinking about that the other day. If you look at like GE, like General Electric, and their like unionization plan and everything, like GE has a pretty good union. They have a lot of people advocating higher pay and stuff like that. But like if you look at how GE has been taxed over the last 30, 40 years, it's like why don't they just get the tax money from Amazon? This one's very interesting. Google coming out 2 days with partnership announcement. Now Square and GoDaddy. So is that why GoDaddy went up? So SPY bouncing a little bit off. I think the market is kind of digesting it. It still could be an overreaction, but we'll see. It was a pretty boring. I mean, you had a lot of economic data so far. Market kind of operating like yesterday, and all of a sudden this just hit, and now it's kind of it's putting us in a weird. That's a weird piece of news. You want to add real estate to retirement? It's only available in TIAA real estate. Is that a fund? AMC again. AMC again. So now look, now I'm losing on those contracts, but again, it doesn't matter what the contract value does because I'm still gonna make. I'm losing what, $20 on the contracts per contract now, but then we make our money back on the shares. So that's why I covered call. I still get upside. I did not bet against AMC. I'm pretty much betting what's it called? I'm taking it. I'm extracting profits along the way. Square round 2. Yeah, Square's getting a little pop on that again. Yeah, you get paid to sell. Exactly. It's a very exactly. Snow's popping up. That was bad earnings, so now they're coming up. They're still not green yet. That's interesting. PCE after the PHILO. Could have made more money holding. No, technically I'm making the same amount holding. So that's the whole point. So if the stock goes from 23 to 40, my profit does not change at all. So I would make the same amount. So that's why only way I don't make money is above $40. That's it. But then I still have another 100 shares that would still profit me. So I'm technically making more. If it goes up to $40 and stays at 40, I make more money than if you bought the shares normally and held it to 40. Do I have a target price for AMC? Nah, and you want me to say 100K? No. I think the target price is whatever, my target price would essentially be get my initial investment back through covered calls over the year. That would be ideal. Because if that comes down, I can make $500. And then if it keeps going up, I could possibly get more if there's more hype. Say it. Say it. It's going to the moon. Say it. Say it, Josh. It's going to the moon. You know it. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Penn receives approval to complete acquisition of Hollywood studio. I mean, I just can't believe fucking what's his name has 1,000 shares. LT? What's wrong with this guy? How did this guy? He got all of it. He got the Dogecoin. He got the meme stock. I don't think he got GameStop though. Tesla. Yeah, LT says he has 1,000 shares of AMC. The tin, he does have it. He follows real news. Hey man, I got a lot of good value in there. I thought about it the other day. Like I was even talking to LT about a property and like what did he say? I said he wanted to get one. It was more risky. It had a lot of upside to it, but I said, why wouldn't you just take a safe property with like 4%? It's crazy how I said, regardless of, just because the market offers higher returns with some more risky stuff. I mean, 2 years ago, I would have loved the 4%, and I still do. So that's why I'm just conservative. I don't play a lot of, like, we still got the AMC's, but I don't like the crazy shit all the time. Again, this market has done crazy, and I have my crazy in different areas. But some people just took like LT took everything. He took all of them. He took all the hype. And it worked. I mean, you guys see it. It's not like you couldn't have not made money. I did miss out on, certain opportunities, a decent amount, but I'm not really as an investor mindset, I can't knock myself too much for it. Like I'm very happy with what I have. You had to make up for the compass play, yeah, and the refis. No, Airbnb has popping great. Mm-mm-mm. Your play is coming. And even in general, I mean, you gotta know your strategy or yourself more or less. That's why, because like me, I'm more like I like having my money, if that makes sense. You know, even if I've taken bigger losses, you guys have seen it. You've seen losses add up, but for the most part, I'd rather keep it for the most part. I try to, at the very least. I'm more focused on protection than active. I don't want 30%. If I could keep it safe with three, I don't like risk. Once you say you don't trade airlines, I knew. Different stages of life. Yeah. Well, that's why too. I mean, I think if you're younger, you could push it. Like LT's older than me, which is, ironic, but I think if you have that risk in your body, you could take it. That's for me. I'm like, nah, I ain't going back. Who likes risk? A lot of people do. You see it. I mean, it's not, risk is risk. If you can't recognize it, then it's just different. That's all. Snow's popping. Mm-mm-mm. Scare money don't make money, baby. $15 on Ford. Why did the market freak out to bond rates back in February? Now they seem to not care about it. It's like COVID. When it first comes out and you don't know it, you're like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. You see what I'm saying? You're like, oh my gosh, it's scary. That people didn't know about inflation to the extent that we saw it, and then eventually, uh, they came back, and then people are like, oh, it's not that bad. Okay, they're getting more used to it until more data comes. Roblox. Well, and I mean, and Roblox is a great example now too. Even with, like, that's what I'm saying. I take my risk in different areas. Like, it's a different kind of, like, my high risk is like something like Roblox, where still up 30 something percent in a relatively short time, but it's not 300% like AMC. That's this market is just offering different returns with a different relative risk right now. Yeah, Yellen is live at the banking thing right now. Oh, shit. The market is closed on Monday. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, Yellen's talking about the budget, and her IRS would get $400 million in funding in the 2020 budget. Treasury budget not kept pace with the expansion of department's work portfolio. Starbucks only goes 150. Ooh, at least you probably got it at a good price though, huh? I like Starbucks. I wish I got it earlier. That's when I kind of slept on, considering how much I use them. Stream Warzone for Memorial Day. Is that what you're supposed to do? I don't. We could play Roblox. You guys want to play Roblox role player? That's why I was getting idea, bro. We could just make our own world. We could make our own Roblox RuneScape. We can make our own RuneScape cult world. Bro, it was so dope. I'm telling you, Roblox was dope. Have you ever? What's it called? Brookhaven. I feel like such a child, bro. Oh man, it was actually pretty cool. I was very surprised. We'll call it Stock Haven. We'll call it Safe Haven. There you go. Boom. Tesla on a SPMS or TLSA, not Tesla, TLSA. Wish pop in. When this shit at 30, we still have the 100 shares, I think, from the iPad. Oh, Baba Pop. Oh yeah, 1.7. A lot of thing again. Look at the broadening out because there's still stuff holding up here, but the Dow is up a lot more, and now things are kind of leveled out. Remember, Nasdaq was red earlier. What was Roblo at? What was the other high on Roblo? SPY coming up. It's back. It's holding that level from the tax drop. It looks like it's not creating too much premiums on those puts. They're actually holding up. Oh shit! This is an all-time high for Roblo. See, but now take a look here. Let's look at the contracts from yesterday. This is what I showed you guys on the watch list. If you remember, if you see the play that we did, because it was a weekly, but let's see what price they're at. They're at 60 cents now, but we sold these for $1.25 yesterday. And look at these were going for, bro, these were going for 10 cents this morning. Jeez. 10-year 1.6. Yeah, bonds are coming down here. I mean, it's a big move on bonds today, even though the market is only 0.25% across, maybe 0.5% on the Dow. So, but like it's actually playing out here. So this is what I was. If it comes up here, it'll look a little interesting. We might get a stalling out day tomorrow, but then leading into Memorial Day and everything else, we'll see. Airbnb again. SPY coming out, breaking out of the little drop range. Oh, I forgot we got Dash. How's Dash? Oh yes, yeah, we got those plays earlier today. What are they at? They're up like what, 20%, 30%? What other TLT? Yeah, the longer term TLTs came up a little bit, but still not too much. Again, the pace slowed. You can see a bigger move on here, but we need the other stuff to play out. Where's the dollar? Dollar's up today? No, down. Interesting. We'll see. Dollar pretty stable while bonds got to move big now. SPY didn't do much. There's DoorDash again. DoorDash premiums are chilling out a little bit though. No, I did not play Trip. Bro, Ford at 15. We have to see how this plays. I can't believe Ford is. Bro, this is an epic. The volume is what's getting me on Ford. That volume is just crazy. Ford and football. Football decent. What do I like going further out the money? Is there a specific delta? I don't really look for the delta, and usually, I mean, this market's a little bit. I've been trying to get closer to the money if possible, unless it's a lot of time, or on something like the bonds. But even in the bonds, I've gone pretty close to the money. But in this market, you can't really go too far out. Like that dash is a little further out, but I believe that one's like a 2 standard deviation one versus 3. But on some of these, I just like stuff with enough momentum for it to actually move, because usually I'm not scalping the $1, $2 moves in between. I think at the money or even shares, I genuinely think shares are the best move right now in this market. Ford. Yeah, that's why. I mean, I grabbed the shares of Ford. I remember we grabbed those 5. That's why I'm like, dude, that was a big, decent position. But the fact that it did what it did, I was surprised. Like I'm up 25% now on the Ford position. We had older shares, but I'm still I'm pretty shocked on this one's you shouldn't have gotten that big of a gain. Ford is a really, really slow mover. So that was what? That was May 18th. I guess that was 2 weeks ago. That was last Tuesday. It felt like last week. Or felt like this week. But Ford, if they do execute on the EV, it'll be good. Warren introduced 1.52 trillion green spend. Dude, stop. Dark. Where are we getting these trillions? Dude, this is just buy real estate, dude. That makes me want to buy more houses every single time. Even Goldman came out with a report yesterday. You know that? There's a Goldman Sachs report on the supply issue with real estate. And even then, even when I look at the current infrastructure bill, they're doing what I'm expecting. They're just going to make housing more accessible and add all this other stuff. But housing is every stimulus. It's going to make housing go up. I forgot about my June 18th calls. Which ones? On what? Just like this. Fed typing. Warren talking about, dude, that's insane. See if any of the green stocks get a boost. I have the random account leaps, but what June 18th are you talking about? I have all those. Yeah, those other ones, those are just super far at the money. But those trades were made a year ago. Yeah, what on Ford? Or what are you on what? On Ford? What Ford June 18th did I get? I don't think I did, dude. I got a Ford 15. Hold on. I got Ford calls. Oh, and the random account, right? I know the random account we have one, but not like. Are you saying I got a June? I don't think I did. Let me see. Ford June 8th. They're up 1,000 per. Where are they? I got Ford stock. I think you did because I have a June 18th Ford. Oh, shit. Yo, no, I did. No, I did. Yo, I forgot. Yo, I have a John. Yo, I got a June 18th $15 call. We bought those at 5 cents, and they are worth 70 cents now. That's hilarious. That's 5 cents to 70 cents. It was on the E-Trade. I was like, what? Oh, my bad. I was real retarded there for a second. Well, let's sell. If I didn't know I had them, I'll sell 2 of them. 5 cents to 75 cents. That's a good, that's over 1,000%. I'll take it. I got one. I got one left now. So I just sold 2. Dude, that's hilarious. Spy. All right, well, I'm already exposed for that on today. Yellen coming out with a lot. Yellen does not see inflation as endemic. We have tools to address it. Prices for travel are moving up. There's shortages of chips. Used car prices are up. Treasurer Yellen says inflation is temporary. Expects inflation to be elevated for several more months. White House are monitoring inflation trends. Agrees that we don't want inflation to become embedded in U.S. economy. And then that's it. What's happening? I think they announced $7-8 trillion today. Yellen just said expect inflation, and then they're saying they want to fucking retroactively back tax something. So I think you just got to digest it all. It's just getting weird. But I don't even know. This is just it's a very interesting move. Because I got 13 back when you got that. That's crazy. Good call out. Thank you for reminding me. I totally ignored that. I did not even know. Shout out to Cole, baby. They can't retroactively tax things. It's expressly forbidden in the Constitution. Are you sure? I feel like nowadays I think everything is very subjective, and that's the problem. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Federal Reserve balance sheet's ridiculous. Dude, bro, take the Fed balance sheet and now factor in the government's balance sheet. Bro, a $6 trillion budget. They want to put a third of that towards green spending now after the other 4 or 5. However, I don't even know how many trillion deep we are right now. It's kind of crazy. That's why, I mean, again, it's if the market starts getting used to inflation, they're going to be able to keep passing inflationary stuff. So that's the good and bad about this. That's why you're seeing it. Everybody was if they announced this shit 4 weeks ago, nobody would have it because everyone was really, really worried about everything else. So now that we've kind of cooled off and that people are believing the transitory stuff, kind of until more data, it's getting it's able to slowly work its way in here. Inflated. Well, yeah, inflation does. I mean, it does help the debt, but it's not. I mean, it's everything else is just hard to. Like I'm saying, it's gonna have. There's always consequences, pretty much. You know, the problem usually is that the unforeseen. You know, most of this stuff you're gonna have really, really good 2020 hindsight bias, or 2020 just in hindsight. When you look back at it, you'll be like, how did they not see this coming? But that's what I'm saying, even with like the real estate prices, all of that. But as of now, people are pretty accepting kind of to a degree. I mean, we will see. What are the bonds doing? Bonds. I mean, we'll see if we get another move on there. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, the gap is going to widen, but I think they're not worried about that because I think their plan is to just subsidize. That's all. That's what I'm saying. Real estate and all those stuff is going to go up. The only thing you don't subsidize is the stock market because you don't need to live in a stock. But they're just going to start. And again, I already explained that a lot of people were saying, you know, even the talks we had yesterday about real estate, just far as today, you know, what is unveiled in the budget infrastructure for real estate, all of it is going to pay. There's a lot of money going to pay forbearance and all of that. So all the people who are behind are going to get money. I'm in a coat and we like to do push-ups. We in a coat and we like to do push-ups. We in a coat and we like to do push-ups today. Ladies and gentlemen, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press high chat. X out that chat, hit that thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We are glad you're here. You've been here for 2.5 hours. You got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, do 2. Can't do 2, do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm. Anything but get the body moving. Then, excuse me, right? There it is. Optometrist recommendation. Stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Rapid fire. Go. Blink, 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 blink. Pay the plug. I love you. Why'd I sell that play? That's because I didn't know I had it, and it went up like 1,500%. So I was like, all right, take some cash, hold one more, just keep it moving, and then we still have all the shares too. So do that. Next, I need you to relax your shoulders. Can y'all relax your shoulders? Can you drop your shoulders, fix that nerd neck, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. Boom, baby. Boom, you look good. You look good. You look good. You know that? Man, I wish I found you in my portfolio instead. Honestly. Like, that Ford was cool and all, but like, why can't I just like walk outside and I see you just like, I wish you, because you look good right now. You look so good. I can't contain myself. I'm sorry. Okay. Anyways, but you do look a little awkward with your legs wrapped around your computer chair though. Some of you look a little like a fortune cookie. You're leaning forward. You have the shape and posture of a fortune cookie. You were built like a fortune cookie or somebody who rides dolphins. You should not be wrapping your legs around your chair like that. You should have your legs in front of you. Okay? Your legs in front of you, planted flat. You feel good? That it looks good. That looks really, really good. But, stop kicking your nuts with your left leg. Or some of you you're resting your heel on your computer chair. It's really weird. You're like, your heel is on the computer chair and one leg is sticking out, right? Kind of awkward. So fix that. It's good for your body, okay? Then I need you to relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. U.S. Treasurer Yellen says there's a lot of slack in the economy. I heard that before, Yellen. She said there's a variety of reasons that people aren't moving instantly into jobs as economy opens up. Yellen says she does not believe that Biden's spending plans will be inflationary. U.S. Treasurer Yellen says Biden's spending plan will be paid out over 8 to 10 years. She says interest rates are exceptionally low. Most economists believe that will continue. What is she saying? What is she saying? Let's see what's about to happen next, okay? She's saying buy Safe Moon? You think? You chuckled on the inflationary part. I didn't mean to. Just some things naturally. Man, I'm just, oh well. Oh, yeah, I need to stretch. Well, wait, we got to talk about the PCE, bro. Y'all don't the prices have already gone up. The PCE. And nobody cares. There's only one person who cares about PCE. It's not the retail market. It is the Fed. Believe it or not. But get your push-ups in. Please hold. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. You're tuned in to 101.5 The Coat. If your mama raised you well, we could clearly tell. Dow Jones is up 0.3, S&P 0.2, and the NASDAQ Composite 0.15, baby. Got a long day ahead and a lot of inflation, but that's not what they saying. I hope you had a good day. I hope you're ready for a couple more hours, and I hope you blessed with the long term, baby. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. Vibe with me, baby. Enjoy your day with a good attitude. Oh, we back, baby. Oh, we back. We back. Do. Chatitude. Brum. All right. I made a play. What do you think I did? A ghetto spreader to Netflix. Calling G, I'm on the Watchlist. I got me my Roblox, I'm all in. Got me the Roblox, I'm all in. Whoo. See, this is fun. That's it. I'm going to try. Bear with me. I want you guys to learn a little bit here. There you go. You see? I can tell y'all what to do. Yeah, you give you idea, then y'all guess, and then y'all like factor it in, then y'all learn. Now, like, what did I do? Like, what would I do if you've been watching? What did I do? It's simple. It's fun, right? It's fun. You get to learn. You know, it's real life. It's real life money, too. You know, it's good. So I made the dash free. I sold one of the door dashes at $1.50. It's at $1.60 at the ask, so that would be 100% gain. So we bought it this morning at $80. So we bought two of them. I made one practically free. I pay like $10-$20 now, but remember I said that was a momentum play. We got the momentum. We were right on it. Might as well make it free and then go from there. The good old make it free, baby. I did the digital dash. Yes. Thank you for you and your commitment. I thank you for the same exact thing, baby. That's why. Let's learn a little bit, baby. Let's go get flexible. Stretch some legs. Move around a little bit. Put a smile on your face. Stick the attitude and drive, baby. They don't feel me. It might be too early for some of y'all. It might be too early. I understand, but we good. Only thing besides economic data, the plans, government plans now with the budget, the spending. That's why I said Friday could be a wild card here, because you're getting movement. So we're getting this was off of the tax plan and the capital gains tax, and then this was off of more spending environment bill, and then again understanding the full plan. So you had a lot of updates on spending today, as well as the economics of it, of the data. The jobless claims was good. GDP estimates, and then you have to also factor in the PCE, as well as there's one more data set, pending home sales. So, we will see, man. Roblo collecting the inflation and eating it. I hope so. I hope so. That was the plan. You know, I just want to own assets. That's it. Like, I genuinely, regardless of anything, I mean, I hope you guys have I don't know what you guys want on the short term. I mean, and honestly, every single one of you is very, very different. And I feel like I've kind of forgot that because I'm kind of seeing how, you know, everybody has a very, very different risk tolerance lately as the market is adjusted. So, but my plan, if you know me and you know how conservative I am, you know, my big thing, I just want to own assets right now. So even Roblox is great, is going up, doing all that, but I like the underlying logic of when I bought it. And everything else right now, it's like I'd rather own something than not, especially real estate now too. But doesn't mean that prices won't fluctuate. Even real estate, kind of, it's operating a little different than it has the last month or two, but it's still pretty active. So, thanks for those mysterious forward calls, baby, dude. Yeah, Najee. Woo. On. Are you concerned with PCE? Didn't it beat too much? No, I am concerned with PCE. I would have been less concerned about PCE if it wasn't paired up with another bill attached to it now. So not only is the PCE number, again, it's only been 2 months, so the transitory argument seems believable by a lot of people, but I'm not down with the spending following up what's happened. So following that up, and like I said with the PCE, that number came in. The PCE is what's it called? Where was it at? It came in at 3.7, and it was estimated at 3.5. That's headline, and then core was 2.5, and it was estimated at 2.3. But then you have to realize they had 2 weeks after the CPI to adjust estimates. Because remember, you had a 3 standard deviation beat on the first one. This one wasn't 3 standard deviations because after the initial CPI, they adjusted the estimates. So now they adjusted the estimates higher, and it still came in higher than that. So, and then if we're going to go over the PCE after the PHILO, you'll if you understand the difference, it has a idea. The difference, though, they call headline. So even the CPI, if you ever get the CPI, they call it headline inflation. That's just normal CPI or normal PCE. That's including all of the metrics that they measure. When they say core, they exclude the volatile functions or the volatile industries like energy and food, because those prices are going to be more volatile. They're used every day. So core is excluding energy and food. So both of them came up. Who is they? Well, it's actually, here's the difference. Business and labor statistics, they do the CPI, and then the business administration, I believe, or is a different administration, does the PCE, but it's a governmental agency. So they've been doing this for over 30, 40 years. They take the data, they monitor it, and every month or so, they come out with it. Well, we're going to go over. I'm going to go over the Fed's explanation of PCE versus CPI for you. Dash is still going. Core inflation no, you're going to get year over year. Today we got core PC. We got PCE. You're not going to get CPI till June 10th. So we got PCE right now, and then, but remember, we're coming off the other CPI. Jay Berg with the peach, baby. We love you, Jay Berg. We love you, Bradley Frizzle. You're a good one. You're a good one, man. God bless you. Appreciate you. When do you get the DMT and LSD? When you ignore all of the data in front of you, and you're at that point, you're just living in another world, you know. So I don't know. I'll talk to Yellen about that, but we'll see. But otherwise, your CPI and PCE are actually quite important to you in this day and age, considering we haven't seen a move like this in 70 years, 30 years, or a little longer, actually. I want to even check core. Where is PCE? Eric. Businesses say tax plan makes business planning difficult. Yeah, that's especially if it's going to be retroactive. That's why I said most of the time. Remember, we were all worried about it initially. It was an interesting move, but then at the end of the day, you know, you have to wait for the tax plan to actually know what it is. But at the end of the day, it's very hard to plan when you don't have a strict set of what to do. The plug. Yow. Orn. UMC breakout. Well, we'll see. You're going to get a lot of people are in at the $9 range. So whatever happens around $9 is going to be an interesting level. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday, but thank you. Oh, yeah, there's a lot. Well, a lot of people are in at 9. So how many people are going to back out? You know, a lot of people are like, okay, you know, I don't like this anymore. Biden says he has not had a chance yet to go over Republican counterproposal. He says he'll release report on origins of COVID-19 in full unless there's something he's not aware of. Biden says administration will have more to say on Republican infrastructure proposal next week. Biden says he spoke with Republican Senator Capito. And he says infrastructure negotiations will have to wind up very soon. Yeah, like feel me. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got for DraftKings. What are you working with, baby? Oh, Roblox popping. DraftKings looks good. It's not up as much, though, on today. From the Roblo to the DraftKings to the TLT on the lows. God bless Chadadonia. I kind of regret not buying more Roblox. I mean, I could say the same, but I have a good position on there, and I'm just more. I like the confirmation of it doing what you see. I will take the confirmation than the gain any day. Again, go watch that video 2 months ago. Well, damn, almost 3 months ago now. So that's why the confirmation of it I like more because there's a lot of noise right now. But what I am seeing on the inflation front, or at least with assets, gross, all that, I like that. That's what I'm getting out of all this. That's what I'm saying. I just want to own assets. Today's volume is a little worse. It is, but it's also. I don't think liquidity is the issue. I don't think people are doing it. So that's why it's like I don't think liquidity is the issue. I just think it's both volume and weighting. Again, a lot of people are how I am right now. You have to really think about it. It's like I said, even if inflation is bad, why would you even sell off? There's no reason. Again, even as we're waiting for this, with what you're seeing, the trends from if the 1970s is the only historical context I could apply this to, and a lot of people feel the same, that is what makes, that's why it's like you just hold everything. So I don't think you have a liquidity issue. I just don't. I think now you're not getting as people are not ready to pull the trigger as fast as they are when you don't really. Again, you're having uncertainty with taxes now, all the way down to just what is if this inflation isn't transitory or not. There's going to be effects on there, and then you got to ask yourself, what are those effects, and so on. Yeah, the dash play, bro. That dash play's up at 200 now. Woo! Let's go. $8 per share AMC. Sold cover calls with 20 strike a few weeks back. Expire tomorrow. Should I let it roll over a ride? I would hold it till tomorrow. I mean, hold it till expiration. If it falls below 20, you'll make all the money on it. But then you can what's it called? You could roll it over, but I'd wait till tomorrow. And then I would just roll it over. That's what I did the first time. Because remember, the real estate guys, they sold those covered calls that one time. They did it on accident during the first run-up. And what I was able to do was I was able to roll it over, limit the loss, and then still get some profit out on it. So that you'll be good. I mean, I think that's the best part. The covered calls, you'll be in a good position. Either way, you'll get a guaranteed profit. You might be able to buy back in lower, but being able to roll it over would be good. Would retroactive tax help with the inflation problem or make it worse? Well, taxes have an interesting effect when it comes to inflation. That one, I would have to think about that a little more. I don't know. I'm thinking it would help a little bit, but then what it might change. I mean, if it's retroactive, the reaction you'll get and how that could affect assets, that's what I want to. That's where it's kind of a little bit more uncertain. Just how people would take it. Because that's a big, I don't think can anybody find, maybe someone could Google it, y'all could verify it. Has any tax ever been implemented retroactively? I can't recall off the top of my head. It seems like if it was a really long time ago, but I don't think it ever has happened like that. That's why it's kind of interesting. Yeah, they call it RICO. Apparently, it's not. I mean, in the Constitution, it's not real. Again, it hasn't. But I mean, if you could pass the bills that they've all passed with this, I mean, again, some stuff's not even getting voted on. It's getting passed no matter what. So it's the real question is, I think in 2021 they could do whatever they want. I mean, nobody cares right now. Or at least, I mean, again, I just remember when people would trip out about stimulus. That was a big deal back in the day, and we're getting one new stimulus a month for the last 5 months. They've happened in the past. Yeah, when? But like when? The 1913 Revenue Act was the first one with an effective date before the day of actual enactment. Generally, the increased tax is applied retroactively to the year which it's enacted. Yes, but that's the thing. It hasn't been enacted yet. I think it's just been talked about. That's the interesting part. It said, and then that's 1913. Tax reform of 1969 had more than 40 effective dates. Many were retroactive to one of 20 pre-enactment dates. So then, yeah, like 1969. Yeah, 1970 again. So then that would make it just that. There you go. If that's the only time, 1918, 1926 Revenue Act was applied to entire calendar year that preceded enactment. So yeah, I think the last time was 1969 then, where they were able to do that. The answer is yes. Tax increases could be retroactive and not just to the current year. There are few constitutional constraints on ability to set effective dates of legislation. I think that's why I think makes this interesting, because it hasn't been enacted yet. That's the issue. That's why I'm like, that's really weird. But so it has happened. Again, it seems like the last time it happened, though, it's a historically, this doesn't happen too often. So that falls in line with what we were saying. That's why the reaction will be interesting. In 1993, they're part of mid-year budget plan, so that's sooner. Targeted mid-real estate high earners. The law created upheaval at the time. So 1993 could be a counter to 1969. Otherwise, the last example is 1969. I wonder what is going through Powell's mind. That's such a good question. Mr. Dernardi. God bless you, bro. Retro tax is like a robber who robbed you a year ago coming back to your house telling you he did not rob you enough the first time and wants more. I'd be like, yo, man, come on. Eli Lilly, they had a huge gain yesterday and they're moving big right now. Oh, Justice Department criminal probe. Eli Lilly over drug manufacturing at New Jersey factory. Eli Lilly inquiry involves prosecutors in Washington and New Jersey. Eli Lilly, yep. Criminal. I was like, what? I was like, bro, why is it moving? It's not really a big mover, so be careful on that one. And it had a big move yesterday. You saw it before market over. It looks like it just hit right now. Justice probe into Eli's preliminary could result in no cases being filed. Preliminary, it might not drop that much. Is Figs out? Or did you guys do it through the Robinhood thing? Oh, Figs is out. You guys said that's like, someone said their wife said that's the Eli Lilly, the Lululemon of scrubs. You're down. You need some supportive talk. Just hype yourself up, bro. Attitude. What's yours is yours. Oftentimes, you must lose the trade to get the one that's coming to you, habibi. Attitude, PHILO. Got a share for IPO. Nice. So did it work on Robinhood? You've been saying it for an hour, but here's my I mean, I was kind of worried about the Robinhood thing, but did it meet criteria? We're supposed to come in at 22. How many shares? 26 million. Yeah, I'm not. That's it. Especially after what's it called? Especially after Coinbase. That's the criteria cemented itself. That's it. I learned very, very easy off that, especially in this market. We haven't gotten, you need good demand. In a world where demand is easy to come by, if you got the right thing, you need demand. God bless the vets. God bless the cold. Most importantly, God bless the long term, baby. God bless you, Julian. You have been here. I've seen that name. Amen. What a day. Today's been action packed. You got Eli. You got Eli Lilly. You got the data. You got the yelling. You got the budget. That's it. Bro, they should just give everybody a house. I think this is how it happens. I think one thing gets passed, and then another thing gets passed, and then everybody just starts like shooting crazy ideas off. Because even I'm like, yo, man, fuck it. Just give everybody a house. That's it. That's what I'll support that socialist ass shit. Give everyone a house. That's fine. That's fine with me. I don't care. I don't care how it'll affect rents, whatever. Just give them a house. Just give them the damn land. Just give everybody a crib. I mean, again, that is the projects, but still, we should give them a house. At this point, I'm like, I'd rather spend $6 trillion on houses. We're going to do what's 70 trill, huh? Yeah, I guess there won't be any. If everybody got a house, there won't be them. I don't know, man. We don't have to think about the consequences. God. Yeah, I don't know, man. No, but you have to realize, I mean, even then, with what I saw in the infrastructure bill, they're just going to give a ton of money. Like, think about it. They're going to offer $25K for, like, closing costs, $15,000 down payment, everything, right? All of it is just, they're paying the banks, realistically. They're just going to allow it. They're going to make it accessible to get homes. That's always been my theory, and the bill shows that. And God said, give them not 7 trill, but 77 trill. I think banks will pop. They'll probably get something out of it. 40-year mortgages will help. But they're going to do all sorts of stuff. They're going to give credits. They're going to make it easy, accessible, or they're just going to give cash to people. Like, literally, bro, and even then, part of the plan, if you qualify for a $15,000 down payment assistance, right? But let's say you have taxes, they'll give it to you as a tax credit. So let's say you have $5,000 in tax debt, or you're going to owe $5,000 in taxes in a year, and then you buy a home and you use that down payment thing, they'll give you $10,000 for the down payment, and then you could write it off on the taxes too. Or let's say you buy a new home and you qualify for that, and then you don't end up doing it, you could still take the credit and apply it to your taxes. So if you qualify for that $15K and you end up getting a house and you have a down payment and you saved, you could write off $15,000 from your taxes because you could still claim it. So there's that, and then they're going to give you $25K for, I believe, closing costs and other fees. So you know how we kept talking closing costs? So they're going to make it where certain people who are at the most people will, if you don't own a home now, you're probably going to qualify for it. That's what my theory. They're going to make it more accessible. And then that's what I'm saying. They're going to get a $25K credit. And based on that $25K credit, you could use that for closing costs, fees, everything else. But again, this all still has to get approved. But that's part of what they're doing. And then they're allocating 50 billion or 30 billion is being allocated towards is being allocated towards forbearance and repayments for the people, so that some people don't have to foreclose. Pretty much here's the thing. If you buy your home now, you're going to pay a premium a little bit depending on what deal you get. But then you're more likely you're going to make a ton on appreciation. But, if it takes 1 to 4 years to get all of these programs in place, you'll benefit off of the equity. But then if you wait to buy the home, you're going to save on fees, but the home is going to cost more. Do you see that? So it's either or. So that's why so the question is, will the property appreciate more, or if you wait to take advantage of those programs or even just naturally qualify, what's the result going to be? But even then, based on my theory, both parties, even if you waited and you used the government program, based on real estate and inflation and the trend from the 70s, you're still going to see houses increase. Again, even Goldman Sachs came out yesterday. They issued a report. Goldman Sachs, they said what I said to you. They don't expect the housing supply to drop for the next 3 years or increase. They said even with the credits, even with the forbearance, all of that, foreclosures, they're saying that because you have another new issue. You guys don't know this is something they brought up that I didn't bring up. I wrapped it all into the home ownership rates, but it does bring up a very good concept right now. You have to realize there's something happening in real estate now that didn't happen in the last 5 to 10 years. Does anybody know? Let's see. There's one factor we didn't talk about. It has to do with home ownership rates. Not rates, not material supply. The code is here, baby. Ooh. More buyers. How so? There it is, baby. It's the millennials. Millennials were not buying houses in the last 10 years. They all were scared of 2008. They all had student loan debt or whatever it was been. But, you don't remember? Millennials preferred the experience in traveling than buying a house. A lot of millennials didn't want to be tied down to it. You had our generation of millennials were not purchasing homes. Now they're starting to. That's what it is. Yeah, it's a whole generation of pent-up demand. Millennials are starting to buy them now. That's what they're noticing. So home ownership rates have already they're lower, like I showed you, and that was part and part because I was one of very few millennials buying houses in 2015. All of my friends thought I was younger at the time, 6-7 years ago. A lot of people were, you guys still think I'm crazy buying houses. A lot more younger people, they were not down with what I was doing. So yeah, they've been waiting essentially. So that's why you're getting that is gonna also impact the supply. You now have a big shift of millennials shifting down. They're down now. You still needed back then. It was like even in 2015, 2014, you still needed. It was harder to qualify. You couldn't get it unless you were really rich or you were cash rich. You had to put a lot, or you had a job. You needed a W-2. It was so hard back then. It was crazy. But the houses were cheaper than what they are today. But now it's easier. There's more money. There's more loan programs. There's way more things you could do now. So that's the difference. It was harder to qualify. It's easier to qualify now, and it's going to get even easier in the future. Roblo, new high, baby. Mm-mm. Millennials make up the largest percentage of workforce and interest rates at all-time low for them to buy, and they are the group that owns the least real estate. So that's and they're the younger population. So there's a lot of that I overlooked that. I didn't I was just looking at broad home ownership rates in general, but it does make sense that like you get a little bit of turbo from the millennials. How are they easier if they're requiring 10% down? Because they didn't have that back then. So in 2015, a bank statement loan nobody would give you that. Like non QM was very, very hard to find. You couldn't even do 10, 20% down. You would have to do a conventional loan through a bank. FHA was very, very hard as well too. And you needed, even if you made 150 grand on FHA, the requirements, it was a lot different. So they've eased up on it and they're allowing other what's it called, they're allowing other loans to go through, and now like it used to be 15-20% down for everybody in 2015, 16, 17. You were up until like 2018, 2019 it started to change, and then after covid now made it a lot more easier. So because there's now more, they had to for a year, they would just look at your bank statements instead because your normal credit and everyone's jobs didn't work, right? You had unemployment, all that during COVID, so they were just looking at your bank statements at that point. That's why it was that was a golden opportunity to buy a house in the middle in 2020 because your previous standards, the debt, it was very hard to look at. So a lot of lenders were able to justify and they had approval to simply look at if you were making money during COVID or not, and they used that to qualify you. And then it slowly started looking into now with there was less equity, less demand. Now they're slowly starting to qualify the property more as well as the buyer as opposed to just the buyer. So it became, even in that 5 year, 2015 to 2020, it became substantially easier. And now as the prices shoot up and now there's going to be more governmental assistance and governmental, when they inflate and tax and do all this stuff, and then it leads to real estate prices going up. People know this. So then what happens? You have to get government funding and assistance to support the real estate market. So then that's why it's going to get easier. People have qualified during 2020 with unemployment. Well, it depends on your situation. If you were on unemployment, though, you weren't going to get it. But not everybody did it. That's what I'm trying to say. I know a lot of people are saying it's unaffordable, but there was a lot of people, if you genuinely like didn't scam the government and you like saved up your money and you didn't claim BS, you could have qualified for any loan. If you just had with your normal money or anything, and you could have now took that saving and put it into real estate, and people did that. Like people really, and then there's people who did scam the government and they still took those forgivable loans and put it right back into real estate, amongst other and stocks and other stuff. Eduardo, welcome, baby. Would they give tax credits for filing if made before? I don't know, and that's the problem with the current situation in the news today. When they say they're going to retroactively do stuff, it creates a problem in that it's hard to plan. Keys at the house next Monday, baby. Let's go. I'm in a minute. Well, I'm bored. Hopefully you're excited, baby. Glad to see you. Our biggest concept, if you've been missing out here, lately is attitude. So keep that in check and watch your life change. Create the world around you, baby. Lenders will average out your last 2 years of W-2s, even if you got unemployment. Yes, and that's what I'm saying. They were still able to do it, and they were willing. They wanted to spur activity, and that's what they did. And that's why I'm saying, though, if you if you walk to a bank, even now, even like right now, go to a lender, and you have a balance sheet, and you have your income and everything, and you have no unemployment, no forbearance, none of that, you are gonna qualify easier. Watch. That's it. Like, we've had people qualify even with it, and then we've seen on the back end it negatively affected some people. Self-employment had a harder time in 2015. That's what I'm saying. If you were a trader, you owned your own business, you were a real estate agent in 2015, you needed 2 years income. So if you had the money in 2015, you couldn't get a house till 2017 because of your self-employed. But now, during COVID, you were able to do a lot with the what's it called? You can get a mortgage without a job. We did it on stream. That didn't exist 3 years ago, 2 years ago. We did it on stream. We called them and we say, "Yeah, it's a lot. It's tougher naturally, but it's again, I've been self-employed most of my life. Believe me, I understand this. That's why it's way easier now. I'm telling. Even we called and we showed you guys. We had the live calls. We said we're traders. We make what did we say? We said we made $50K a year or something. and they still I have a loan printout. The lady said she'll give us a house, everything. We said we're a day trader. We said decent credit, and they were down. The lady was ready. Bro, that lady would have gave us that money right the next day. That was a lot back. If I tried to do that in 2015, 2017, no way. That was the day we knew we were back in the bubble. But what did they do? And then rates shot up after, literally the week after that. What happened? Rates shot up and house prices shot up 20%. You guys remember? You guys know that, right? I was so mad. You guys don't remember we did that? And then literally the rates just all started shooting up. And then that's when all the house prices went even crazier. She didn't see the collateral we had. We called that cold. That was a cold call. I said it because all you people with the attitude that are, I just want, somebody said yesterday, I think it was Luke or Nightco, this is what I'm preaching with real estate. Is it affordable right now? It depends on your situation, but it may not be affordable for a lot of people. Does it mean it's unattainable? No. It's attainable. It's not affordable. That's the attitude you need to have, and you will be very successful with life and real estate investing. It's very, very simple. It is attainable, but right now there doesn't mean affordability is one thing, but attainability, you have it, and it's going to get easier, but it's attainable right now. And that's where I say if you have that attitude, you'll see, because that lady, we called that lender and we called her cold. She knew nothing about us. We said, we have no job. We trade for a living. We have no W-2, self-employed, credit above 650, and that's it. And she said 20% down. We got the printout and everything we needed to get the house. And that house has gone up 30% since when we did that, believe it or not. So that's where that's just this market that we're in today. It will get, that's what we're talking about. The whole budget. This is why we're having this discussion. It's not like I'm speaking real estate for no reason again. It's because of the infrastructure. Right now, they've put aside a lot of stuff for real estate. It's not a lot, but it's not a little, but it's enough to, you could see where their mindset is at. No, we did this live on this stream. This was in what, January? Early January this year. To elaborate, if it's attainable and not affordable, do you act or hold off? Well, you act in the sense of you work towards what you're attaining, what you want to attain, and you keep that in mind. You look. If it's unaffordable, you avoid that, but you still got to keep chugging along on that and looking for it and waiting for, you need your opportunity to open. The house was like 70 or 80K. That was a fun day. I got really, really hyped. Did you go for a non-QM like we did in that video? And that's the thing. Keep shopping around with lenders, and that's what I'm saying. You even saw us do it. It took us an hour. We got rejected like 4 times. We would call. Nobody would put us in touch. You saw it, even for us. Like, literally, it was the same exact. We put ourselves in your guys' shoes, and we did it, and you saw it. Bro, people were dickheads. They had no idea who we were, no idea how much money we had, no idea our experience level, anything. You would call. They were all awful. I called 12 in a row, remember? It was like 5. It was like, I think it was like 10 properties or something. We called a lot. I was getting frustrated. I was genuinely getting frustrated, and I've done this. That's why. But it eventually, that we did that on stream within an hour or two. We eventually said, this is what we want. This is what we're going to get. And it happened. Yeah, Iqbal. Yeah, remember what his name was, like Iqbal or something. Is Yellen still talking? I don't think so. She was earlier. Actually, no, she did. Yellen says Biden proposing investments that'll increase long-run supply potential, boost labor force participation. Biden budget assumes that over time rates will revert to low but more normal levels. Bro, she's pretty much hinted. Yo, that's my last name. Iqbal Sadiq. If you could prove that you make $50K a year, then a loan for 64 is easy. Not really. No. That's why you could thank Dodd-Frank for that. So that's why it's 60-40. So if you made $56,000 a year, you could only get 60% of that in debt, which is $33,000 divided by 12. You could only qualify for $2,800 a month, and that's assuming you have zero debt. This was a non-QM. They didn't look at your debt to income. So they wouldn't work like that. Go watch the stream, man. Go watch the stream. I don't know how your attitude towards this topic. I mean, it's good, man. All I'm trying to say is, prices are unaffordable to a lot of people, but real estate is not unattainable right now, and there's ways. And tying it in, even if you want to wait, God bless. There's no rush, because the infrastructure bill will make it where it's more attainable for a lot of people. But it is, if you're wielded with knowledge right now, knowledge made us a lot of money. It didn't matter your background or anything. I've seen it already from a lot of you guys, who refuse to, wherever you came from, whatever your situation, past experiences, you could aim for a high goal and you could get it. It's especially in this, and this is the time where a lot of things have been flip-flopped in this world. Roblox Peloton went up. Can you use your disability funds or future funds? Yes, you can. That you asked that the right way. Yeah. So if you have disability, that's income. You can. They may now. The difference is though, if your disability requires you to be on fixed income, that might limit you because now they're going to say, well, your income is going to be fixed and depending on your debt and all that. But then again, like I'm saying, if you go with that with some of these other loans that are available now and not the conventional route, which they have more of these options today than what they did a couple years ago, all you need is the cash. Dropbox pop. So I want you, your girlfriend came back to you. That's good, man. He said we broke up because religion differences. Why, bro? What happened? Or you're like, listen, Habibti, you're going to be my third wife. Three's time a charm. Come on, yalla. It is okay. I said that to a girl once. She got mad at me. So I feel. No, that's good news for you, bro. That's good news. Amen. He said my wife is a commie. I feel. Can I get on FHA loan if my wife is first time? Yes. And that'd be very, very smart. Because then you get, and that's what, bro, I know, Nathan, you're on the fence up. You're like half bear, half bull with it. But like, that would be the bet. Bro, if you get a house at 3% down right now, that's an easy one. Easy. 3% down, easy question. Robo, 52-week high. All-time high. So again, do you see the difference here with that covered call even on Roblox? Do you guys see it? I'm still making money. It's just slowing down my gains. So we sold that covered call. I could have got $5,000 for that now if I waited. But do you see I still made $3,000 on the stock today just by holding it. So I would have made $4,500, but the covered call makes me lose some of that equity essentially. My girls have good credit and all that. Should we try to get a house under my name before we get married? Yeah, maybe talk with the lender. You could see, like that's where Lending Tips is. Like Lending Tips is a genius with that shit because he could tell you what makes more sense. Like a lot of people, some of you guys have emailed and he'll just tell you if he looks at your situation, he could say, cut this payment, do this. If you could get this person with this, there's ways to, he knows how to run it. But yeah, just run both scenarios and see. I would say it would be better by yourself, but it feels like even though she has certain things, you might be able to just tack on her good stuff, and then they won't avoid. They'll avoid. You can make up for a lot more. I would get if I could qualify for a FHA, I would do the FHA. I don't care about the PMI right now. I never did. Again, it's access to it. Again, you're paying 3%. A lot of people you do this math, even if on like a $400,000-$500,000 house. If you're doing what, $225 a month in PMI times 12, $2,700 a year. So if you're going to put down another 10, 20%, times that by 10, it's going to take you 10 years to spend the same amount of that down payment. You see what I'm saying? So you're putting up, you're going to be pretty much paying that down payment spread out. And again, it is an insurance fee, so you don't really get the same equity. But I'm pretty sure you can make more money in 10 years. Than what you're gonna with that additional money. You could literally go get an FHA, live in that house, put a tiny bit of amount of money down. You're gonna pay the PMI, but then you could go take that rest of that $20,000 down payment and go get a rental property at 20% down. Robo Spy's chilling out again. We haven't really gone past this level. This was the little shock here. You think it's best to offer bid plus 2% right now? It depends what market you're in. Some people are chilling out a little bit. Some people, the Hollywood effect is settling in. Everyone's like, fuck this. So you could do it. I would, what's it called? I would, try to, it depends the area. If it's a hot area and it's a good location, the key right now is location. That's it. Get the best location you could get. If you get a good location, you win. So that's why we started talking about this. The assistance, it's all tied. We have an idea of what's going to happen, but the infrastructure bill that is going to give us what's it called? The infrastructure bill is going to it outlines some of these real estate assistant programs. I can't get a good location. It's better to wait. It's just better to just have a good just always just think it's attainable. Keep in mind affordability and being wise. That's it, you know? You just be smart. That's all you got to do. You know, some prices a little over could make sense. A lot of them don't. And then you have to be able to see, you know, what are you expecting from it? How can you reasonably sustain the property, afford it, hold it, all of that. Oh, did we miss our push-ups? Ladies and gentlemen, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We're glad you're here, but we've been here for 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, do 5. Can't do 5, do 4. Can't do 4, do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything, but get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Go rapid fire. Oh. Wow, that felt good. Woo! Oh, wow. It's great. Next, I need you to drop your shoulders. Fix that nerd neck. Okay? Drop the shoulders. Relax the shoulders. Chest to the sun. Oh, feels good. Tuck the hips in. Flex the core. That's how you sit, baby. You look good like that. You look good right now. I'm proud of you. You look amazing. With that good posture, you look ready to win. You look ready to Sorry. So get the legs in front of you, though. Your legs should be planted firmly in front of you. Okay? Your legs should not be, what's it called? They should not be wrapped around your computer chair. You were not riding a dolphin. Some of you are sitting crisscross applesauce in your computer chair. So please correct that. It's not good for you. We're just looking out for you. And finally, I need you to relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Woo! Amen, baby. All right, I need to go to the bathroom ASAP. Please hold. It's quiet so you can focus. Are you focused? White House spokesman expects to make progress on infrastructure plan before Congress comes back June 7th. Are you focused? Bro, that's crazy. Roblo? I love it. I love Roblo. It's great, great stock. I'm focused, man. Roblox is being pumped on Wall Street bets. Well, hopefully y'all had your opportunity at 60 to 70. We don't have we have a pre-licensing, like we're qualified to give it, but we stopped doing it just because we just thought it's easier to just refer you to, because some people could get it at better deals and less time. So you can check Real Estate Express. Why you hate why are you arguing with people, Uncle Phil? I need an attitude check towards you, okay? You don't want to stop provoking people, man. Just chill. Stop pumping Roblox. Relax a little bit. Take it in. Feel good. That's all. You don't need to. These are your boys in here. You don't need to poke. You know? Just chill. Hey man, you don't gotta lie to kick it. Y'all don't need to be y'all accept it for who you are. You know? That's it. It's all we're straight with it. Good and bad. Good attitude is key. That's it. Good attitude. That's stuff that's rare. Don't be the guy. What happened on the Zoom meeting? There's a guy on the Zoom meeting. Am I leaving? Well, I have a covered call on the Roblox, but I'm holding it for now. I mean, it's a pretty good gain on it, so we'll see. You had to mute it for a while? Wait, what? What? Who was? Email me. What was their name? Email me. Will I roll over a short call higher? Maybe. It's in the past. Dude, what happened? Jeez, that sucks. I'm sorry, man. Shout out Tyler and Trey, though. That's good. I like your guys' attitudes towards it. Amen. Amen. That's good though. I like the response. Y'all. Hey man, I think the response is better. Y'all like, nah, it's good. You know, it was bad. We just, we got that attitude out the way. That's fine. That's fine. You know, it's all good. God bless you. I didn't. It was you, Charlie Brown. Boy, still acting up. Oh, you hear that? That was beautiful. Oh, that's not cool, guys. Honestly, man, some of y'all, that's nah. I see someone sent me it. That's not cool. That was a mean net crack. But y'all should respect those guys. They help out with that. But those vibes are not acceptable. So y'all getting snitched on. I'm just telling y'all now that that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to ban people, but like I am gonna start banning a lot more people when it comes down to it. Because that's like, I don't think a lot of you realize, like, when it's like one or two, again, even, you got to always maintain a good attitude, but usually it's a couple people who really ruin it for everybody. You know what I'm saying? We want those to be free and access, but I don't want them getting distracted. If y'all can't come in with a good energy and like shit like that, it's not going to be good. And for everybody, just understand you're affecting more people than not. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. Nah, it's not. I don't know what happened, but the fact that they sent, people already sent me the names of who it was. That's what I say. Y'all got snitched on, and the fact that it's the same, it's names I've seen before. That's like, it's just not like, y'all need to just come on. I don't know if y'all like, sometimes y'all got to move on, and I've said that before to some people. Mm-mm. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, so if that was you, in the real estate, I'm banning you, unfortunately. And then any unban will be subject to, it's not going to be the same time principle as everyone else. Ford is a growth stock right now. Ford is definitely a growth stock. But it has value in itself too, but value in the sense of risky value, where it was out of favor and it's moved up a lot. You have no idea what's going on right now. What's happening is Roblox is going to the moon. That's the only thing happening. Mm-mm. Okay, I think we could agree on that, right? We could agree on that, right? I'm not tripping. Did I sell August? Damn, it's totally gonna hit 120. No, the covered calls I sold, they're up 100%. You could get six. You could get double what I got. So I'm like, damn. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, it'd still be a good profit. I won't complain. Mm-mm. No, you could snitch in my email. You don't snitch on them here, man. That's like snitching 101. Come on. But thank you. You like my positivity on Robo there. Yeah, UMC's coming up here too. UMM. Mm, 96. Bro, what the hell, Roblox? I mean, how many shares are in Roblox? Because at this point, man, how much of it is being hodled? 500 million. Wasn't it 380? I think 500 total. Mm. The love you have for Snap is now with Roblox. I mean, we could act like we didn't. I liked Roblox. I did. You know what I'm saying? It was a similar react. A lot of you guys didn't like it, or at least the people on when I posted that video. Even in here, you guys were like, y'all tripping. You guys thought I was tripping on Roblox. You guys were waiting to type negative shit when it dropped below 50, huh? But it kind of like Snap, but it took off a lot faster. That's why I said it confirmed my inflation theory a little faster. But that's about it. I'm up $22,000 on it right now. And then minus 3,000 from the covered call, so 19,000 total. My max gain right now is set at 50,000 bucks because of the covered call. Yo, Carissa, did you not hear me? Send me an email with it, please. Thank you. I have 12 stocks, not be just diverse. How big is your account? So if your account is small, I wouldn't diversify too big. Like if you're trading a $2,000, $3,000 account, you don't want to have too many plays. Oh yeah, I wanted to check. What's the Roblox hundreds at now? These are back up. Holy shit. Damn, we should have double dipped on this, man. That's crazy. Dog, these are priced. Oh, look at that chart. Yo, Roblo. I feel like Roblo is very hard to price in. Yeah, bro, they were 6 cents this. That's why I'm like, I feel like it moves so much. It's very hard to price. That's crazy. Hey, some damn clothes was okay with the Roblo. See, Dropbox. Even watch a spy and bonds. Yeah, Dropbox at 28? What the hell? Yo, what? Loan modifications being talked now. I'm just surprised Dropbox is back up. Dog, our leaps are back up now. So those free leaps that we have came back. That's crazy. Dog, that's crazy, actually. Nikki B, baby, stay mobile. AMC and Jack. Oh, whoa, that was a big move. Yo, Jack. What's up with Jack? Jack's Pack Inc.? What the hell is Jack? Jakk? AMC, crush those hedgies. Jack and Funko, are they the same? Jax, I miss him. Ooh. Funko. AMC going stupid. Dumb. Back up at highs. Wasn't Bitcoin already red? Crypto was kind of weak last night. Do I have a price target to take profits? I have a covered call. So I have 200 shares covered call today at 40. And then I have the other one, 100, just sitting there normally. So that's it. But pretty much this is kind of like Palantir. Do you guys remember like Palantir and Workhorse? So what I did with AMC is exactly what I did with Workhorse. So do you guys remember this play? So take a look here. We did here you could see I bought this at $100. It's not letting me scroll down that low. But then I bought 100 shares for $162, right? So then we bought that in May 2019, and then Workhorse shot up, and then I was able to sell a covered call at $695. Just like we did with AMC. So I spent $162 for 100 shares, right? And then I sold a covered call for $695, agreeing to sell my shares at $45. I bought them at $1. This is why I like selling the far out the monies. That's why you guys may think I'm really greedy. You may think I think it's going to go somewhere, but I've played out the money stocks my whole life. I know most of them expire worthless, right? So I got to make a deal with somebody to say, hey, I'll sell you my 100 shares for $45, and he paid me $700 for that, right? And then what happened? Workhorse shot down, and then a couple months later, Workhorse popped back up again, and what was I able to do? I sold another one at $880. See that? So at $880 now, I was able to get another $800 selling a higher covered call. So on both times, I only paid $160 for this stock, but I made about what, $1,500? So that's what I want to do with my AMC, is that if I bought the stock so low, if it ends up doing good and turning into a good play, all I got to do is just sell covered calls at crazy strike price every time it shoots up. So my Workhorse shares are free. I literally I spent $162 for the shares, but I got all my money back and I still own the shares. So that's what we want to do with AMC. So it's like I don't really have a price target. I just want to use this as, own the equity and make money off of what I own. It's an asset. It's kind of like real estate if you think about it. Covered calls is a great strategy, especially when you get this stock at a low price. That's where it becomes unbeatable. You see what I'm saying? So now I have it where I have a good position on this at $4.95. So even like lending tips, lending tips might want to wait a little bit, but this is what he wants to. If he did that with his big amount, you could sit on these forever. That's all. Because I could even roll it over, or even if it does hit, I'm forced to sell my shares out and I could get my profit. But that way you make it very, very good. But it's not. I mean, it's not always the bet. It all depends on what you buy the stock at. So if you spent a lot, it's harder to do covered calls with the same level of profit that we're doing here. But when you buy it and it goes up 100%, 1,000%, it's easy. It's literally, it's a cash cow you can milk forever. That's the idea here. Is it really a ripoff if they're willing to buy? No, because you could be wrong. I mean, that's it. A lot of people say, oh, they're this and that, but I just want to get a high price because, like I said, most options expire worthless. So I like to sell the lowest probability one. Yeah, we have a covered call tutorial, and I even gave a breakdown the other day when I did it on Roblox, but we've done it a few times. So again, I did the covered call on AMC. Remember, I sold these June 18th. I sold these at 240. They're up at 280 now. So I haven't really moved too crazy. But that's what we did here with AMC. And I got one more. Everybody in the AMC. Let's say you want the shares, it's better to buy a contract rather than getting the shares, huh? No. If you want to buy the shares, you would sell puts or you would just buy the shares. And that's why holding again, do you guys see why even with this covered call thing that you see going on, this is why the longer you hold an asset, the less riskier it becomes. Because if you own something and over time it's a good product, or even if it does just go crazy, but it holds up over time, you could just, again, you saw with I spaced it out every 6 months. Pretty much Workhorse was making me $800 every 6 months. I was getting like $100. Yeah, I wouldn't buy AMC right now to sell covered calls. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense in that because why would you pay $20 for it to sell and get 1% back at $40, right? The only way it really works effectively, or like no matter what, without a doubt, it's a win, is because I bought it so cheap. What's my Beyond? I don't have a Beyond play. I just had the Beyond stock, that one share we have. You could do a credit spread if that's just selling. Credit spread is different. Again, credit spread is selling a contract, buying one, but when you own the shares, you get more money up front and you don't have to pay for the coverage, the collateral. Buying deep in the money leaps, no. I'd rather do it with shares on there because that's the thing. Options, you could do these strategies. People call them synthetic, all of that stuff, and you can, but it's still vulnerable to time and different spreads. So, but I don't really do it. Costs. KOSS, that was the other one. Hype picking up. Yeah, you lose on a covered call. You on equity, you own and purchase far below current values. You still end up winning. That's the key. Like that's the real key that you want. So if I have 300 shares of a stock and it's up 100%, would selling calls be good at a high strike price? Well, think about it. Just think about it. It's up to you at that point, but you're better at, if you're up 100%, way better position than the other one because it still allows you to make more money and then make sure you actually are able to extract some profit based on whatever it's done so far. That is the real key. I'm still waiting on long-term pickups on the small account, but we did make the Coinbase one. Coinbase IPO screwed me too. It got everyone. They clap everyone. They clap everyone. And they dropped it and did 2 offerings. Oh. Being realistic, how hard can AMC squeeze in your opinion? Honestly, dude, I just don't even know. I don't know. I don't care. I'm just, I held it. It's doing its thing, but I'm not. I feel like this is like weather predictions at this point. There's no real like what am I basing value off of, right? So it could do anything. $1 million a share. Okay, so the ghetto spread, one of your buying is +9, the one I'm selling. So if you bought it already and you were up on it and you sold the premium, that guarantees it. So that premium saying it's down probably because the stock went up. Oh, wait, you didn't hear that? AMC has more volume volume and money than Amazon today. So I'm going to double check that. Someone in the chat posted that. That's crazy. That's crazy. $328 million in dollars, though? How much in dollars? Like, what's the dollar volume? AMC gonna buy out Amazon now? Maybe. Maybe. That's crazy. He's still going. But, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys are subscribed or live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button, baby. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Market looking a little shaky here. All right. So BRB, and a good moment might be occurring here shortly. Please hold. Now, everybody in the AMC, put your mother and hands up and follow me, huh? Everybody in the AMC, put your mother and hands up. What? Notice that this man does not have his hands up. This GameStop's got you gassed up. Now, who's afraid of the big bad hedge fund? 1, 2, 3 into the 4. 4 shares, 40,000, 50,000, more. 80,000, 90,000, 100,000 a share. Okay, sorry. This beat is my recital. I think it's very vital to buy AMC and... Oh, sorry. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting infected with AMC fever. AMC already diluted their shares, so that's kind of the positive. You got to really think about that. It was like half of, how much was it? It was a lot of money. Arquite popped. Oh, that's a big pop. I was saying, I don't know if it was UMC. I think Arquite it just might be part of the hype. No, didn't they dilute? Remember they did that offering, that was months ago, and then they completed it a couple days ago, I think. I'm pretty sure they diluted. They did an offering, and it's not bad. Oh, they backed out? No way. Really? Are you sure? I think they sold some, but if not, I thought that's what he did a couple days ago then. I know something happened. AMC is hot, hot, hot. So they offered it and then pulled it back. Interesting. I mean, shit, UWMC's coming up there too. If UWMC gets above 9, that's when we start getting crazy. This brings it back to an appropriate level, right below even the $10 situation. Is GME red now? It's barely red. If it goes really red, that means the money's probably going to go to AMC. Look at this SPY, bro. Even then, the SPY low volume again. And after those big moves, it looks very interesting. He did that to get the hedge funds to short it. Bro, honestly, it might have. I don't know, man. It might have worked. Yo, we live in the weirdest world. I love it. I love it. I love it. Sometimes I hate it. But, you know, I think it's just the attitude thing, you know? Just the attitude thing I've learned. Have you learned that too? Attitude been changed. Isn't it beautiful, man? Isn't it beautiful? I feel you. I feel you. I already have UMC up. He's in on the whole thing. He felt played. They're trying to put them on a business as a tax item. The thing I like about AMC is that, like, it could just genuinely be a real company that could actually have use on top. You know what I'm saying? Like, GameStop is cool, but, like, you have to realize what did GameStop do? They got more money. They fired their whole team. They got new people on, and then they started trying to pivot into different industries. They were like, oh, we're going to do computer parts now. We're going to sell computer parts. And then we're going to send, now we're going to do NFTs. Like, AMC, they're not going to change shit. They're just going to open up their theaters, and then that's it. That's literally all. So that's kind of the positive to it. AMC doesn't own the mall. Well, was it Carl Icahn? One of them. I think it was Carl Icahn. The malls are getting clapped. It's just not in general, like, the retail business is not, it's not there. At least AMC is still, it's a entertainment. So you don't have to, I can't go to the movie theater at home. I could buy a video game at home. Yeah, they about to put massage chairs in that bitch. Hey, man, let's go. I want AMC to turn into a luxury movie theater. You guys got the money now. Let's go. Let's see. I want AMC with a footrest. I want them to bring me sushi while I'm watching Frozen 3. Oh, I'm so down. I'm so down. Yeah, give me a Napa leather recliner. I'll be like, oh, is this Napa leather? Oh, y'all doing great. Y'all doing great. Arquite's still popping. Yeah, it's up there. Mm-hmm. All right, this is a nice Napa leather you got. Mm-mm-mm. You bougie. I'll take a large slushie, please. Man, that slushie's still going to cost $89. After movie theaters were already expensive. We not a factor in inflation now. Dog, he's going to be $52 for a Sour Patch Kids, $89 for a slushie. Like, you know, it's still, I mean, just for the experience, I guess. AMC about to turn into Cinepolis. I call it Cinepolis, but Cinepolis. I love it. I love it. That's why I miss it, bro. I miss the theater. That's why we bought AMC. You don't remember me when I was like, man, I'm going to go back to the theater ASAP, and I bought AMC. That was before it was hyped up, before anything, because it was just like, that was just out of love just to go back to the theater. That's it. I was like, it's going to come back. I was looking so forward to it. I was like, give me the stock. Give me, because I'm going to go. I'm going to go. Yeah, at minimum, it was just a reopening trade. Exactly. I'm a cheap ass. I bring my own candy. Oh, yeah, believe me. My parents taught me that ASAP. As a youngin', they had a lot of kids, you know. They couldn't afford that, so they taught us how to get the candy in there, you know. Well, not really. My mom wasn't down with it. My mom was like, that's a sin. My dad was like, that's expensive. So I was like, all right, you got to find the balance. You got to find the balance, you know? Mm-hmm. You know, they care, bro. That's their highest margin item, bro. Food, that they make so much money on food. It's crazy. Overstock at 90 could go crazy. Mm. Incoming PHILO inbound. PHILO inbound. Don't take cover up. Shut up. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're blessed, baby. Honestly, I hope you're blessed. And you might think, you'd be like, I'm not blessed. What do you mean? But I feel like blessed is a mind state. You got to accept the blessing, you know? If I gave you a house and you didn't accept it, I could put it in your name, but if you never believed it was yours, you would never utilize it. Isn't that crazy? So that's how we're going to start today. But I'll make this quick. This is going to be a little quicker PHILO. Again, we're going to talk about some stuff if you don't like personal development, anything of that nature. I'm not going to read from the Bible, but I'm going to just give you a synopsis of a story real quick. Or you could call it a new age, we could call it new age Buddhism, call it whatever you want. It's just wisdom, I like it. So, but at the end of the day, I love all of you. That's why we show up here every day and we try to give you guys good information and make sure you guys don't miss anything this year because I think it's going to be an exciting year. It already has been. So I want you to keep your peace. If this bothers you, you know it's coming. No one's misleading you. But I encourage you to approach it with a good attitude and understand that a lot of people here are very, very different. A lot of differences in diversity. So depending on your attitude towards what we're about to talk about, that will determine a lot. So that being said, I love you. Shout out to all my people with good attitudes. All my people who get excited by this moment. I hope you know it's beautiful. Again, I can't stop thinking about it. It is amazing. And I hope, maybe I'm recognizing that blessing a little bit more. And I hope you guys know it too. How valuable it is to be around people who can, especially when you want to focus on a good attitude and when you want to focus on positivity and having people around you to do that. And, seeing you guys every day, every morning, every night on the watch list is just beautiful. So thank you guys again. And I hope you're benefiting from it as much as it benefits me too, where you could notice these little small changes that amount to a very vast change in your life. So, what do you think we're going to talk about today? What do you think we're going to talk about today? It's a good one, huh? You like it? Yeah. It's it's a little bit of attitude. It is attitude. Okay, you got me. We're going to talk about attitude one more time. One more time, okay? But this one is very, very important in a different sense. But I hope you guys, again, I cannot lose this concept. I don't want to. You know what I'm saying? Like I said yesterday, that's the only thing you're going to have this year, even in the next 10 years. I don't know what's going to happen. The world is crazy. There's so many things. You know, you don't really know what to forecast. And I'm not going to be at mercy to the world. I hope you make that same decision where you have an opportunity to change a lot with your attitude. Actually. So I really hope you realize this, and I don't want this to be a PHILO that comes and goes. So I really hope you know why we keep talking about it, why it's so important. So this PHILO, and before I get into what I read yesterday and share with you the story and all that, a trick comes from that same book, Lead the Field, by Earl Nightingale. And the next thing he talks about is your brain power and how powerful your brain is. And I've noticed that when I actually give that concept attention, and when my attitude towards something is like, wow, my brain is powerful. When I have the attitude that I could do versus I don't, I've noticed I perform at such a crazier level. So I really hope you guys know how powerful your brain is. And my real question is, what are you using it for? You know, that's why you got to really think about how you're using your time and your mental capacity. Some of you are using it to beat yourself up. And I'm one of those people. I got a great mind, I feel like, and I've used it in many beautiful ways, but I've also been able to be aware of how if my attitude is finicky and shifts, oh man, that is a powerful tool that could be used against you. So I really hope you understand how powerful it is and understand having confidence in the ability of your brain and the power of your thoughts is going to take you a long, long way. And it will just get you encouraged. That's what I've noticed with it. When I think about, wow, my brain is powerful. You know, here's one of the best parts. Nobody can argue this. This is the scientific explanation of your brain. It's crazy. Scientifically, they've done studies, they've done research. Go ask someone who says, fuck PHILO, I don't believe in any of this God stuff. But they will not deny this concept that most humans don't use their brain. Literally. We are operating, 5-10%? That is the generally accepted scientific principle. That's not GAP, that's GASP. Generally accepted scientific principle, not GAAP, not generally accepted accounting principle. See, look, we'll throw little stocks in there. But that's the common belief, that we don't use our brain. And this is what Earl Nightingale even said. We spend, 40% of our brain power worrying about stuff that doesn't exist? What about the other 20-30% is towards problems? And again, you know how I am with these percentages. I can't add them up to one. But pretty much, I think it boils down to you use your brain to worry about stuff that doesn't exist, stuff that you have no control over, or health issues that don't really affect your health. And then you actually use a small portion of your brain towards genuine problems in your life that are real. So the brain thing is false. It may be, I don't know, maybe new age and all that, but I don't think we're using more than 20% of our brain, are we? Is that what did the new findings give us? What is it then? How much brain are we using? I know we're not using all of it. I'm firmly confident in that. So we use 100? No. Yeah, I don't think we use 100. No way. More than 10. I'll give you 10%, man. 10%. Hey, man, I'll accept it, but I kind of don't. My attitude is that, and this is what I'm saying. My attitude is that we have so much more potential. That's it. That's it. I think the power inside of us. So maybe it's 10, maybe it's 20. I might disagree with the 100, even if I'm wrong about that. I don't know. I'm gonna keep it lower. So, putting this into context, though, I hope you guys think about this. And this is what I'm saying when you really start thinking about how you could use your brain and spend time thinking. Very little people out there sit down and write 20, 50 ideas a day, just thinking, using your brain to bring about an idea of how you can do what you're doing better or just what to do. So, but even when it comes to attitude, it's very easy to get when I'm like shocked now because whenever I start thinking negatively, I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, I have all of this. I'm using my brain to focus, and I'm like, what am I thinking about right now? I'm like, I can't even control that. Oh, that's not even real. It's imaginary. It's all these different things. So I hope that this encourages you to understand that. Now, here's the PHILO of today. Okay? It is about your attitude and even dealing with negativity, and also in the same sense, just another key part of attitude. And we have a good example to look at. His name is Jesus Cristo. And I was reading a story in the Bible, it was going off of Matthew, what we read yesterday. And then the next day, the next chapter, this was like Jesus' world tour. He's walking. He's going city to city. He's just on a healing spree. He's healing Peter's mother-in-law. He's healing the leper. He's just going out, boom, boom, boom. He's casting out demons, all this crazy. It's crazy. But what happens? He gets to a city, and there's these two guys who are demon-possessed. And they're all possessed and all of that. And, people asked him they said, can you get him away? And what did he do? He healed them. He said, okay. And that's where he sent them into the pigs. And then, spy again, bro. Hold on. I think welcome, something about, there's stuff with like Hamas and Israel. I don't know if it's related to the budget. You got Big Red right there. Again, it's just relative to today, but these moves aren't, hopefully you could connect them now. It's something's happening, but it's not like OMG crazy. Oil's stable. Oil's doing the opposite. UMC $9. Oh, yeah. Bro, I'm only down 1% now on UWMC. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. So that means the other 1,000 shares, I'm only down 10%. And we got some drip, too. So we'll see. AMC's the Watchlist spy. But anyways, he gets to that town. He casts the demons out these people, right? There's all this stuff. And what do you think was the response? If you know what happened, don't say this story. But, like, imagine Jesus comes to your town. And, like, imagine there's, like, two people just like zombies. I'm trying to give you a good visual. I'm trying to give, like, imagine there's just these two zombies in your city and they just wrecking everything, right? And people are all scared, and then the guy comes in, gets rid of them. What would you say to the guy who got rid of it? What do you think their reaction was to Mr. Cristo? Thank you. That'd be a good response. Thank you. They were like, yo, Jesus, Arquite, bro. You'd be scared of him. You'd be like, yo, what the hell is this, bro? Be like, you work for Marvel or something? Yeah, you'd be like, are you a zombie too? Like, how did you get him? You'd be like, that guy has a bad attitude. You're like, thank you. Be like, good looks, G. Some of you would ask him how he did it. Be like, what's your name? Be like, you got an IG? Hey, yo, Mr. Cristo, you got an IG I can follow you on? That was dope. You'd be like, let's see what's about to happen next, okay? He casts out demons because he's in league with the devil. So that's what some of you said that already. Some of you said, can you come play for the Browns? Be like, yo, how fast you run a 40, Mr. Cristo? Like, y'all got interesting questions. You be like, oh, you got a long term? Think about it. You say, don't clap me next. Yeah, you'd be like, well, what's the play, Mr. Cristo? Damn. So here's the quote. What happens? He casts out the demons. The herdsmen fled to the nearby town, telling everybody what happened to the demon-possessed men. Then, the entire town came out to meet Jesus, but they begged him to go away and leave him alone. Damn. Like, I'm kind of sad now. Imagine him. Imagine it wasn't, hey, Mr. Cristo. If this was like a Marvel character, you feel bad. You'd be like, yo, he just saved the city. And then they all are like, who are you? Then they come meet him and they're like, get out. They begged him to leave. Isn't that crazy? What if you did that? What if you, some of you think you're going to do miracles with money? If you made $5 million and you go back home, you take care of all your family and all that, and then they're like, wait, they're like, come here, how did you make that much? And then they're like, nah, leave, man. That way they're like, I don't know how you did that. That's just weird. How would you feel? Have any of you ever done anything good for people or try to help somebody and they told you don't? They said leave. Man. So think about attitude. Right? I think we just like to view Mr. Cristo. Again, that's the whole point of Cristo. He was a human. He at least, you don't imagine if you had all these abilities and that was how you got reacted to. What would be your attitude moving forward? So that's what today's PHILO is. It's about having your attitude, and you get to see the example because you see what's going to happen too. This was 2000. This was thousands of years ago. You can't argue the time frame. A lot of people will say, okay, well, you could argue the story, but just think that this, even if this was just all fiction, and this story was written down, the literary of it, this is what humans would behave like back then, even where an artist or an author could represent that. That even 2,000 years ago, people would react the same way some of you even react. You'd be like, how did you do that? You must be a demon then. Some of you wanted to see him. You were like, yo, let me see him. Who is this guy? What's your Instagram? Like, that's crazy. Some of you would actually feel like, yo, I'm going to follow him. It's crazy how nothing has changed. So, this is going to happen. I hope if that doesn't tell you something about human nature, like, think about that. That tells you about human beings and a lot of it, especially some of you guys who want to experience success. You want to help people out. I know some of you do.
I know some of you do. I know some of you, and God bless you because you have the same heart as I do. Y'all got shit on. Y'all didn't get certain opportunities. Even then, and you did it all, and you didn't necessarily get the same help, but you would want to give it to somebody else. So amen and God bless you. But this is human behavior. This is going to happen. You know that, right? If this really happened, or if this is what an author wrote that long ago, this shit is going to happen. You are going to experience a moment where you're going, again, his attitude, he went out there and he started doing more and more. That's just follow this story. And then he helps people, saves them from a demon. And they're like, dude, leave. So I don't know. It all depends on his attitude. That's the key. Because you could get your attitude brought down by that. And I wonder, and I'm sure Jesus' attitude towards it was probably like, hey, I'm going to do what I got to do and that's it. Maybe his attitude was prepared beforehand. But guess what? You could see a lot by his actions. So this stuck out to me yesterday because I read this and I was just like, wait a minute. I said, why? Like, I was like, yeah, that seems natural. It seems normal. But then I'm like, why is that even mentioned? And then I couldn't really understand it. I was sitting there for a while just thinking about this, just trying to be like, it sucks. Like, I wish it was different. But I was like, I was like, that's an interesting story. Considering everything leading up to it, he was on a roll. So this is the point of today's PHILO with your attitude. Keep it moving, baby. Keep it moving. Because the verse ends there. That's Matthew 8. It ends at Matthew 8. But guess what? Damn, our AMC. How does verse 9 start? He goes on. Next verse, he gets right back to it. He starts healing. He heals a paralyzed man. Then he calls Matthew. Then he starts teaching him more. Then he responds to the lady. Then he heals the lady with faith. That's the point. I don't know if he was prepared with his attitude. He did know they were going to reject him. But it's crazy how you could have that attitude and still do all these good things knowing you were going to get rejected and shit on, honestly. But what even highlights it more is how he kept moving. That's it. It didn't matter. I got hung up on reading that. It's funny. I spent more time reading and trying to figure out the other people and why they treated him like that when literally he already moved on by the next. There was no split hesitation. He kept going and moving on. So that's the PHILO for today. I just genuinely want you to keep moving and keep this in mind. That part of your attitude and what's going to get reflected is your ability to keep moving. Where it is, what you get is what you put out. And sometimes you're not going to get that back. You don't have time. You don't need to try to figure that out. Keep moving. Keep moving with the initial attitude. Keep healing. That's exactly what Jesus did. Isn't that funny? A lot of people nowadays are like, I'm healing. I need to heal. Go, keep healing. That's what I'm saying. In a positive attitude. And go, keep doing. You see, that's the difference. Keep going. But he kept moving. And that's what I got out of it. Because and that hit me way faster when I just clicked to the next verse. Because I spent a lot of time trying to figure out them people back then. Whew. Crazy. So that's what I want to give to you guys. Because I give you a lot of attitude this week. And we've talked about some of the foundational elements and what you believe in and expecting that God rewards good and how important this attitude is to shaping everything and not waking up and drive. All of this. And like I said yesterday, please don't be naive. I'm not naive enough to think you're not going to have an issue. You got to just keep moving. That's the next level here. Part of your attitude is shown and reflected, and you can see yourself based on how you keep moving. Because the minute you stop moving, you're accepting what Jesus did. Because guess what? The whole story of Jesus, when he stopped moving, that was his time up. He kept moving because he said, it's not my time. He kept going. He didn't have to say it every time. But whenever he stopped moving was when he died. So think about that. Your attitude, and when you say, I'm done moving forward with my attitude, you are accepting that this is your time to die then. You may be alive, you may breathe, all that stuff. But some of you are ready to kill a dream with your attitude right away. That's what it is. You'll kill your dream, you'll kill your goal, your ambition. You didn't get received when you did good, or whatever it may be. But keep moving will show you your attitude. And the point of the attitude is that your attitude should say, I expect more from life. I expect that this isn't my time. I'm not giving I don't expect that right now, actually. It's my time, but my attitude, I expect good. I'm going to keep planted. And you'll see what happens. That's how he operated. But he kept moving. So I hope you know how important this is going to be for your attitude here. How attitude and movement go hand in hand. Have you ever thought about that? Especially with how much we focused on it. Have you drawn this connection now? That movement and attitude have a really good correlation. That's why when you're stuck in a place, it's easy to have a bad attitude because you're not moving. I haven't been able to work out as much, and I notice it's harder to get back working out. I haven't been moving. My attitude is a little different. And then that's why when you start getting moving, some people, their attitude gets a little crazy. That's why it's easy to lose humbleness when you start getting momentum. Yeah, object and see, it all connects. So, I hope you keep this in mind. And I don't know if I'm telling you never give up. I'm just saying, if you stop moving, you're kind of inexplicitly accepting that, and that's not what it is. You need to keep moving. And attitude and movement are going hand in hand. So watch yourself. If you catch this need to not move forward or keep chasing what you were going after and your goal and your dream, that might be where the attitude is. And then on the reverse, guess what? Some of you don't know how to fix your attitude. Maybe just focusing on moving forward might get you in that direction. You don't need to do anything crazy. I'm not asking you to figure life out and develop a habit tomorrow. Fuck that. That's hard. That's unrealistic. But to slowly build up this habit, but then just focusing on a little bit of movement and to keep moving. A little step, a half a step, any step in that direction. Now we're talking. AMC, baby. Attitude, momentum, commitment. There you go. AMC to the moon. Love it. I ain't started a movement. I just got my people moving. That's all we need, baby. That's why I'm saying the attitude is all you're going to need here. But some of you don't know how to get it. Start moving. Or just don't stop. There's a big connection. So, God bless you all. I don't care who you are. I hope you know this is the secret and how attitude will directly affect so much. And I hope this gives you insight, whether or not, with a story or not, just that people are going to get mad at you. Not everyone's going to like you. Not everything's always going to work perfectly. All you got, your attitude though, and how you move reflects that attitude, And that is going to tell you a lot or show you a lot to at least making sure there's success. That's the difference. It's not saying that things aren't hard, difficult, this or that. No, but the real question is, are you going to succeed through the adversity or whatever? And that success is dependent on your attitude. I got a mini clap. Y'all hear me? Hello? Okay, good. So, it's very simple. I hope this helps you guys. And I hope you just focus on it. I mean, at least if it's hard to focus on good attitude. And remember how powerful your brain is, though. And I'm telling you, it'll encourage you so much. Like yesterday, I burped. Like I had a crazy burp. And right when I was burping and I felt it, and I burped and I said, oh my gosh, I'm dying. I don't know why I tell myself that. I will literally like burp and it makes me feel a little weird way. And then I'll be like, oh my God, I feel like I'm dying. I'll be like, I'm dying. I'll say it and I never really realized what I was saying to myself when I burp. And that's why I was like, what? And I was like, hold on. I was like, okay. And then I had another burp come in. And then I was like, I'm not dying. I'm just burping. I literally thought that directly in my head. It's funny. Y'all think I'm so, this is all boiling down to me burping. I know. But that burp felt different. I'm just telling you. That burp felt a lot different when I didn't take the feeling of it and just thinking that I'm dying or thinking that it's this or that. Or like just not using the power of my mind to think about I boiled it down and that's just a burp. And I felt way different. Way different. So that's what I'm just giving you this reminder here of what you use your brain to tell yourself. And if you don't think it's going to physically make you feel some way, try it. Simple as that. Just try it. So, some of you, it's going to be hard to get the attitude. I understand. But I hope you now can tie it into momentum or movement, not even momentum, just keep moving. So either get the attitude right and that'll get you moving. Or if you don't know the attitude, keep moving and then that'll reflect the attitude. So, I hope you guys are excited. Because if you're excited, you should realize, wow, I have a really big brain. And I have a lot more potential. And honestly, I don't care what stat is going to tell me it's not. A lot of people want to say, no, I don't care. No, we have so much more potential. I know it for a lot of you. If you're not living out what you want right now, you have a lot more potential. You have that idea for a reason. So that's why it's exciting that you could do all that. And I think it's exciting when some of you realize too, wow, maybe I haven't kept it moving. Wow. Now I can. That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of the Bible, positive, all of that stuff, whatever you want to call it. Because it's realizing that no matter what you've done, mistake or anything, it's exciting that you still can hear this and can still change it now. That's exciting as hell. Some people will feel bad. That's your attitude. But if you realize you made a mistake or you realize you could do better, amen. That's it. Now it's time. Now we can move. Whew. So, I hope you enjoy it. I hope you're ready. I hope you take that to the bank, baby. That is your philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We're glad you're here. Am I positive on UMC? Oh, almost, baby. Almost. And that's why, too, PHILO, most everything, we've hit some good trades today, and we have everything. So it's working for us. Isn't that funny? It kept moving so we could work on our attitude. Okay? Amen. I don't know. That's the way I view it. And then that's why. And then whenever that stops moving, then we keep it moving until it starts moving again. Oh, damn. That's crazy. So please, enjoy some Uncle. And God bless you.
Benny, you bullish. But baby, I'm not from Chicago. Heard me talking about Ivy and dripping in bad. They thought that I came from the hospital. No, I just came back from trading. Chest to the sun, no vacations. I'm really not trying to be flagrant when I tell you that most of my calls will be naked. Funny when I make a bad play, I get a standing ovation.
Clovis spiking!
By addicts who try to get rid of this clap. But fuck it, I always come back in the AM. To the GG, what's that stand for? I am not a drug dealer, I'm a landlord. All my tenants see the roof. That Mercedes-Benz don't need one. I went from Bailey to Bel Air, from the slums to the Ville to the top of the hill to a street where you can't park a car without a parking pass. I'm just trying to chill with my boys in the island off the coast, bar hopping like it's Alcatraz. Watching make moves like a salsa class. Plus I got so many bars like the women in church. I already know you can't handle it. You ain't making moves, you a mannequin. You ain't got that flame, that candlestick.
They ain't got that flame. Tell them it's a code, not a game. Walk through the mud and the rain, just bring a little hope to the people in pain. I don't want lies, I want honesty. Negative vibes bother me. Stay up on your grind until you make it out of poverty. You ready? I'm ready. Let's get it, my bag on heavy. I'm zoom to the Fetty. My pockets look full, not empty. You loaded, I'm loaded. We never gon' fold, you know it. That's fast right there, go quote it. It's coke, we goated. Different level, it's level, untold. They watching, we popping like options. You know, it's real, it's really real. Like PHILO time. Cause you can't help but make a meal if your people blind. Restless, cause I've been up grinding, I just want the Lexus. Cooking up like I'm making breakfast. Oh, I'm eating good, but you know I had to bless it. Looked inside the mirror, told my demons hit the exit.
That was Benny, that was level. Fuck the demons, fuck the devil. Throw the pebble, be successful. You can't tell me code ain't special. I got rich, I made a stencil like a chair. It's really simple, the framework is intellectual. Ay, like Curry on the chain, my brother, you know, wait, I know you know the name. You ain't never seen my face, probably watch us in the game. Did it with a couple plays, let me kick a little lesson. You ain't never get a chase. What's yours, you always get what I'm really trying to say. Longer that you on the stock, more that it's getting safe. You ain't like the shit I say, I ain't trying to make you stay. Hey, I'm hitting plays, I'm hitting weights. Your portfolio all day, smiles filled with mostly grace. Apple, Amazon, and Facebook. You probably know the names, you probably thought that you should wait, then went and bought a course to trade. Benny, get some clothes and buy to close this shit. Clap them if they talking on some hopeless shit. Cause I've been there and going back. I told y'all that I'm focusing. I know they getting mad. The news is fair as well as motivating. Let's go and a shout out to the vets. Hit the players, then we sending in the jets. Don't be shy, you could send a pray request. And the list got everything you missed. I love y'all, baby. It's a cup. 2020. Talk to me in 2030.
You know what it is, baby. Cold music, 2020. We coming, watch out. On the radar. Tell them I just want the Lexus. We out here making moves, baby. Let's go.
Back then, I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map then. It's kinda hard to hear the hate cause I hear clapping. It's a call, baby.
I ain't started a movement. I just got my people moving. Woo! Uncle Answers, baby. All streaming platform. That was called Movement by Uncle Answers. That's a good one. That's a woo. Woo. Do you feel? Just keep moving, baby. Bro, AMC at 30. Let me see where's lending tips. Let's call lending tips. I want to see what he's gonna do with it, bro. Lending tips is like 30 racks on that now. I wonder. Let's see if he does the crypto. Is he gonna pull out, get crypto, pull out, get a house? I want to see if he sold covered calls. I ain't got him moving. I got my people moving. Ask them what you doing. Oh no, I ain't moving. Spies slowly dripping down. Uncle Anses. Uncle Anses. His name is Uncle Anses, you know? Hey.
Hi. The voicemail, Josh Messiah.
Yeah.
Please leave me a message after the tone. For a faster response, please send me a text message. Have a good day.
Hey, LT. Look, he's so corporate. He's such a suit. How did such a suit end up with so much AMC? He's like, hi. This is Josh Messiah. Yeah, look, it was better than his other one. If y'all remember a few years ago, he used to have a voicemail. It was like, hey, I'm Josh, and I'm your partner in crime. I'm like, dog, what? Well, AMC, as you see, we could have. Oh my God, I could have got $1,000 for that 40. Damn it. So look it, we could have got double. Oh. But now I have one more I could still sell. But I think tomorrow's 40. I mean, it was just at 30. So, dude, look at those contracts. 88,000. Yeah, well, that's good, though. Either way, again, we still get to make. It's not as if it goes to 40, I don't make that money. I just won't get the extra. But it's going to be good. I don't want to look at the week. Actually, maybe I will sell the week. I don't know. I don't want to sell that. This reminds me of GameStop. Bro, you don't remember this? Bro, this is literally looking like GameStop now. At this point, I don't even know. Because remember that first, remember we flipped the coin to sell the premium? And then it just like... It's a win-win. It's already popped, but this is where it just gets weird. So, with the premium... Can you... I can't exercise. Only I can get assigned. But we'll see. The difference is, does it hold up like it did last time? Is there a real shorts? I don't know. But that's a nutty move already. And then I'm just looking at the option contracts. Dude, look at the weekly. Like, these are all new contracts, and they sold 80,000 of them today. And then, where's the Junes? The Junes are crazy. Bro, remember we watch this every single day, do 50 to 100,000. Arquite, they came down. Even the SPY's getting drawn down with everything. I did not start a movement. I just got the people to move. Is there news? No. It's the same thing. It's like the weird movements we've got today. Again, I don't think this was a fluke because it's just moving different with low volume. Where's the VWAP? Probably that could probably explain a lot. Oh, even then, ugly. That's ugly. So it's not even I think there's a lot of different pressures mounting, and then the inflation. but not the monthly income. I graduate in 6 months and should earn more. Does a balloon loan make sense? It could if you could qualify for that, but it's going to have different effects. But maybe see if there's something in a lower price range that you could set aside some of the down payment cash for monthly payments. Right there could be another opportunity. Do I think this is the siphon effect? No. I mean, have you seen the movie Planet of the Apes? I think this is just an evolutionary trend right now where said apes, AMC apes, have evolved to some sort of mutant beast right now. So that's the only thing I could see from this. Devolved. I don't know what it. I mean, again, it just I feel like trying to explain some of these meme movements outside of just sheer supply and demand. Just that's it. I don't think you could even do anything. Taking notes furiously. Probably get a house with my current monthly income in terrible areas. What about like a townhome? Not a condo, not a house, but a little more utility. But then you'll have an HOA. See. Biden, I don't think he's speaking today. And it is end of the month, too. You're about to get end of the month, end of the quarter. So it could be some rebalancing. June 18th, UMC 8 calls. I would make them free. I probably would. Simply because you're in the money, but they just expire shortly. But if you can make some free, that's, it's good. Roblo October, you have more time. The June 18th, shorter term, you have to be careful in this marketplace because you will whipsaw right back up and it'll kill it. If you have time, it'll move a little different, but time is going to depend on how far out the money you are. Oh, Biden speaks in 5 minutes? Well, we'll see. He might move something, bro. Today was just a lot of weird news after all of the data. And in my opinion, I think the PCE was awful. I think I might be patient. Yeah, C, I don't think, go for the good area, but maybe even try to call some agents or call some houses for sale. And you're a real offer, if you're local too. So you're like, hey, here's my offer, and just see. You never know. Maybe throw some offers out. Throw some crazy offers out. See what gets filled. So find the good area and offer prices you could afford and see what they say. It won't hurt to try. Like, I do that, right? Like, I will do the craziest offers. Like, I don't even care. Like, I'll go in houses and I'll offer 300, even in this marketplace. Some of them I go above if I know it, but I still put in offers. And then if you are local and you're actually going to live in it, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have a stronger offer than the out-of-state investor. I hope you know that. Where you could come in, talk to the agent and be like, hey, like you just say, like, this is my house. I want it to live here. Like, My mom is an agent. She's the plug. She's in conservative. She doesn't like helping me. That's what happens sometimes when family or people, go find another. Just go call the listing agent. It's okay. Don't tell your mom. She just be like, Mom, you missed out on the commission. You wouldn't give me the C, but even then, it's worth it to give away the commission if you get the house. That's it. when you do those verbal, no, you could send in a real offer. You could talk to them, but then you could just send in an offer and attach. I don't know if they banned it. They banned cover letters in California. SPY's slowly selling off. Those premiums are back. The puts I got are worth the same now. It's kind of been holding, but those should have died. So that put place should have died after the bounce, but the fact that it's slowly edging down here, they're still holding up. Did they ban? I didn't know if they banned. They did something with it. I don't know if it was banned, but they said there's some restriction on cover letters now. I need to keep looking. I'm really hungry, working for a deal. You have most of it done. You see, you're ready to go. Just offer. I did not do the PCE talk. No. We're getting ready for that. Another night code classic. Trying to explain 2021 stock market moves using fundamental analysis. Here's another one. You guys sent me another meme. This was yesterday. I like this one. Naming your child after a fictional character. Hey there, Khaleesi. How is school? I hate you with every ounce of being. Naming your child after cult suggestions. I'm so proud of you, Coconut Water. Look at that. Look at you. Look at you in your chat. As you and your baby Coconut Water. I love it. You know, I'll get a house than yours, isn't that? Let's go, baby. Let's go, man. We'll get you. We'll secure yours. Just don't be. You call some people around. Again, you guys watched me do it. Remember how I got frustrated. Where is it? 531. This is the video. I can't hear it. I'm waiting for you to answer. What's happening right now? At 60 grand. Feel like I'm gonna get shut down, baby. That's what we were talking about yesterday. We got shut down. These agents are the cock blocks.
But if someone called me, I would say, dude, let's go.
See, we did this for like an hour.
I can make double.
Dude, we did this. We did this for a couple hours. That was the video of the houses. That's when we said that you could. That's crazy. Tafiq. That was his name. Tafiq. So meme dropping a little bit. SPY bouncing there off the bottom. GME is not. I think the money's some AMC movements. $2K a month. Well, no, you only get 60-40. The income's killing you. You have the cash, but the income is what's clapping you. That's the only issue right there. Or if you have debt, if you could pay off any debt, you'll qualify for more. If you have any debt on 2K a month, that's what's clapping you. I need me a hard money lender in Florida, especially after. You don't need hard money. You need a non-QM or anybody who could give you. You could do hard money as long as they don't clap you. You don't want to pay 15% interest rate right now. Where do you put $250K right now? Do you have PayPal? So you send me on PayPal. You give me like 220, and then no. Okay. I thought. I don't know. But I like that you said where to put it. I would put it in real estate right now. I've put it into real estate. You saw me allocate money towards crypto and young Roblox. But right now, real estate is kind of is at least, it just depends on the deal. Well, that's the thing. If Biden's going to talk, our inflation lesson, it's a quick one, but I want to see, because Biden might have some more. All of these are weird. These are weird, like, policy reactions mixed with low volume. Josh, I'm from Indonesia. Do you still love me? I don't see why I would not love you if you were based on your geographical location. Lending tips, he texted me, said, what happened? Because I called him. I said, I'm seeing what you did with AMC. He says, I don't have time for kid games. I'm on a rocket emoji to the moon with Elon now. And then he sent me a Trump gif that says, I'm really rich. Okay. Y'all get 1 day of 40%. Look at this is what happens every time. Y'all forgot last time. Y'all forgot crypto down. Y'all don't remember shit. You know, if LT start acting like this, what's going to happen to the rest of the internet? Damn, y'all forgot real quick. That's it. Y'all balling again, huh? That's it. All the attitudes come back. That's it. Y'all like, where the caviar at, huh? Give me a caviar. I don't care if it's on a McChicken. I don't have time for kid games. Man. Man, that's great. Man. At least Roblox is a meme stock, though. That's it. AMC and I approve these messages. I approve them both. I understand buying a house, should I save 10% in case of emergencies? Yeah. And then if you have to factor any assets that require maintenance that you have to pay for monthly, you have to make sure you have enough cash to at least handle minimum 6 months, but I would say a year. But again, that's being really conservative after you've established assets. That's how I am. But, that's it. Like I set my stuff aside where I could literally hold every mortgage, every car, everything I have, every margin, anything, without ever having to work or do anything for at least a year and a half, 2 years. But that's after establishing. So just try to have some level of reserves but it all depends on what you're holding and managing. Between GME, Dodge, AMC, I took a few laps around the moon. Never will I not have time for Brother Josh, baby. Shame on you, TLT. Hard. Let's go, baby. Damn. LT literally. Oh, my God. LT. Do you see that? You see his comment? That's it. You make 20 grand on AMC. He said, I am partying with Hunter. Sorry. Then he said too far. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. What happened to the Colt REIT? I mean, we might be able to do it at this point. I mean, y'all get AMC bags. That's it. We just pull it up, make a REIT, and then buy properties. Clove running. Remember, we have those shares too, but it's not going up too much. We got it at 13. We're clapped. How do I keep track of my properties? To use a specific app? No, they don't move. I have people. Human beings will just make sure that the rent comes in, and there's usually no more than one problem a month. That's it. Roblo, dude. Roblox is almost at $100. Like, what? That's crazy. Like, that's absolutely insane. Like, that's actually like, wow. The average you pay, it comes out to about like 10% usually of whatever I'm collecting on the net. So I'm tithing to the property managers, as well as I make my other tithes as well. So I'm walking away with 80% of net income. But then I don't have to do anything. God takes care of the market. The property managers take care of the tenants. All I have to do is take care of the cult. And that's why I hope y'all get the properties. What was it? I want to see something. Is Biden on? I think Biden will be important today.
At Old Dominion Freight Line, we're looking to train.
At Old Dominion Freight Line, we make YouTube ads to get people to work now. Bro, it says 6 weeks paid training. They doing anything out there. They like, oh, my guy. My guy. There you go. There you go. American flag in the background. We haven't seen one of those in a minute. You know what I'm saying? That's beautiful. Yeah. Hey.
That wasn't an accident.
Yeah, I did on purpose.
It wasn't luck.
You know, we don't fuck around.
It happened for 2 reasons.
Because AMC's going to the moon.
First,
AMC.
we made the vaccine program a priority.
To the moon.
As my friends in Congress tell, I got a lot of heat for just focusing on the vaccine. Goes back to what we all talk about. You've got to fix the pandemic before you can fix the economy. We were able, with a lot of hard work, get 600 million doses of the vaccine, enough for every single solitary American. We didn't have enough vaccinators, so I went to FEMA, the United States military, went to the AMA and got retired docs and nurses to come out of retirement. Got thousands and thousands of additional people to administer the vaccines we didn't have before. We created more places to get vaccinated, hitting my target to ensure that 90% of all Americans would have a vaccination site within 5 miles of where they live. And now, 50% of all of America, more than any other country, is fully vaccinated. 75% of seniors, black, white, Hispanic, across the board, are fully vaccinated. We're getting lives back. American economy is coming back. And that's the second reason we're on the move. I committed to an
We're on the
approach
moon, not the move, the
building
moon.
an American
Asshole.
economy.
American
A
AMC.
different economy, to build back better. Not just build back, build
More
back
movie
better.
theaters.
That approach recognizes that we all do better, and we all do well. And the best way to grow our economy is from the bottom up and the middle out.
And growing our accounts
You know,
with AMC.
I don't have anything against anybody in Wall
Or
Street. I don't have
Roblox.
anything against anybody making $1 million, but
I like
Wall
Roblox.
Street did not build this country.
Roblox did.
The middle class built this country, and unions built the middle class. That's a fact. An approach that recognizes that at this time, when we rebuild the middle class, we have to bring everybody along, regardless of their background, regardless of their religion, regardless of their race.
Doesn't matter how much
That's the
Roblox
approach
they got.
reflected in the American Rescue Plan, which my friends in the Congress helped get passed.
American
Because of that
Roblox
law,
plan.
More than 167 million Americans
Play
got a rescue
Roblox
payment of $1,400. It's gone out helping families pay their rent,
and
pay their
Roblox.
bills, buy their groceries, and maybe most important, give them for the first time some hope. A little bit of hope.
To go to the movie theater.
Hope goes a long,
Hey.
long way.
All the way to the moon.
Those checks matter. Small businesses, restaurants were getting killed.
Until they bought
Now
Roblox.
we're delivering the loans and support they need to reopen and stay open. Schools were struggling to reopen. So we made targeting teachers to get the vaccine as a priority. We delivered schools much needed support. State and local governments, and you know, Mr. Mayor, a lot of them had to lay off their employees, cops, firefighters, first responders, because you have to balance your budget. Well, now they're coming back thanks to the rescue plan. Beginning this summer, families with children will get tax relief, tax credit, the child tax credit, which is going to deposit money directly into their banks every month until that money is paid out. By the way, we had no problem passing a $2 trillion tax plan that went to the top 1% that wasn't paid for at all, just increased the debt $2 trillion. Every time I talk about tax cuts for working class people, it's, oh my God, what are we going to do? Well, we're going to take back some of that 1% money and make them pay for it. And thanks in part to part of the rescue plan named for an Ohio labor leader, Butch Lewis, championed by Sherrod Brown, who I don't think Sherrod's here today. Hundreds of thousands of retirees and workers across Ohio and millions more across the country can trust that their pensions they work so damn hard for and sacrificed to secure will be there for them. Unlike my dad, who busted his neck his whole life, and when the company went on, he lost his pension completely. Even my Republican friends in Congress, not a single one of them voted for the rescue plan. I'm not going to embarrass any one of them, but I have here a list.
Yo, that was funny. That was
Of how
funny.
back in their
That was petty
districts
as
they're
hell, but it's funny.
bragging
That was a
about
Trump joke. That was funny
the
as
rescue
hell.
plan.
That was funny as hell. I see you,
They
B.
touted
I see
the
you.
Restaurant Revitalization Fund. They touted the fact that we're in a situation where they dealing with touted grants to community health care centers. Touted, I mean,
Yeah, come
some
on.
people have no shame.
Okay, he's trying to roll with the momentum.
Happy
Come on, man.
they
Don't blow
know
it. Don't
that
blow
we've
it.
benefited their constituents. That's okay with me. But if you're going to try to take credit for what you've done, don't get in the way of what we still need to do. The bottom line.
Hey, I wasn't expecting you to clap. Shut the
bottom
fuck
line
up.
is this.
Listen,
The Biden economic plan is working.
to the moon.
We had record job creation. We're seeing record economic growth. We're creating a new paradigm, one that rewards work, the working people of this nation, not just those at the top. We did a study. 85% of my jobs plan or
Benefits
95%
AMC.
adjustment, you don't need a bachelor's degree.
Just Roblox degree.
75%, you don't even need a degree that's a community college degree. It helps. But guess what? The bottom line is that people are going to be going back to work.
Into the moon.
There's a new bargain. Everyone is going to be in on the deal this time. Now as our economy recovers, there's going to be some bumps in the road. We know that. Of course there will be. You can't reboot a global economy like flipping on a light switch.
It's not like
There's going to be
Roblox.
ups and downs in jobs and economic reports. There's going to be supply chain issues, price distortions on the way back to a stable and steady growth. In the coming weeks, my administration
he's
will take
telling
steps
you.
to combat these supply
He's telling
pressures,
you.
starting with the construction materials and transportation bottlenecks and building off the work we're doing on computer chips. We're also announcing new initiatives to combat anti-competitive practices that hurt small businesses and families. Fixing those problems can help build a more dynamic, innovative economy, and we're going to have a lot more to say about that in the days ahead. But this is already clear. We're on the right track. The American Rescue Plan laid a strong foundation for a new economy that brings everybody along. But it's just a first step. We're going to build on the incentive and incredible progress that we've made and set America on a sustainable path to faster, more inclusive economic growth. We have to start investing in ourselves again, in the American people again. Consider this. 3 decades ago, the United States was number 1, and some would argue number 2 in the world for R&D spending, research and development as a share of our economy. You know where we are now in the international competition? We're number 9. 9. Meanwhile, China was number 8, and their overall spending on research and development 3 decades ago they're now number 2. Number 2. This past year, Japan, Canada, Italy, France, and the EU have announced significant infrastructure spending. China's announced that they're increasing their research and development spending dramatically. Japan is making huge investments in reducing carbon emissions and building out the digital capacity they have. The European Union as well. We're in a race to see who wins the 21st century. Now, if I could hold just for a second here, one of the things I've found, I'm supposedly, they'd always announced me in the past as an expert in foreign policy. Well, let me tell you something. Economic policy is harder than foreign policy. You know what the basis of foreign policy is in our stature in the world? One thing, our economic prowess. Our economic prowess. We must be number 1 in the world to lead the world in the 21st century. It's a simple proposition.
Okay.
And the starting gun has already gone off. We can't afford to fall any further behind. Now's the time to build the foundation that we've laid, to make bold investments in our families, in our communities, in our nation.
In AMC.
We know from history that these kinds of investments raise both the floor and the ceiling
And the moon.
of the economy for everybody. Like when we brought electricity to every household in the country in the 1930s, or we connected the country through the interstate highway system in the 50s. They created millions of jobs, good-paying jobs. They set the economy up to grow more quickly and share prosperity more broadly for decades to come. Those electrical poles and wires still help power rural communities 80 years after they were built, and it's time now to rebuild them. 1/4 of all the miles Americans travel on roads are in the interstate highway system, built 60 years ago. 60 years after we built it. These are generational investments. Private sector does not make these kind of investments. We've neglected that kind of public investment for much too long. The pandemic exposed just how badly we need to invest in the foundation of this country and the working people of this country. That's why I proposed the American Jobs Plan and the Americans Family Plan, the generational investments we need today to succeed for tomorrow. You know, as my wife Jill, who's been a teacher for a long time, she used to be about 10 years younger than me. Now she's 30 years younger than me. She is in every way, God love her. She's the only first lady ever to work full time. Full time. She teaches 15 credits at the community college. 15 credits. She's a remarkable person. And she's out in Missouri right now and in Kansas doing other things, nothing to do with her job as a teacher. But my point is this. Jill has a constant refrain. Joey, any nation that out-educates us is going to outcompete us. It's a simple proposition. You know, think about this. One of the reasons that caused us to move ahead so significantly as a world leader, an economic leader in the world, was in the late 1800s, early 1900s, we're the first nation in the world.
I need to know how to turn off the sound.
12 years of free, without any limitation, free education. 12 years. Now imagine if, and the rest of the world's caught up with us, and they've now passed us in many cases. Imagine if we were sitting today and say we're going to set up an education system. Does anybody think 12 years of education is enough for us to compete in the world in the second quarter of the 21st century? I'm not joking. Just consciously think about that. Is it enough? It's not. And so I'm proposing 4 additional years of education. 2 years of high-quality pre-K for 3 and 4 years old, not in daycare, in school. The studies show that if you do that, those children have an opportunity, a 56% better chance of going through all 12 years of school and beyond without getting any trouble, no matter what the background or the family they come from, no matter what. On the front end, those 2 years are important. And then 2 years of free community college. Free community college. To better prepare our people to get these good paying jobs of the future, jobs I saw students training for throughout the Manufacturing Technology Center. You know, we need to invest in transportation infrastructure. Drive anywhere, and you can see why we're rated 13th in the world in infrastructure. The United States of America is viewed to have the 13th best infrastructure in the world. Come on. This is the United States of America, for God's sake. We need to invest in universal, high-speed internet, more seamlessly connect our businesses and their customers, expand the possibilities of job opportunities in every hometown in America, no matter how big or small. And by the way, if you hold for a second, think about this. How many of you, men and women, have children who were doing remote learning? Think of all the children throughout the country in inner cities and in rural areas that had no internet connection. It's estimated that some of those kids are going to be pushed, although it's only been 1 year, 3 years behind in their education. Look, investment in high-growth industries like clean energy and electric vehicles. It's not just we want to deal with the environment. We want to lead the world in exports of these new technologies instead of ceding the global market and job creation to the Chinese. They're building 20 times as many electric vehicles as we're doing now. And the technology that goes with that. What are we doing? It's millions of jobs in China instead of here. It's not that the jobs we're going to create here, but that we're going to create to export the technology. We used to be the net exporter of major technologies. I also think, and I'm pushing very hard, to make major investments in medicines and cures of the future. Folks, diseases like Alzheimer's, diabetes, cancers, they're all on the cusp of being able to be dealt with. You know, if we don't do something about Alzheimer's in America, every single solitary hospital bed that exists in America, as the nurses can tell you, every single one will be occupied in the next 15 years with an Alzheimer's patient. Every one. Costing us in excess of $1 trillion. So what are we doing? I came up with an idea and I think it's going to get done. And that is that, you know, there's a thing called DARPA, which is the Defense Applied Application Research. It's an outfit that came up with the internet in the Defense Department came up with geospacing and a whole range of things that are relate to our security. I want to do the same thing at the NIH to focus on those diseases. It's estimated if we spend $5 billion a year on that research and development, focusing with insurance companies don't have the money to focus on, we can make significant breakthroughs. We're already doing that. Already doing that. If we invest, we can create millions of jobs. Rebuilding the foundation of a strong, fair, resilient, competitive economy and save hundreds of thousands of lives. 100% of our investment.
I was just trying to get some
Be
AMC.
guided by one
What
principle.
the hell?
Make it in America. Make it in America. If I can hold that for just a second, there is a law that was passed in the 30s, doesn't violate any trade principle, saying that whatever money, whatever program the taxpayers are paying for, you can spend it all on American contractors. No one's ever done it, though. I promise you, I signed an executive order. If, in fact, we're building a new deck of an aircraft carrier, well, guess what? I get as president to let contracts over $600 billion a year. I promise you, there'll be no contract let to a foreign company or any of the product down the line. Right now what can happen is you can hire an American company and they can sublet to, and their downstream product can all be foreign. All you got to do is get that particular agency to say, you got an exception, we can't find that job here in America. Well, guess what? They're going to find the job here in America. I promise you, or they're not going to get the contracts. These jobs will be good jobs, American jobs that deliver good wages and dignity. And look, this is about choice. We can keep giving every break in the world to corporations and CEOs. Or we can raise the corporate tax rate back to 28%. It was, by the way, 36%. It came down to 28%, which is still lower than it was at any point between World War I and 2017. And they're making trillions of dollars. Let me tell you this to the press again. In the 10-year period between 14 and 24, excuse me, between 10 and 20, 2010, 2020, they made over $1 trillion. I think that's good. You know what they did with $1 trillion? They went out and they bought back 56% of their stock. Because the more they buy back, the more valuable the stock, and that's how CEOs get paid. CEOs used to get paid 35, 36 times to the average employee, and they should get paid. Now it's over 370 times more than the average employee. As my mother would say, who died and left them boss? No, I'm serious about it. Now, so you got over 50% going to stock buybacks. And the other percent, I think it's 42%. Let me see, 56, it's 40, no, it's 38% goes to dividends, which is reasonable. But here's the point. After all is said and done, that leaves 8% of that $1 trillion for research and development, salaries, new product, new enterprises, new initiatives. 8%. I come from the corporate capital of the world. Literally, more corporations are incorporated in the state of Delaware than any place in America. Combined, all the rest of the corporate registrations combined don't equal what's in my state. It used to be corporations felt they had responsibilities beyond their taxpayer, beyond their shareholders, and beyond their executives. But what is it now? Average CEO becomes a CEO for 6 to 7 years. And by the way, capitalism has incentives. One of the worst votes ever made was during the Clinton administration. Say a corporation could not deduct from their taxes more than $1 million it paid for any CEO. So guess what they start doing? 80-some% of CEOs now get paid in stock options. Why do you think they buy back the stock? To raise the price of the stock. They're not bad guys. It's just the incentives. So if we just raise the corporate tax to 28%, which is still lower than where it was, I said, between World War I and 2017, that generates $90 billion additional dollars into the Treasury per year. That could put hundreds of thousands of people to work to modernize our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, and pay for it. Pay for it. Put people to work to make sure every American has access to high-speed internet so businesses can compete in the 21st century. Kids in every community can get ahead. Another choice. We can ask the top 1% of the taxpayers in America to pay the same tax rate they paid when George W. Bush was president. You know how much that would generate? That'd generate $13 billion per year, allowing every student in America to go to community college.
Dish. Check news on Dish. Check
When
news
I
on
was in
Dish.
the last administration that I was part of, Obama-Biden, the president asked me to find out
It just
what
has a
the
lot of volume.
major corporate entities thought was the most important thing they needed. We interviewed over 340, I think it's 348 CEOs. You know what they said? Every one of them. A better educated workforce. But they're not spending money to educate the workforce. So imagine what we do. Corporate America benefits with a better educated population. Do you want to give the wealthiest people in America another tax cut? By the way, I don't begrudge them the money they made. Just start paying your fair share, just a little bit. Consequence would help every high school graduate earn an education like students here at Tri-C, one that puts people on a path to good paying jobs and industries of the future. Look, I know you know what's best for America. And by the way, better educated public helps everybody. Look, my plan is the right way to invest, spreading key investments over time so we limit the price pressure. This is the right time to invest when we have historically low interest rates. Investing now with a plan to pay for it, that is fiscally responsible thing to do. Of course, there are critics out there who want to stand still. By the way, some of those critics are the same people who said that money was no object when it came, as I said, to that $2 trillion tax cut that went to the wealthiest 1% of America, who hold 30% of all the wealth in the country. But when we need to fix a road or a water system, or help millions of people return to the workforce by helping them afford child care or elder care, or help afford the ability to attend Tri-C, they think that's a bridge too far. Investing in America, again, is going to create growth, more jobs, but there's something else we have to do to ensure that high-quality jobs exist. We must restore the connection between the success of our economy and the people who produce that success, hard-working Americans. The connection has been severed. You all remember, it used to be the case in this country, when you were part of generating success of a company, you got to share in the benefits. That's long since gone, not a joke. And by the way, I'm a capitalist. But here's the deal. From 1948 after the war to 1977, I think it was 1977, 79.
He just mentioned 28% corporate tax. That's even hitting headlines.
More things. Productivity grew. You know what the workers' pay grew? By 100%. Since 1979, all that changed. Productivity has grown 4 times faster than pay has grown. The basic bargain in this country has been broken. If you work hard and contribute to the success of enterprise, you get to share in success. That's not the case anymore. So you can carve out your place in the middle class. That's how it happens. That's how it works in healthy capitalist economies. But along the way, we started seeing the stock market and corporate profits and executive pay as the sole measure of our economic success. Let me tell you something. My sole measure of economic success is how working families are doing, whether they have jobs that deliver dignity. That means we have to focus on wages like we used to. When it comes to the economy we're building, rising wages aren't a bug, they're a feature. We want to get something economists call full employment. Instead of workers competing with each other for jobs that are scarce, we want employers to compete with each other to attract work. We want the companies to compete to attract workers. That kind of competition in the market doesn't just give workers more ability to earn a higher wage, it gives them the power to demand and be treated with dignity and respect in the workplace. And it helps ensure that America, when you walk into work, you don't have to check your right to be treated with respect at the door. Full employment also means more options and opportunities for workers, including Black, Hispanic workers, Asian American workers, women, who've been left behind in previous economic recoveries when the labor market never tightened up enough. Look, this isn't just good for individual workers. It also makes our economy a whole lot stronger. When American workers have more money to spend, American businesses benefit. We all benefit. Higher wages and more options for workers are a good thing. A lot of companies have done extremely well in this crisis, and good for them. Good for them. The simple fact is, though, corporate profits are the highest they've been in decades, and workers' pay is at the lowest it's been in 70 years. We have more than ample room to raise workers' pays without raising customer prices. Soaring corporate profits and stagnant wages aren't the American dream, and they aren't the American deal. Look, I'm not looking to punish anyone or to say business shouldn't be able to make a significant profit. I understand the risk and challenges business owners face, and they should be rewarded for their success and the risks they take. I just think after decades of workers getting a raw deal, it's time they be given a fair shake. We're already seeing what happens when employers have to compete for workers. Companies like McDonald's, Home Depot, Bank of America, and others, what do they have to do? They have to raise wages to attract workers. That's the way it's supposed to be. And we've got to do two more things. Congress should raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. No one should work 40 hours a week and live in poverty, live below the poverty level. And we ought to pass to protect the right to organize, the PRO Act, supported by union workers. Look, let me close with this. You know, it's an overused phrase these days, but it's still accurate. We're at an inflection point in American history. It happens every several generations. We have a chance to seize the economic momentum of the first months of my administration, not just to build back, but to build back better. And this time we're going to deal everyone in. Everyone has been left out, and breathe new life into the middle class and new hope into those struggling to break into the middle class. We have a chance to make investments that Moody's, not a liberal think tank, Wall Street, Moody's says my plan will increase the size of our economy by $4.5 trillion. Moody's, $4.5 trillion over the next decade, and create well over 16 million new good-paying jobs. If we make these investments now, in 50 years, people are going to look back, and not even that long. Your children or grandchildren will look back and say, this was the moment when America won the future. Won the future. Folks, I've said it 1,000 times and mean it from the bottom of my heart. There's not a single thing America can't do when we do it together. Never. We're the only country in the world that is, when we set our mind to something, that never, ever, ever failed. This is an opportunity for the wealthy to stay wealthy, the poor to have a shot in the middle class, and the middle class able to breathe more easily. That's what this is about. But this time, bring everybody along. Everybody. Thank you. God bless you, and may God protect our troops. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All righty. So, kind of what he said at the end there wasn't, I don't know if I disagree too heavy on that. Spies coming down. I mean, there's a lot of inflation stuff, but I don't know. It's I think there's a lot of No questions. I don't think he's gonna have questions. I don't think that's a question one. That's an audience, not really reporters. But I think a lot of you guys were pretty political in the chat, and you know, I could kind of see where you're coming from. I think regardless of, I'm really against, I would say, where I stand with it. I just think it's too much spending. But I don't think he's necessarily wrong that this could allow an opportunity for the wealthy to stay wealthy while at the same time bringing everybody, because that's why I showed it. Inflection point is very true. I don't disagree with him, where you could either, an inflection point economically speaking is a point where you will succeed greatly or you will fail greatly. That's what a lot of people don't realize. So I think it's already, things are, he's right. When inflation and what happened from the 70s, if you're smart right now, this will allow a lot of people to actually increase. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think, I see where I see the words he's saying, but it just seems like right now it is pretty hard to stomach the level of what's it called, the spending essentially, and then as it pertains to even taxes and then everything else. So I see where I think a lot of you guys are getting even political on there, but I think I think it's fair to be against spending at this point. That's the way I'm seeing it. It's called greed. I don't know what part, but I personally disagree with the level of spending right now. I mean, that size budget, planning, everything else in the beginning, it's just, so if it better work, is what I'm getting at. If it doesn't work, it would lead to a big problem. That's what an inflection point means. So it's easy, a lot of people keep assuming like, oh, well, how is everything going to do this and that? Well, it's just like, if it doesn't work, it's going to create a really big hole. So I get some of your guys' frustrations. Try to keep it positive, try to keep it fair. I think a lot of you guys, even some people weighed in on other side of the coin, not as many. And that's why hopefully you guys don't, I love all of you in that sense. And that's why I think, I don't care what administration it was, but if they started offering this much in just spending bills month after month, I mean, at one point it does get to the point of, but the corporate tax thing isn't that bad. There's state corporate tax and then there's federal. That would, the federal corporate tax is a very marginable increase, I think at 7%, even though it's not that bad. But what he's saying, it does offer an opportunity to do for people to do stuff, but he even said it. I don't know if you guys listened. He even said there's going to be price instability, prices, all that. They're just assuming it's going to come back to normal. So that's the key. It is 33%, but we have had the corporate tax rate that high. So it's not as if 28% corporate tax is unknown to the business world. It does start to add up depending on what state you're in, but that's not too shocking, more or less. Oh, you hear that? That's beautiful. The people, I don't really care for all of that. I'm just, again, I hope you guys could be fair in the sense that I think I don't care who is offered at this point. It's a lot of money. And there used to be a little bit more outrage towards it, but the consequences of such, whether it leads to more taxes, less taxes, for this, that, there's a lot of it where if it's not executed properly with the most precision here, it would have issues. Where is how did the bonds didn't move? They didn't move too much. I think the market kind of digested that today. Dollar's a little lower. They have 900 bill in the last bill to spend. It's just a lot. And like you see and really why I'm saying that is because it doesn't sound like they're gonna stop. That's why I'm saying, I'm like, well, a lot of this stuff, and then coming back, they're doing it very artfully though. Again, just how you've seen how the market's digested the inflation and transitory, and like, they mentioned the tax plan two months ago, the capital gains, and then they come back and now it seems like very, it's little by little, but it doesn't really seem like they're going to slow down with it, especially depending on how this plays out. Roblox, you guys saw Roblox was pretty cool, huh? You guys, I saw a lot of you saying something that I think a lot of you haven't experienced. Roblox is tight. You see that? You could like walk around and talk to people. Granted, they're probably 12 years old, but that's 50% of the Roblox population. But you guys were saying, you were like, what is this? Is this what would you call it? You said, is this GTA? Is this GTA for kids? But that game is cool, bro. That's what I say. You could like rock around. You could like, that's why if we had our own universe where we got to, talk to each other as opposed to like, that look pretty cool, right? You could build houses. We could do real estate in Roblox, I liked it. That was a cool meetup in Roblox. We could start there and see how that is. If y'all can't handle a Roblox meetup, I'm going to cancel the other one. That's it. I'll be like, man. It's okay. At least, the Roblox houses are affordable. Okay, we won't talk about that. We won't talk about the house prices. Remember upping your construction level in RuneScape? A lesson in itself. If only we knew back then. The good old Grand Exchange. About to take off again. Stay safe, Troy. We love you. God bless you. UMC is just getting meme stock hype, but the real winner today is AMC. Amazon's dropping. That's probably because unions. He was talking a lot about that. Amazon's slipping here. You got 20K burning your hole in your pocket. It's not. Trust me. You'll be good. You don't have the same, as you see, every time they calm the market with inflation, they're buying you time to buy assets. Do you realize that, right? Because think about how hot it was running until the report came out and everyone's like, oh my God, inflation. And things came down. And now it'll buy you some time. So you don't need to. Again, if you want to buy Roblox at $98 right now, think about it. You're going to be paying 39% higher than what I paid. So that's, your 20K could turn into 14K real quick. UMC has dividend coming up. It's not, but Arkite went with it too. Antitrust risk deepens. The cost of investing goes up. That's why I'm saying he's right. He's not. Biden isn't. I don't think that's not true. With my same thesis with 1970, it's true. This is an opportunity where the wealthy can get really wealthy, and then it's also an opportunity to bring up some of the lower and middle class if they are able to respond appropriately. That's why it has to be executed perfectly, Because now if you take this money and invest it in the right place before it elevates, but if you keep the same mindset and all of that, it's not going to happen. But, you know, you could create a lot of wealth for a lot of people, but you have to make sure that the money doesn't fall back into the same places. But that's very difficult if people still don't want to buy houses, and who is buying houses, right? So it's stuff like that, but it just has to it's a 50-50. It's truly an inflection point. Everyone buys AM. Yeah, but that's the problem. People didn't, AMC and GME, it's fun now and it's hitting, but in 10 years from now in 2030, what's going to really be hitting? You have to really ask yourself. That's what's going to happen. And then that's what happened even back then. People get turned off by the market. That was the result of 1970 to 1980. And then following 1980 up until 2000, people didn't want to invest. You had a lost generation of investors because of the 1970s crash. That was because it was long, it was hard, it was big. So that's why people are excited now. You go burn people out right now in the next 5 years, or like I'm saying, 10 years from now. And then this was the opportunity to bring up, to bring up all of the population, and then they gambled instead. And then now the good assets go up. What's going to happen? So that's what it is. So it is truly an inflection point, I would say. It's because you got. That's how the same thing. In the 70s, depending on what you bought and held, middle class was able to get higher class. Lower class was able to enter the middle and higher classes up there. But that was just based off of what they purchased. Do you see? That's what I'm saying. You could get this. These policies can help, but it all depends on what people do with it. That's why it's like literally you see it. The houses are expensive. That's a sliver of what's happening. But now you got 9 more years. You need to buy something quality that will hold value over time and lock it in at the rate. Yes, that's exactly what it is. That's what the whole game plan is. Just think, you guys saw my workhorse shares. You saw my AMC, but now you want to do that with real quality stuff that will hold. Other things besides real estate are good quality companies. Like good stocks, like good stuff, companies that are going to be around in 10 years and performing at a level similar to where they're at today, if not better. If the repo shit's making you nervous, I encourage you to understand the difference between the repo crisis in 2018 and what is happening right now. The repo thing you got now is because of is a over liquidity. It's not repo rates rising. Do you guys realize that? So the amount of money getting put into repos, it's important. But remember, that facility wasn't used for almost a year, but it's not the rates shooting up. That's why people tripped out in 2018 on repo, because the rates went crazy. So it's not the same thing as last time you saw a repo issue and the repo created negativity in the market, it's because nobody showed up. The rates were high and people needed the demand. The demand is there, but everything's still stable with it. It's a sign of more liquidity than not. Bro, AMC is about to hit 30. So we're just holding Market did a little bit of a shake, but everything's green. NASDAQ barely holding green. Oh, yes. PCI, I don't know. I kind of want to save it. We could get it in here. Let me go get a drink. I'll give you guys a quick PCE lesson. You down? Y'all down? Y'all down, right? Okay, please hold. Like the video. Follow me on Instagram. Attitude check. Good work. Okay. No, I went to go get a drink, and then I was like, I should go to the bathroom. So then I did. I had to. Sorry, Mom, I had to do it to him. I'm a hawk, I gotta get along with, get on a song with, when shit be going right, well, I just slip it to the wrong shit. The team that I put on with the audit song, they never ask for nothing because they got their own shit. Anybody? Anybody? There you go. Good. Making sure. Never doing verses. I'm forever giving lectures. If you trying to meet with money, I'll be happy to connect ya. Right now, life is better than it's ever been. Scheduling $1 million meetings with the president. Someone cut the lights off. Where is Thomas Edison? ISDHIKLMNOPQISTUVT. That's one of my favorite songs. I love it. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's talk about CPI versus PCE. So, PCE is, what is it? Personal consumption expenditures versus consumer price index. Okay? So, we'll tell you this. They operate kind of the same. Here's the easiest difference to understand. CPI takes a basket of items and they see the prices. So core CPI excludes food and energy. Normal CPI has all of it. But they take a basket of goods like the Big Mac. It's not included in there, but they take items that people use daily and they measure the prices to see inflation, your purchasing power. If the price of the same basket of items goes up every month, year, whatever, that is showing you inflation. Okay? So CPI is what? CPI, okay, y'all can't be fighting in class, okay? I'm gonna yellow card both of y'all, okay? God bless you, okay? We don't need that. We don't need that in here, okay? Someone time out whoever he was arguing with too. Hit him with the yellow cards. Y'all need to relax, okay? So now we just try to talk about inflation. That's it, you know? As simple as that, you know, just like the other guy. That's it. So I'm not trying to like read questions. They're like, y'all fighting in class. Y'all want to just fight it out somewhere else. That's all, okay? So here's the biggest difference. It's very, very simple. CPI shows you what people are paying for products, right? So you know what PCE is going to show you? It's the same thing where it has a basket of items, but now it's relative to gross domestic product and the United States. So PCE is essentially showing you not how much people are buying it for, but what they're selling it for. So the people in the States and the stuff produced and the items consumed within the States, they want to see what the producers are essentially selling it for. That's one of the biggest differences. So do you see how that could tell you inflation? Because now it's saying, well, these are the items that we bought, and this is how much we paid for it. That's CPI. But now it's also saying, here are the prices that we sold it for domestically in the United States. That's the biggest key. So here, if you go and look up PCE versus CPI on any of these websites, or if you even Google it, you will get what's it called? You will get the Fed talks about this. So this is from the Cleveland Fed, but they all discuss this. So there are two common measures of inflation in the U.S. CPI, released by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and then personal consumption expenditures issued by the Bureau of Economic Analysis. Do you see the difference? Two different organizations measure this. So that's why it's very different. CPI probably gets more pressed, and it's used to adjust Social Security payments, and it's also the reference rate for some financial contracts, such as Treasury inflated protected securities, the TIPS, and inflation swaps. The Federal Reserve, however, states its goal for inflation in terms of PCE. So do you see what I just told you? Do you see what the biggest part is of this now? The next biggest point. Anybody? What is the next biggest point? Very important, even for today. Not labor force. Which one is Jerome Powell looking at? This is the biggest difference. PCE. No. CPI gets the most publicity. However, it says it here. This is from the Fed. The Federal Reserve states its goal for inflation in terms of PCE. So the funny part is that the CPI came out and people freaked out, right? It didn't mean as much as the number today, and nobody said anything. So which of the last month, which is more likely to affect Jerome Powell? CPI or PCE? PCE. He doesn't look at CPI. That's two different, it's even from two different departments. So that's why today was so weird, because where's their numbers? When today's Thursday. There's your PCE, not including, or including energy and food. It came in at 3.7 when they estimated 3.5. That was 3.0 earlier. So now it's at 3.7. That still beat higher estimates, and the core is still higher as well too. So if anything, now the Fed has more, they actually have a real inflation thing there, but the fact that you're getting even PCE expectations, this has a little bit more weight on the Fed and inflation than the CPI did. So now let's keep going. The two measures, though following broadly similar trends, are not identical. Do you see how they're very similar, but not really the same? CPI tends to report somewhat higher inflation. So since 2000, prices measured by CPI have risen 39%, while those measured by PCE have risen by 31%, leading to different averaging annual inflations of 2.4 and 1.9. So do you see why the Fed never says that? Remember how hard it is for the Fed to get above 2% inflation? It's because they're looking at PCE. So now you finally have core PCE above 2%. And it beat the expectations after a high CPI. In this century, the CPI has ran about half a percentage point higher than PCE inflation. When calculated from 1960, the difference is almost the same, 3.9% for CPI, 3.4% for PCE. However, in 2008, the difference is between smaller, 1.7 and 1.4. So essentially, what's the main concept you should get out of this then? Similar but not the same, but PCE should always lag CPI. You see that? So throughout history, PCE is usually always lower. You're going to get a higher CPI. So that's why even right now, this is where it gets interesting. Why? Because your CPI is at 3, but what's your PCE at? 3.7. Now, we will get the year-over-year numbers. I believe this is year-over-year. But do you see this now? That's a big difference. Your CPI should not be lower than PCE. If that's the case, and PCE is running hotter than CPI, that means the Fed is seeing more inflation than the market actually sees. Again, this is a trend since the 69s. So as you see from even the last 20 years, or 14 from 2014, you've never seen PCE go above it. So we could look at the index number. That might be a little better. Let's see. 267. And then this is 115. So the actual index is still lower. The month-over-month increases, that's what's a little bit weird. But you can see it right here, right? That's PCE. That's core PCE. I'm on consumer. I need core. And then 274. So they look roughly the same, but PCE is a little bit lower. Clove added to small cap MSCI. So let's keep going here. So this one explains the headline measure. Again, you guys already know this. Headline is the number. So headline is including food and energy. Core is not excluding food and energy. So as you're seeing here, here's headline, here's core. So technically, again, what's the difference between headline and core? You need to know that. But then what's going to happen numbers-wise? Should core CPI be higher or lower than headline CPI? Cores should be lower. You're excluding the more volatile products. Good. Very, very simple. So what accounts for the two measures? Both indexes calculate the price level by pricing a basket of goods. If the price of the basket goes up, the price index goes up, but the baskets aren't the same, and it turns out the biggest difference between the CPI and PCI arise from their differences in baskets. The first difference, sometimes called the weight effect, in calculating an index number, which is a sort of average, some prices get a heavier weight than others. People spend more on some items than others, so they are a larger part of the basket and thus get more weight in the index. Okay? Does that make sense? For example, spending is affected more if the price of gasoline rises than if the price of limes goes up. The two indexes have different estimates of the appropriate basket. The CPI is based on a survey of what households are buying. The PCI is based on a surveys of what businesses are selling. Let me say that. That's what we started with. This is all you need to understand, but this does highlight another point. Again, CPI is based on a survey of what households are buying. PCE is based on a survey of what businesses are selling. So it's not manufacturing numbers because this is taking into account the GDP, but this is saying what these companies in America are getting and they're actually selling, and then of the items you use the most. I don't know if you overlooked it, but what was the example? Like, honestly, what is the difference between gas and a lime? And don't give me a dumbass answer. Like, think about it. It's obvious. If you want to, you could keep it elementary. One is food and energy. They're kind of the same, but really think about that. Sure, you could get demand, but just get more common sense with it. Demand is a good answer. You're right, but just think about it. When was the last time, everybody, we got a couple thousand people in here. When was the last time you bought a lime? Anybody? Can you remember last time you bought a lime? And then, when was the last time you bought a lime before that? You bought one the other day, yesterday, 2 days ago, a month ago, last week. Josh, I don't know how to cook. I don't know. I haven't bought a lime in a minute, yo. You know what I'm saying? Last time I drank tequila, probably. Yeah, that makes sense. Making a margarita, yeah. Okay, that's good. Okay, so now, when was the last time you bought gas? And then when was the last time you bought gas before you bought gas? If you have access to gasoline right now. Gas this morning. 2 days ago. Bi-weekly. Every fucking day. Twice today. That's crazy. Wait, you filled up twice today? Are you like me in high school? I'll put in like $2 at a time. I don't know why I would do that. I do know why I did it. I was trying to, I was like, okay, let's see how far we could get on I get 72 cents on number one. All right, bet. Let's go. No, just get a little in there. We can make it. Oh, yeah. You too? I swear, we all live the same life. I'm telling you. We are all living the same simulation. It's okay. But that's the whole point. There is a real common sense factor to both of this. I hope you guys could tell the difference. One, so that's why it's saying that's why they exclude it. Do you see why core CPI makes sense? You buy gas every day. You buy gas all the time. Some of those items, some of you, even based on your demographic and age, you're not going to touch some of these items. Gas, everybody is going to buy gas probably. So this is where you have to understand it, but understand this is common sense economics. You guys are looking at big numbers. You guys are seeing all this stuff. You guys are thinking of all the economical shit, but at the end of the day, we're literally talking limes and gasoline. These are real, it's about real life. It's common sense. So there's that factor that you have to understand about common sense to see how it's reflecting what's going on with money and inflation. So do you see why if prices go up, even your food and energy are important, but then if you exclude those and everything else is still going up, you got to see what is in that basket. But now the big difference, like it says, it makes sense what people are selling. Why does PCE make sense? Why there's one households are buying, but then PCE is based on what businesses are selling. Why is that distinction important? GME. We're going to take off Roblo. SPY is in the bottom right, too. So I hope you know that. Even though we're doing this, SPY is right here, so I'm still watching it. Because businesses sell. It's a good answer, and that could factor into input cost, but not necessarily. Instructions unclear, lime stuck in gas tank. Could show demand, yes. There you go. Someone got it. No, PCE isn't really wholesaling and manufacturing. That's like even there's producer price index. There's PPI. So there's a lot of PPs. He's like PP, PC, PT, EP, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, K, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q. Sorry. So some of you got the answer. Think imports and exports, right? So your CPI can show you what people are paying, but where did that damn lemon come from? It probably came from Mexico or another country that that we import it from. Think about it. If it's showing you what households buy, not everything you buy is coming from America. So that is kind of even showing you the relative value of your dollar in a way too. Does that make sense? So that's why now what businesses are selling, it's highlighting what they could sell to Americans, but also exports. You got to think about that. So that's where it gets really interesting here too, because that means we're charging higher prices both here and abroad when you see the PCE go up. But it's also to understand trade now. So that's why, again, all the balance of trade, all these numbers, they all tie in. That other lesson we have, it all ties into this. Welcome to the giant-ass economy. Good, we only got 20 minutes left. Early market on close. So another aspect that leads to differences is referred to as coverage or scope. The CPI only covers out-of-pocket expenditures on goods and services purchased. It excludes other expenditures that are not paid for directly. For example, Medicare paid for by employer-provided insurance, Medicare, Medicaid. These are, however, included in PCE. So what's the difference there now? CPI is only out-of-pocket expenditures. So this is saying stuff that you're not getting covered, whether it's assistance, Medicare, Medi-Cal, any of that stuff, it's not included. This is straight what you are spending money on outside of, again, stuff like that. So that one gives you a little bit. You could get the analysis, and that could even show you the impact of some of the stimulus stuff and all that, because it's counting what people are paying for healthcare. That's tying in some of the prices with everything else. Well, again, it's not a Ponzi scheme. You have to understand CPI is what, let's go back to the top. What is CPI used for? You guys forget that already? CPI helps them, it helps them make changes to what? So you wonder if it covers weed prices. That's a good question. It may help you understand this. So if you bought your weed from a dealer or recreationally, you could go to Cali and go get some recreational weed. That would go in CPI. If you go to a medical dispensary and you have health insurance or something that would give you a benefit of that, and you buy it medicinally, That's going to go in PCE and not be included in CPI. Think about it. That's what it's saying. Out of pocket versus not. So depending on how you use it, medically or recreationally, it's getting into a different scope. So that's what you meant about gas. Shit. That's crazy, Josh. So, a lot of people will criticize, and this is the funny part, CPI is literally, CPI is an interesting fashion. Because this is why some people, a lot of crazy, the more, I hate this, all this crazy, all that. It's because CPI, it gets more press because it's used to adjust Social Security payments and the reference rate for some financial contracts. You see that? So over time, they've adjusted this. Even in the 70s, they adjusted CPI to measure certain things because based on the inflation, think about it, you can't give fixed income to all the old people at the same price. And then if there's inflation, you have to give them more money so that they could buy their items, so they could buy the lemon, buy the gas, and then now PCE, so you got to factor in their Medicare and their Medi-Cal and their medicine. Oh, y'all ain't feeling it. This runs deep. So that's why CPI is more, they use that there to their advantage, but it's also to make sure that you don't get, so that wild changes don't make bigger impacts on some of these social services. So let's continue. Finally, the indexes differ in how they account for changes in the basket. This is referred to as the formula effect. Because the indexes are calculated using different formulae, the details can be quite complicated, but the gist of the matter is that PCE tries to account for substitution between goods when one good gets more expensive. Thus, if the price of bread goes up, people buy less bread. And the PCE uses a new basket of goods that accounts for people buying less bread. The CPI uses the same basket as before. Again, roughly, the details get complicated. So what's the biggest difference now? Which one is more realistic? You got to think about that. So let's say CPI back in the day, let's say gaming was huge, right? If gaming was huge back in the day, and let's say they put a Game Boy in that basket. The Game Boy costs what, $100, let's say. So then CPI over time would keep the Game Boy in the basket. So 20 years later, everybody's on Xbox, PlayStation 5, whatever, but the CPI would keep the price of the Game Boy. They'd be like, oh, well, gaming prices have stayed the same because the Game Boy costs $150 still. What would PCE do in that situation? 20 years difference, PCE, what would PCE end up doing? PCE wouldn't decrease. PCE would show a reflection where CPI wouldn't in this case. PCE would say, although we see gaming is important, we're going to substitute it. Because we know Game Boys just aren't used. It's not that prices of gaming didn't increase in 20 years. They're going to say, well, think about what happened. There's a new game. People are buying PlayStation 5, so they're going to substitute the Game Boy with a new basket of goods that could represent, substitute, and show that it's more relevant to what's happening and what's being bought and sold. CPI isn't adjusting to actual demand. Again, like it's saying, and why would people switch? Either new technology or what's another reason? Where else can PCE versus CPI? What's another reason besides technology? Because again, nobody uses the Game Boy. CPI wouldn't know that. PCE would replace it with the PlayStation 5. But what's the other factor? Woo! There you go, baby. Someone got it. Someone got it. Someone got it right off the bat. You paying attention? It got more expensive. That's what it said. So it said if the price of bread gets too expensive, what do people do? They stop buying bread. They'll wait a little bit. So that changes things. So if the price goes up too much, CPI is not using a common sense factor. It's recording the price of the actual item. Whereas what would happen in the sense of the PCE? PCE would literally say we would replace it with something more similar. So if the big price answer, or if the big price was the reason, then people aren't buying it. They're going to say, well, instead of buying bread, they bought, I don't know, they bought Tattoo Chef instead. And we noticed that it was similar, so let's record the price of a similar Tattoo Chef bread or anything like that. But they're going to make and substitute a new basket to accurately represent the price increases or lack thereof. So, pretty simple, but again, it gets complicated and they tweak a lot. That means you have to challenge the item. You could challenge it in your mind, but they're not going to change it. That's why you have to look at it. Remember, I brought it up on the watch list, and I brought you that whole labor statistics thing, and I got it from the website, and I showed you every single category on the watch list. That's on you to understand, and that's where the anomalies come up. But then PCE is the one that is going to have a representative group of products. So that's why even think about today. Both PCE and CPI went up, but if PCE went up, what is that really telling you? Woo! SPY, look at the high-low. 10-minute rigged. So think about it. PCE is showing there is real inflation, and the Fed is going to listen to it, because now PCE can adjust, it could substitute, and it's showing that even if you substituted objects, even if the price of, think about what they're saying, it doesn't make any sense. What did they say went too high? They said cars, transportation, and energy, right? They said those are the prices that went up on the CPI. Awesome. So if only a few items went up, the question is, did people stop buying it or did they substitute it? And regardless, that would be showing up on the PCE. And sure enough, it did. And that happened today. You don't see one headline about it. Again, one of them's more popular. One of them's easier to understand. A basket price, that's it. Versus PCE, it's a lot more interconnected and variable. So there are a few more, mostly minor differences related to items such as how seasonal adjustments are handled. These are usually referred to as other effects. The chart below shows the breakdown between CPI and PCE for the 4 effects for each quarter. Starting in 2000, the largest difference tends to be the weight affected, which contributes to biggest changes in CPI, while the scope effect tends to lessen the difference. So it's telling you these are on different items. It's showing you, like, and look at times of 2000, what do you notice? The bigger the movements here, you're getting this is what they're saying. They would always say it's because of this, just like they say autos. They're saying, oh, the weighting of this, or now the formula or the scope. That is what they keep saying. But what do you notice leading into 08? And again, in 2010, 2011, that's why it's been relatively chill. But so them doing this and them saying, this is why, this is our weighting, the scope, that's common. So it's not like it's new of what they're doing. So that's why we got to pay attention to this moving forward. But we got 8 minutes left. I'm going to wrap it up there. Very short and sweet. But do you get the difference now between CPI and PCE? One is what consumers are buying. One are what the people are selling. Apple's dropping. Woo. Oh. So that's why, and it's, again, and you could see general interest in this topic is the difference on whether or not you're going to see this today. Again, PCE came out today, and that's why I said it's surprised on the upside. So not only did it's still below CPI today, but it did surprise, and now accounting all these changes, that's what the Fed is looking at, and it's still showing price increases and inflation regardless of any substitutions or scope. So, quick little lesson. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Shout out to Colt. PCE hasn't been higher. Google female employee seeking class action for gender bias. Why is Apple getting clapped? Tesla running. Oh, yeah, Tesla got a pop there. eBay, too. eBay's getting clapped. Yeah, big Tesla candle, big eBay candle on the downside. I don't know if it's the market on close or what. Woo, eBay coming down more. DraftKings. What's going on with Tesla? Yo, check Tesla. See if there's any news on that. Uber dropping now too. It could be something with self-driving. Uber dropping too. Uber coming down. I grabbed an Uber put. I think it's probably something related to self-driving or some shit. Because that's weird that Uber's dropping. I grabbed an Uber put for next week, June 4th. That's risky. It looks like news, but be careful on that. So I spent like 40, 50 bucks, but I got 2 contracts. They're already up. Yeah, be very, very careful on that. It looks like I think this is me just connecting the dots. This is probably some news where they all just started running like that. Disney spiking up. Dude, that was a crazy move. Lyft didn't drop as much. DraftKings is going up. The strike, you can figure it out. I got June 4th puts. I only spent $40 for 2 of them, but now they're expensive. It's already shot up 100%. Abivi's dropping. Dude, what just happened? Bro. Oh my gosh. That looks like what they were waiting to do all day. Because it got you back up to VWAP. That was weird. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We're going to be making our final approach here and coming through with the trash bag through the aisles if you'd like to dispose of those bags. As we make this final approach, we're going to be landing in the second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 5:15 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m., 6:15 out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach, please make sure you guys are wearing all masks. We are still under COVID guidelines and exit one row at a time. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Rewards program card, please fly down your flight attendant, and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful day. Wow. That bounce, that was crazy, bro. That was crazy. What was that? Ford went too? A little bit. Dude, it's like they were waiting for that. That was crazy. Yeah, I don't know. Ford wasn't like ripping. Google, how's Google reacting to the lawsuit thing? It's dropping, but not too crazy. Yeah, Uber, yeah, that was a crazy bounce. 1 minute! Oh, that was beautiful. Oh, 8? Are you kidding me? Dog, that was clean. Bro, that was clean. No, that was clean. You're crazy. Give me the PCE adjustment. Nah, give me the CPI. Man, that's crazy. You trying to substitute? Wow, how are you weighting this, huh? What's your substitution metric? Is it bullshit? That was a 10. That was a 10. You better give me some equal weighting here. CPI ass. Huh? You got 20 seconds, maybe 10 seconds. Wrap it up. Uh-oh, final push here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Horn. Let's go, baby. Yes. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man, y'all going quick in here. Baby. Y'all did it. Wait, why my phone going crazy? We did it. We made it. Indie bitches. Hey, here. Hold on. Sorry about that. My thing got clapped. I had a phone call. It didn't work. But we did it. We made it when these bitches hating, baby. Ladies and gentlemen. That's it, man. That's it. How do you feel? GG, baby. Sorry, that was weird. I got a phone. Oh, 1.9 thousand likes, baby. Horn. Let's go, baby. GG. Hey. Stop before you go. I just want to tell you I love you. The Colt loves you. And thank you for being here, baby. That's it. We had a great day. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. But I just want to say thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate your time. Thank you all for being here. Shout out to people who kept it positive and respectful and with a good attitude, baby. Shout out all my people with the badge. Thank you for supporting. All my people, too, on the stream alerts. Some of y'all been loving it. And thank you. I hope you guys have been liking. I'm feeling I got a good attitude. I want to get more learning out here. I want y'all to learn. I want y'all to spread your wings a little bit. Spread your wings. Stream alerts, not stream alerts. Members, non-members, positive, negative. Just spread the wings, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We did it. Damn, Google. Look at you. But that is it, man. I love all of you. For real. Thank you guys again. I hope you had as much fun. I hope you thought that PCE and CPI was as important as I did and got to learn a little bit more. Hopefully you've been enjoying your Roblox and AMC and anything else in between, but keep your head on straight. Don't get too Hollywood on me. Relax. Take all the lessons in from this last couple months, baby, and really think, okay? Move. You've learned. Don't get caught up in the emotions. You've been through this before now. So let's go. Hopefully you got some, even if you missed some, but you got to think, baby. It's game time. But we love you all. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. We will see you there tonight. If you missed anything, I'll go over all the plays. We even got some of those puts here today, too. Had a nice DoorDash. All of that was beautiful. So get there. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Ladies and gentlemen, free long-term alerts. It's free $99. We got deposits coming in. The stocks are moving. Inflation is hot. You got a lot of things, baby, so make sure you don't miss any. Third link for the membership. Thank you for getting a membership. Y'all look good with it. We love y'all. Y'all just look good with the badge. Fourth link for the merch. Check out the new channels, Cult PHILO, Cult Real Estate, Cult Music, Cult Cars, baby. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. We love all of you. God bless y'all. And finally, the prayer request wall, baby. Can I tell y'all? Fill this out if you want. If you don't want to, that's all good, man. I get it. You know that? You know it's weird, right? I get that it's weird. I think I'm the only dude on YouTube without like a Jesus channel that prays for anybody, okay? So it's weird. I get it. We stick out a little bit, okay? I remember back in the day I was young and mofos be like, let me pray for you. I'll be like, don't touch me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to put my hand on your head. At least we could save that aspect. So I get it. It might be a little weird for you. But all it is I want to send good vibes your way. That's all I want to do. We just rooting for you, baby. We just rooting for you. Me and my mom, that's what we do. I learned it from mama. Mama believes in it heavy. I believe in it heavy. I've seen it. So just let me pray for you. That's fine. If not, no worries. It doesn't mean anything. This is not you signing over in blood your commitment to Christ. None of that. Don't worry. I get it. I still think you're loved and special regardless. Even if you do things that other people would judge you for, they judge me too, baby. They judge me too. It's okay. So, that's it, man. I'm going to pray for y'all. Fill that out if you like. All I ask is you pray for me. And that's it. That's it. It's a good day. But you know what I'm going to pray for? I'm going to pray for you. I got a special prayer. Okay? Okay? I got something special for you. You know what my prayer is tonight? I pray that they keep moving. I pray that they keep moving. That their attitude is in place where they are allowed to keep moving because their attitude was in place, or because they keep moving so that they can get their attitude in place. Oh, man. Lord, I know you hear me, Lord. I don't have to speak into this mic, but I know you hear me, Lord. Oh, I know you hear me too, Chad. That's it. That's the prayer right now. That's it. I hope they keep moving. God, let them, please. I pray they keep moving. I pray their attitude is in good check so that they can keep moving. Or otherwise, I pray they keep moving so that their attitude can follow along. Woo! That's what it's on, baby. That's it. That's it. So take it to the bank. Let's go. Keep moving. The stream's going to finish. You get the rest of the day to have that attitude. Just remember how big your mind is. Okay? It worked for me. Now when I burp, I don't feel like I'm dying. It's because it was what I was thinking about. Even if it was, I would say it jokingly. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. That's the key. You get the rest of the day. Use your mind. Think about it. Go. When next time you're driving, I want you to think about this because nobody else is thinking about it. Okay? Seriously. How many people are thinking about using their brain? Go see the people driving on the road. You go outside how many of them are really thinking? You have this rare opportunity. You got this big-ass brain. All powerful. I said, y'all don't want to believe in all powerful, almighty God. That's okay. What about your brain? What about your brain? Come on. So use that to control the attitude. Just watch what you tell yourself. So hopefully, if you feel a weird feeling today, if you feel down, if you feel bad, I want you to just, hopefully my voice comes to your head and you're like, wait, what did I just think about? What did I just tell myself? That's it. Just think about that. Just think about it. You could do a lot. You could do a lot. You could do a lot. You just you're using that brain power to stress you out, to think about all just stuff that don't even happen, stuff that's not real. There is real problems. Don't get it twisted. There's real problems, but it's 10% of the power. You got to focus on imagine if you sat there with a pen and paper and wrote down solutions. Not go on to anything, not get distracted, not listen to this podcast, this guy, that guy. Go on there. Maybe even when you work out, you're probably not thinking. They don't feel me, man. I'm just telling you, use that brain power and watch what you say yourself. Tell me. Go think. Just think. Don't even say it. Just like, think, I feel good right now. Just like, okay, I'm feeling, maybe it's, just say, then maybe that's hard to connect. Just say, maybe it's not that bad. Just watch if you think that phrase. Just think it and say it. Talk to yourself 4 times. Say that. Watch what happens. Tell me you don't feel a little different. You got dopamine. That's it. You realize it's a damn fantasy. Like y'all get horny and shit off of what you think about. It's the same thing with the positive thought. Y'all don't want to go there, huh? Y'all don't want to talk about it? I'm sorry. I don't want to make you laugh. I don't want, I'm just saying. And then some y'all, you could fantasize a lot of weird negative shit. Woo. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, baby. That's all I'm saying. So use that brain today. Use that brain. How do you change your thought? Keep moving. Keep moving. Thinking about changing is a step right there. Just keep thinking about it. Now think of how can you change. Go sit down with the pen and paper and just write ideas down. Use your brain. Anytime you encounter something, be aware enough to remind yourself of the little thoughts you're saying as it's happening. When you're driving, someone cuts you off. If you burp, if you fart, I don't know. Shit. No pun intended. That's all you just think. Just like, wait, what did I just say to myself? Why do I feel like that? Wait, what did I just tell myself after doing an action that's connected to my mind and body? Oh, you don't. Come on now. Come on. Woo! So, enjoy the rest of the day. You got the whole day to experience. You get to use your brain. That's it. You're not listening to me anymore. You're going to have time to think. You got time to think and use your brain. Don't judge yourself. Hey, man, that's a thought. That's a thought. You said, that's it. You give it to God, give it to whoever you want. I give it to God. It's easy. That's why, because he already told me he ain't going to judge me. So I'm like, say less. Let's go. So just think. Just think. So I love y'all. God bless you. Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful night. I'll see you on the watch list. Go read Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World, baby. It's very, very simple. You have a good day. Take the PHILO, but wear it, okay? Wear it. Let me see it. The attitude. Everybody should see it. You should see it. You'll see. Oh, it's crazy. Which you could change through the little windows of your eyes and your mind and create the world you want, my friend. I'm not saying change the world. I'm saying you could have any world you live in based on that attitude. Watch it come back to you. Watch it come back to you. It's okay. Everybody who says it's not, they're too scared to try it. That's it. They gave up after the first step. I'm just saying, keep moving. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. I love you all. I hope you have a wonderful evening. I'll see you tonight. And God bless you, baby. Have a wonderful evening. Oh, hey, Josh. Is AMC going to 100 million? Okay, I got some.